Arc 8, Chapter 9, Deciding to Love. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 5. Machine translated by Archbishop Dachesem Archbishop Do Jasmine proofread by Seal Archbishop #750 Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Paper Senkel Rejasu GPMs Bell Vinikayan Art Sources. Rakaroka Rokumama. Withdrawal from the imperial capital of Lupugana. Although it had been concluded to be a decision necessary, it was still a major incident in the history of the empire. The imperial capital, which was under the emperor's direct supervision, had not only allowed the enemy to advance to the Crystal Palace, but even the emperor had been forced to abandon both the castle and the city and flee. The decline of his authority was unavoidable. However, Gars, given that we do not know the intentions of those ominous people, your excellency's judgment would be the best course of action. Albart, Kaka, ain't an emperor abandoning the palace tar flee unheard of. At the very least, I've never heard anything like that till this age. Gars, do not laugh, General First Class Albart. If you think about His Excellency's feelings, if you think about it, damn. Without fail, under His Excellency's command, we will recapture the castle and the imperial capital. Ubulk, Wawara tilde, are we running away? Your judgment is quiite tilde fast. As for me, I'm not into the mindset of fighting to the last breath, so I think that's the right decision to take. Those who opposed Vincent's decision at that moment amounted to none. This was because Vincent had assigned positions based on practical abilities rather than loyalty, which had proved to be worthwhile. Although the rebellion had also been incited due to differences in opinions, ultimately his closest and most trusted ally had betrayed him. Therefore, any differences in loyalty were merely a margin of error. In any case, it was time to begin the retreat. Vincent, Albert Dunkelken, buy us some time. If left alone, Meguro Hagging will be defeated quickly. We cannot let the reservoir be destroyed yet. Albart, geez, it ain't good tar overwork the elderly. How about using Gars instead? Vincent, agility and swiftness are the specialties of a shinobi. Fulfill your duty without indecision. Albart, just warning ya, even I can't catch him if he focuses on flying, you know. Above, Balleroy Temiglyph, someone who had died previously, cut through the sky of the imperial capital as he flew. After listening to Albart, whose words implied that Balleroy still held his skills from when he was still alive as the greatest dragon rider from the Valatian Empire, thus conveying the toughness of their opponent, Vincent entrusted the task to the monstrous old man nevertheless. As Albart said, while there were probably some differences in aptitude, Gars could still fulfill the same role. However, when speaking of differences in aptitude, there was a role that Gars must fulfill. This loud and overbearing general was exceptionally trusted by his troops. Therefore, Vincent, Gars Ralphon, make use of your absurd volume. From now on, what we need to retreat from the imperial capital is manpower. Gather any scattered troops in the vicinity. Gars, yes, leave it to me, your excellency, right away. Without hesitation, Gars nodded and jumped onto a nearby pile of rubble with his upper body bare. There, he took a deep breath and shouted to the world where the thunderous noise of the titanic Meguro's battle echoed. His incredibly loud voice raised objections to the shaking air of the imperial capital. Gars, listen up, sword wolves of Valatia. These are orders from the top of the sword wolves, His Excellency Vincent Valatia. Follow my voice. Follow it. With Gars's directive being issued, with loudness that sounded like the roar of a magic stone cannon firing, Vincent covered his ears and looked towards Albart as if testing him. Albart, who was also covering his ears, shook his head slowly and said, Albart, I can't do something like that. So you're just choosing the right person for the task, right? Leaving only those words behind, Albart's figure disappeared into the sky, leaving a trail behind him. The monstrous old man climbed the cracked walls of the Crystal Palace left by the aftermath of the battle, using them as footholds. Halfway, he jumped onto the massive body of Meguro, intervening in the battlefield where the Cloud Dragon and the magical sharpshooter were cooperating. In a show of his abilities, the vicious old man began leading them by the nose. Albart may have said something about being unable to keep up with his flying opponents, but with his shinobi's gear and his hidden techniques, he most likely had countless ways to deal with the situation. If the monstrous old man joined the battle, Meguro's disadvantage would likely be somewhat overturned. Ubulk, Your Excellency, is there anything you want Uus Tilda to do? Vincent, how many of you stargazers are there in the surroundings? As Gars was gathering the people, Vincent asked Ubulk, who had nothing else to do. Ubulk responded to Vincent's question with a wheel tilde and placed the fingers of both of his hands on his cheeks. Ubulk, let's see, within the range where our voices can be heard, there are 27 of Uus. Vincent, more than I expected. Then go around opening doors in the residences one by one. Tell them that the Emperor and the troops will abandon the capital, so even if they remain in the city, they will only be throwing away their lives. Ubulk, understood. This is it, this is it. An all-out war, the united effort of the entire Valatian Empire to resist the great disaster. This is what I've wanted to do. Vincent, quickly, get it done. Vincent let out a sigh as he drove away the excited Ubulk, who could not contain his excitement over being able to achieve his goal as a stargazer. Vincent then looked at Bastet, who remained silent so as not to disturb his thoughts and deliberations. He was the individual who had joined Keisha Gold, the ringleader of the civil war, causing chaos in the empire by driving Vincent from the throne. Vincent, you are rather quiet. Bastet, in the present situation, two heads giving commands can only sow seeds of confusion. If, hypothetically, a sword wolf were to be born with two heads, it would mean, Vincent, that severing one of the two heads is your duty. Bastet, if so needed, this old man shall offer you his head with pleasure. With his hands clasped behind his back, Bastet calmly stated his resolve. Although he was far from a man of military prowess, within him burned the pride of a man of the empire. Vincent did not believe that Bastet had rebelled out of a lust for power, nor did he believe that the words he just uttered were a perfunctory excuse. Plain and simple, a devout devotion to the empire was Bastet's driving force. For that reason, upon witnessing a threat to the empire, he would immediately drop his previous plans and ideas and stand on the same side as Vincent as he was doing now without hesitation. Vincent, when Gars Ralphon, the Stargazer, and the others finish their preparations, we shall begin our withdrawal immediately. Bastet, your opinion. Be brief. Bastet, with all due respect, Your Excellency, if you are going to withdraw, please follow your own thoughts. Vincent. To Vincent, who had asked for a concise opinion, Bastet responded. Although his words were enigmatic, Bastet did not mean to mislead Vincent. After a moment of contemplation, Vincent understood the meaning of those words. To follow his own thoughts, that was to say, the thoughts of Vincent Valatia. That was the same mindset that Keisha Gold had been following up until now. Bastet, if General First Class Keisha had replaced you knowing what had been predicted, cooperating with me to usurp the throne, Vincent, he must have guessed what the great disaster would consist of and made provisions. Bastet, it is as you say, and it is something that only Your Excellency the Emperor could notice, and anyone other than Your Excellency the Emperor would not notice. As Bastet spoke, with one eye closed, Vincent contemplated. The opinion expressed by the Prime Minister was understandable. No, it was reasonable. Even without Bastet's advice, Vincent would have come to the same conclusion, but this had shortened time. Keisha had staked his life to remain in the form of Vincent on the throne, and what if he had left Vincent with more than just a future, where he was supposed to have been cut off? That was Gars, Your Excellency. The men have all returned, each one of them with the face of a soldier. What do you wish to do? The instant Vincent's thoughts arrived at that conclusion, from a pile of rubble, Gars violently jumped down. Looking around, one after another, gathering around them were imperial soldiers, the swords and armor they had equipped clanging, a pack of sword wolves. In face of this unprecedented situation, they had certainly been confused, uneasy. However, following the call of Gars Ralphon, the Lion Knight, they gathered together, and once they realized that the Emperor of Valatia was waiting for them ahead, they tightened their expressions and standings. It was the terrible and loathsome way of being of the people of the Empire. But in order to fight the coming calamity, a sword wolf must not forget its hunger. Spending years for that reason, recalling the times past, Vincent looked up at the sky. To accumulate national strength and to maintain the discipline and morale of the soldiers, for the sake of leaving behind an empire that would be able to withstand the calamity. That plan had gone awry, but there was no intention of leaving as a failure. Vincent, Meguro Hagging, Do not let these scoundrels use the magic crystal cannon. As long as you uphold that, I shall grant your wish. Meguro. There was no telling whether his voice, having pushed it to its limits, had reached Meguro, who was in the midst of fighting what was the currently strongest creature in the world, a dragon. However, that noble meteor listened to human words attentively. They appeared to not possess ears, but they were reliable. Then, having sent out instructions to the assembled generals, Vincent lowered his gaze and surveyed the faces of the soldiers who had gathered around him. Then, looking at those sword wolves, whose will to fight was undiminished, he continued, if Keisha Gold had truly embodied Vincent Valacia then. Vincent, we are withdrawing from the imperial capital. We are heading northwest to the fortified city of Garkla. Then a plan to oppose the great disaster should be present in that place. Such was what he loudly declared. Both the imperial soldiers and the rebels that were a part of the battlefield had begun to realize that the struggle to set the course of the Valacian Empire had changed shape. With the degree of confusion that spread everywhere, and the change in ambience, striking that it was fully enthralled in battle, the sword wolves were therefore aware of an atmosphere such as that. They sensed the interference of unsavory intentions. Thus, with orders flying around from the commanding officers whose expressions had changed, the mindset of the two sides who were frankly crossing arms was changed by their slightly regained composure and battle intuition. Due to that, the two sides that were fiercely fighting each other until only a few moments before ceased their hostilities, replaced the title of imperial soldier or of rebel with the title of citizen of the empire, and joined together as a pack of wolves. At that moment, Vincent Valacia, at the center of the imperial capital, and Serena Drakrai, at the siege surrounding the city, had both just raised their voices as chief commanders. Simply put, the changes that everyone from the empire had sensed were circumstances that necessitated immediate action. Completely unrelated to these events, there was still a battlefield burning bright red, able to reduce everyone else to ashes. The spirit eater Arakia, protecting the first bastion, was being confronted by Priscilla Bariel and Yorna Mishigya, magnificent and bewitching women of strong character. Yorna, love me. As the world was dominated by red, radiant flames, Yorna gallantly kicked the ground with a fire lit in one of her eyes. The hem of her kimono fluttered glamorously, and when Yorna's long legs, which made her tall for a woman, touched the ground, the earth rose the next moment and aided her sprint in both speed and momentum. This was not the demon city of Chaos Flame, but only the land surrounding the imperial capital, the territory of the Emperor of Valacia. Long ago, beyond the memories of a past that had become distant for both Yorna Mishigya and Sandra Benedict, she had once desired for the imperial capital that seemed so out of her reach. Though it was a place she could never reach through her own strength, as she held hands with a man who was so noble and of such different status that she was afraid to whisper that she loved him. There she stood. Yorna's soul marriage technique could only be granted to those she loved. Then, with love for that man, with love that could never fade, why did Yorna not love the very land that he loved? Yorna, it was also stolen from me. The Emperor of Valacia, known as the King of Thorns at the time, and Iris, the girl who had fallen in love. She had sheltered, supported, and walked the same path as the Emperor who had been ousted from the throne. Seeing the courage and nobleness of the young girl, many had sang the praises of the King of Thorns, wishing blessings upon their future together. However, due to the mole people who had tricked them by manipulating them with adulation, and the wolf people who had betrayed them through ambition and arrogance, that future had lost its perfect ending. The paradise that the King of Thorns was supposed to build, the construction of that promised world, was abandoned. The Emperor, controlled by delusion, bound the soul of the girl, a soul supposed to disappear with the blood of the traitors, to the soil of the Empire. Since then, Iris had been reborn again and again, changing her name and appearance. Loving someone, being loved by someone, she continued to live. But at the same time, this Valacian Empire, the Empire's very land, was the only thing that she could not love. Perhaps she hated it because it was so distant from the dream she had once envisioned. But however, such things were trivial compared to what was truly important. Yorna, love me. Whether or not she could love, she just decided to love. It was not an empire with only happy memories. Happiness and unhappiness had been two sides of the same coin, both when she had been Iris and throughout her many lifetimes after she had ceased to be Iris. The same was true for Yorna's beloved children in the Demon City. Sometimes she would be choked up with love, and sometimes she would be angry at their pettiness. Yorna, all of it I am happy with. Yes, as the resounding love resonated within Yorna, the burning earth rejoiced. The solid ground, which was only supposed to catch her footsteps, gleefully lashed out, and the bouncing earth served as a foothold for Yorna, sending her high into the sky. Spinning around, Yorna's thick-soled heels fell on Arakia in midair. Arakia attempted to let it pass through her by assimilating with the air surrounding her. However, Yorna's kick exploded on the brown skin that it was supposed to have slipped through. Arakia. Ah. The shoulder that had been kicked burst with pain, and Arakia gave a small gasp at the impossible impact. Arakia's body, which had been assimilated with either fire, wind, or shadow, exploded from the impact, and her expression, which had rarely displayed such fiery emotion, was colored with pain and surprise. For Arakia, who continuously took full advantage of the traits of a spirit eater to gain the upper hand in every fight against her enemies, this had truly been a bolt out of the blue. But Yorna had been neither surprised nor satisfied with the fact that her kick hit. Using the heel she struck with as a fulcrum, she raised her upper body and swung the kaisru held by her slender fingers, unleashing a follow-up attack. Arakia, wah. There was a sound of something hard hitting her flesh consecutively, and Arakia's expression was distorted again and again. Arakia's voice escaped from her throat as if she could not comprehend the sensations she was suffering. It was a manner of rejecting the fact behind it, rather than rejecting the anguish itself. Why? She asked Yorna. Arakia's eyes were widened, even the one eye she could no longer see from. Yorna, if there is love there, then there's no meaning in tactless hesitation. Arakia, love. Yorna, you're the foster sister of my ill-disciplined daughter, are you not? Yorna's answer, with a beaming smile, filled Arakia's face with a look of incomprehension. Even though she had received an answer, her cheeks hardened at the fact she did not understand it. Then, Arakia freely flew in the sky at high speed to escape, causing cataclysmic waves of natural phenomena. Yorna, being airborne, had no way to avoid her onslaught of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Yorna, as was the case even before I made peace with the Empire. Spinning those words from her loosened lips, Yorna ran through the air on the footholds of earth that rose one after another. While resentful in spirit, but also full of joyful emotional attachment, were she to decide to love the Valatian Empire in its state, in its entirety, then the ground itself would respond and continue its ardent support. Avoiding the rain of fire, the spears of water, the great waves of wind, and the slashes of light at every turn, Yorna once again closed in on Arakia. No longer did Arakia have the advantage of being in the air, since the ground reached wherever Yorna stepped, allowing her to reach the same height. Arakia. Ugh. She assimilated with the spirits in the atmosphere, thus becoming transparent to enemy attacks. Since she had become overly accustomed to dodging in that manner, Arakia was slow to react to the approaching danger posed by Yorna, taking a kick directly to her smooth-skinned torso. The destructive force penetrated the backside of Arakia's body, causing the gale she had enclosed herself with to shimmer through the world of red-tinted flames. Arakia, HK. Finally, pain was etched on Arakia's face, overtaking her look of surprise. This was definitely a sign that Yorna's attack was pushing Arakia over the edge. Up until now, while the flow of events going in Yorna's favor had been something to be proud of, Yorna was still not optimistic. That was because, Arakia, you would never, HK. With her cheeks contorted in pain and anger, Arakia grabbed her tree branch and slammed it into Yorna. She had simply picked it up, employed as a mundane item, and yet it had never been broken, even in the midst of these natural disasters. Like a great treasured sword, it showed its true value in the hands of the spirit eater. Yorna caught the swinging branch with the kaisru she held in her upraised arm. The edge of her mouth quivered slightly as the two glared at each other up close. Yorna, ka! The power of the block tree branch made Yorna's throat moan through her kaisru. Yorna's soul marriage technique could transfer pain and wounds to her own treasured belongings. Naturally, This was a secret technique that required an appropriate level of attachment and dedication. However, Yorna's kanzashi, earrings, and arbadome, all of which had been donated by her beloved residents of the Demon City, were not consumed. In spite of this, Yorna herself was suffering pain. The answer was simple, and clear: love was never a one-way affair. Yorna, love me. Once she had decided to love the Empire in an intermingling of love and hate, once she had as well decided to discipline Arakia, with whom she had fallen into a hostile relationship, she needed to aim for compatibility instead of forcing one-sided love on her. This was the exact opposite of how Yorna Miss Higgy's soul marriage technique had been intended to be used, originally. In midair, Yorna and Arakia faced off in a fierce battle. Priscilla, holding the dazzling Yang sword in her hand, with flames in one eye proving that she was loved, frowned at the sight of her mother and foster sister clashing without restraint. As a user of the same soul marriage technique, she understood the reasoning behind Yorna's actions. However, because they were both users of the soul marriage technique, Priscilla could understand the forbidden nature of what Yorna was doing. Priscilla, focusing only on the strength of the technique, without regard for its weaknesses. You too are reckless, dear mother. Yorna had figured out with only a glance how to ignore Arakia's nature as a spirit eater and let her attacks flow through, but it required a precise handling of magic and the resolve to suffer wounds herself. Both Priscilla and Yorna were no strangers to the soul marriage technique, a secret art that required a talent so rare that it had no historical inheritors, and required a miraculous sense of balance to put it into practice. In short, Yorna's efforts were a risky gamble that would not only prevent Arakia's attacks from reaching her, but could even sever her connection with the loved ones who had given her gifts. Priscilla, Priscilla was neither foolish nor heartless enough as to not contemplate why Yorna would take such a risky gamble to face Arakia and avert her head. For the sake of Priscilla, Yorna had embraced that taboo, in order to avoid a situation in which Priscilla would have to kill Arakia. Priscilla, with mine Yang sword, I shan't have to brave the same crisis as dear mother. To cut what one wanted to cut, and to burn what one wanted to burn, was the true essence of the Yang sword's properties. In a demonstration of its true value, its white flame could deliver Priscilla's slashes without regard to Arakia's characteristics, even if Arakia had all natural phenomena as her ally. While maintaining the effect of the soul marriage technique, the attacker was able to reach their opponent. This was exactly what had happened at the time Priscilla and Arakia had met again for the first time in nearly a decade, and under these circumstances, Priscilla could obviously not entertain the notion of doing the same thing. So Yorna smacked Priscilla on the head and fought on the forefront as such. Priscilla, to strike mine head like that, using the rebuttal that she was her mother, had certainly been a tempting one, but that was precisely the case. Reflecting upon her feelings, she realized that before Yorna had struck her on the head with her kaisru, Priscilla had been uncharacteristically enthusiastic. Upon arriving at this point, she felt that she had to deal with Arakia herself. However, Priscilla, a spirit eater's karma, is it? It was inevitable that a manufactured species such as Arakia would be endowed with particularly distorted characteristics. To wield great power, one must pay the appropriate price. Not to mention Priscilla's Yang sword or soul marriage technique, the same was true of Arakia's spirit-eating powers. Of course, Priscilla had heard of what kind of being Arakia was born to be back when the latter had accompanied her. She had done her own research, even. However, she had not been careful enough. The result of that had bestowed the pillar called Priscilla upon Arakia, one who could not stand without support. Priscilla, if mine radiant sun were hidden, the world shall be cloaked in darkness. For 10 years, Arakia had lived in a world cloaked in darkness. Perhaps it was impossible for someone to fill Priscilla's role, but would someone not have cast a ray of light upon the shadow? She had thought Vincent would. At the time she decided that she could not bring Arakia along, but Priscilla, that would be impossible. Furrowing her brow at her own thoughts, Priscilla dismissed the idea. At the time, when she had been still young and bright, Priscilla Priska had been mistaken. She had believed that she could trust her older brother with such a task, but that had been a miscalculation. As the battle for the imperial capital took such a radical turn, and as she learned of the strength of the 9 divine generals gathered by her older brother, Vincent Varlatia, those other than Erechia, she noticed. She understood Vincent had intended to fight something very different, something much greater than a rebellion. Moreover, he had no intention of surviving at the end of the battle. When the battle was over, to whom would he intend to entrust the throne he had lost? Erechia's loyalty could not change for someone else. Priscilla. Nonsense. Just about everything had been first fabricated as a board atop a desk, and the world had then been constructed in reality according to that board. That was Vincent's strength, but no matter how good his wits were, if his envisioned form of perfection was mistaken, the world as he envisioned it would be undeniably distorted. He would one day be rewarded for his lack of awareness, or maybe he would receive it in this battle, however. Priscilla, we have been apart for 10 years. Enough, elder brother, you shall distance yourself from your little sister. Casting dishonor on her counterpart, who was absent from the scene, Priscilla strode forward. The sky was dyed red with flames, and the earth was raging at the behest of the flamboyant. It was as if heaven and earth were all refusing the intervention of the sun, Priscilla. However, to such a presumptuous world, Priscilla Bariel, or rather, the girl formerly known as Prisca Benedict, had only one thing to say. Priscilla, everything in this world is made for my convenience. At that moment, it was wrong to express what Erechia was feeling as humiliation or shame. Humiliation meant that there had to be no name for the feeling of being lowered by regret. Shame meant that there could be no sense of pride in being disgraced by falling behind. Erechia had no attachment to her name or pride of any kind. The rank of second, the highest rank if Cecilus, who was considered a completely erroneous presence among the esteemed imperial 9 divine generals, were excluded. Known as the Spirit Eater, this individual possessed qualities unparalleled not only within the empire, but also throughout the entire world, making her an absolute powerhouse. Despite being blessed with the status and abilities that many people desperately desired, those things could not become the pillar that supported Erechia as an individual. Erechia defined herself as a beast in the wild. Beasts that lived by hunting other creatures had no pride in their fangs and claws. No, Erechia only thought so, but beasts did have their own pride and ways of doing things. That being the case, Erechia's self-perception was far from even that of a beast. Fire, wind, water, earth, light, shadow, untouchable phenomena. There was no will that intervened, only the realization of what was desired. Erechia wanted to be a phenomenon, neither man nor beast. She wanted to be a phenomenon that did not feel humiliated or disgraced. If so, Erechia. Erechia attempted to turn into the wind to deal with the barrage of fierce attacks. However, she was unable to handle it completely. The wind was seized, and the blows left a pain and heaviness inside Erechia. A cry of anguish escaped, and Erechia's face contorted in distress. As a spirit eater, she did not often experience pain in battle, but she was by no means immune to it. Erechia had already experienced all kinds of pain as a child. In order to obtain the qualities of a spirit eater, the adults around Erechia had attempted every conceivable ritual and technique, repeating them over and over again. She was not afraid of pain. She would not cower in remembering the past. However, the mere fact of being realized was greater than the pain for Erechia. Fire would not suffer pain, nor would it die if it was extinguished by water. Was Erechia nothing more than fire that would suffer pain and die when extinguished by water? Erechia was afraid of denying to herself that she could not be a phenomenon. Erechia, Yorna, silence you. Driven by frustration, she tried to speak out, but a slap from her opponent landed across her face. The power of the attack blew Erechia away headfirst. Though she quickly recovered her original form, the pain remained, as did the damage to Erechia's psyche. It was neither humiliation nor disgrace, but a seeming denial of her existence. As if clinging on for dear life, Erechia raised the ground, with her palm toward Yorna, who leapt on her. She did not know what was happening, but both Prisca and Yorna had somehow managed to escape Erechia's attacks at some point. As soon as Yorna had sealed her technique, her attacks began to reach Erechia. At the same time, Erechia's attacks also began to reach Yorna. Erechia, HK. Just one time, one shot, one hit. Yorna herself had raised the level of her physical abilities, either through an unknown technique or through magic. However, if she did not use that technique to escape damage, that meant Arakia's attacks would get through. As long as she was able to hit Arakia, the princess, and if only she could get rid of that annoying Yorna, she would be left alone with just Priska and herself. So long as that happened, surely everything would turn out well. If there's something you want, it's more constructive to go out and get it than to wait, right? Yes, Tard had said that too. Tard's words, for some reason, resonated strongly in Arakia's mind. It was not because they conveyed convenient things or based on personal likes or dislikes. Tard's words were devoid of any emotion toward Arakia. That was comforting. Just as one did not love fire or water, Tard had no feelings toward Arakia. Being treated so vacuously was Arakia's salvation. That was why Arakia. The tree branch in her hand burst into flames from tip to tail, turning into black dust. The branch was just something she had picked up. It had no special power. It was merely a clear indicator that defined where Arakia intended to direct her power. The fact that she had burned that wooden stick was a sign that she was unleashing firepower that needed no aiming. The Spirit Eater, Arakia, was regarded as one of the Empire's strongest, and her greatest power had been unleashed only a single time, during a skirmish with Cecilus Segmund. Because the opponent was Cecilus, no damage had been done to them, but Arakia's rampage had left the northern part of the imperial capital a burnt wasteland. The Emperor, Vincent, had told Arakia that it would not be tolerated a second time. Later, at Keisha's suggestion, the burnt land was reused as a reservoir, but the blow had been powerful enough to redraw the map. Everything in the world is made for my convenience. The slash issued by a dignified and confident voice drowned everything out. A flash of the Yang sword swallowed the flames that would have scorched the world black. Priska leapt to Yorna's side, her long, beautiful hair fluttering in the hot wind as Arakia was reflected in her eyes, one lit by flames and the other not. And then, Priscilla, dear mother. The moment her lips moved, Yorna, moving from behind Priska, unleashed a ferocious kick. Priska, who aligned her feet with the sole of the unleashed kick, converted the momentum of the kick into her own forward motion, launching herself and approaching Arakia with a speed that could be mistaken for light. Priska then raised the Yang sword in her hand, Priscilla, Arakia. With a flash and a single word, Arakia's movements were all sealed off. The reflexive defensive action of Arakia, an evasion that blended her with the atmosphere, was twisted and crushed by Priska's flash, mercilessly piercing her entire body. Arakia's consciousness, was cut off. Ironically, it was very much like the time Arakia had unleashed her most powerful fire and turned the northern part of the imperial capital into a scorched field. She was struck by Cecilus's flash right afterwards, and had had her consciousness cut off in a similar fashion. But at the very end, she finally now heard it. Priscilla, my Yang sword cuts what I want to cut, burns what I want to burn, and strikes what I want to strike. As she said this, Priska had swung the Yang sword while Arakia fell. She had not realized it had not been the sword's blade, but rather the hilt that had been pointed towards her. The boy smiled. No matter the time, he was always smiling. Even if the color of the sky changed, even if these vast lands violently fissured, even if a natural disaster yet unseen by those blue eyes assailed upon the world, and unprecedented events tried to get in his way, he would smile. Had he gone crazy? Yeah, he was crazy. Had he been drunk? Yeah, he was drunk. Not on battle, not on alcohol, not on love, not on blood. Absolutely, thoroughly, unquestionably a maniac. Definitely, undoubtedly, unequivocally a drunkard. That boy continued to smile. If he did not do so, boy, folk who are busy wouldn't perch their eyes on the stage of a boring actor, now would they? Even when nothing happens, tears could be spilled. But was it possible that, even when nothing happens, one could smile? If so, then smiling would be the beginning of something. Smiling would signify that a tale was beginning to unfold. Whether that tale had already begun, or was just beginning from here, he did not know. That was to say, smiling was proof of one settling their resolve to rise to the stage. Such was how the boy defined it. Therefore, boy, by all means, feel free to smile. How about it? You've gone through great trouble to get everything fully prepared up to this point. If possible, showering you with loud laughter would feel just as good as defeating you. Boy, oh, is it possible that it's strange for me to be here? If you perhaps think that one of your allies disobeyed you and spoke about it or something, that would be a needless worry. I don't really know why, but I just came all the way here on a hunch after all. Cheerfully smiling as he clapped his hands, he firmly planted his Zori on the ground and stopped putting on airs. The bulwark of the reservoir behind him had been fissured, water continuing to gush out, and standing in front of it, blocking the way, the boy Cecilus Segment saw the figure of an antagonist before his eyes. That was, "Whatever shall I do with you, how arduous? Deliberation required." With a great number of dead people following behind her was a witch of short stature. Arc 8, Chapter 10. No one can be alone. Machine translated by Archbishop Jasmine Bruseff Kiln Datchesem proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Alpha Didrasil Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Ice Datchesem Rejasu Vinike and paper art sources. Humaner S. Joud 2983. Fainting and sleeping, while both were the same disruption of consciousness. How were they different? Surely Subaru, who was probably one of the world's leading experts on fainting and loss of consciousness, did not understand how the two were different. What he could say for sure was that if both fainting and sleeping had the effect of resting the body, then it seemed to him that fainting had only about half that effect. It may have been just a matter of feeling, but that was how he felt. That was definitely because in fainting, the feelings of the people around the one who had fainted were too different as opposed to sleeping. If one had no connection with anyone else, and no one was worried about them, maybe there would be no difference between fainting and sleeping. However, Subaru. His eyelids trembled, and a weak sigh leaked from his throat. Bringing himself back to reality with such a frail and helpless gesture, Natsuki Subaru slowly awoke from the darkness. Subaru. Subaru raised his face from the shore of reality he had pulled himself to, and for a moment he forgot to catch his breath. What came into his view was an unfamiliar ceiling. How many times had he woken up in an unknown place like this and used his head to try to find out where he was? However, what would normally be a solitary task was not so this time. "Oh, you finally woke up, I suppose." Subaru is such a hopeless oversleeper, in fact. Subaru. Beatrice. A familiar, lovely face filled Subaru's view of the unfamiliar ceiling. Beatrice, with her drooping eyebrows and pale-colored eyes, was looking at Subaru. She was the girl who had probably shared the most waking moments with him. And when Beatrice entered Subaru's field of vision, he realized that his hand, which seemed to be lying in bed, was being held, and his lips loosened. "Subaru, by some chance, did you hold my hand this whole time?" "Beatrice, of course, I suppose." Betty is Subaru's partner, in fact. Besides, Subaru tends to go everywhere too much on his own, I suppose. If you don't like being chained up, then holding hands is the most effective way to keep you in check, in fact. Subaru. As expected, you really understand my personality well. As he could not come up with a retort, Subaru could only chuckle at Beatrice's pouting face. He always found a way to do what needed to be done even if chained up, but it was always heartbreaking to release a hand that had been held. Subaru was sensitive to pain, so that was the most effective way to keep him from leaving. Subaru. So where are we? Right now, what are we doing? Beatrice. Calm down, Subaru, I suppose. It's understandable that you want to be concerned about a lot of things, but more importantly, first look around you, in fact. Subaru. Around me. Feigning seriousness at Subaru, who wanted to know what was going on, Beatrice put her finger to her lips. Subaru, who had been feeling restless and impatient, was stopped in his tracks and made to blink as he followed Beatrice's advice to look around at things other than her and the ceiling. And then he gasped. Resting on his bed all around him, he saw many people snoring. Subaru. The cabin was not spacious at all. With only the one bed that Subaru was sleeping on, half of the cabin's space was occupied. Within that cabin, there were more than 10 people packed tightly into it. In addition, it was an unthinkable assembly. Subaru, Tanza and Garfield, and Hein and the guys and Louis and even Utakata, Beatrice. That's not all, I suppose. Betty may have one hand but the other. Being told this, with Subaru not only having his right hand clasped by Beatrice, he turned towards his left hand and realized it was also being grasped. There, tightly clutching his hand, sleeping with their upper body stretched out on the bed, Subaru, Petra. With a large ribbon fastened on her head, Even the little girl's sleeping face was adorable. Generally, how many hardships and rough patches had she overcome in order to hold his hand? He was not familiar with Petra's traveling clothes, which were covered in dirt, filled with the concerns that the little girl had about being stylish. To be in that condition, it was proof that she had finally managed to arrive here. Beatrice. But the hardest thing that Petra had to do, it would have been seizing the chance to hold Subaru's hand. In fact, it was a struggle for everyone, I suppose. Subaru. Hey, hey, you're saying everyone wanted to hold my hand while I was sleeping. No matter how you say it, something that stupid is, Beatrice. It is not stupid, in fact. He almost laughed at this joke, but Beatrice's quiet voice stopped him. Subaru's eyes opened wide as Beatrice raised her tightly clenched hand and pointed it out to him. Beatrice. We were all really worried about Subaru, I suppose. If holding Subaru's hand would help you, then even if it's just that, we're ready to do anything, in fact. Subaru, Beatrice. Subaru should be more aware of how important his presence is, even if just a little, I suppose. For a long time, that's what Betty has been telling you over and over again, in fact. Saying so quietly, the tone of her voice sounded somewhat dismayed, but Beatrice's words were filled with far too much compassion. To say something like that with those eyes and voice, it was impossible for him to disregard it. Even Subaru did not presume to think he did not have an impact on everyone around him, nor that he should not be held dear, however, Subaru. Just because I shrank, everyone's become too overprotective. I do not know about that. For me, rather than the overprotectiveness of those around him, should you not first reflect on his shrinkage, Natsuki-san? Subaru. Suddenly, Subaru's shoulders jumped due to the voice he heard. The voice unexpectedly barged in, coming from the entrance of the narrow cabin. Examining the expression of the one who slid the door open, Gardamnit, were his soft features ever so great to see. Subaru, Otto, yes, it is me, but please be quiet. Please consider Petra-chan's and Garfield's feelings. Subaru, their feelings. Otto, something like, they are waiting for you to wake up, you know. Of course, it was because they wanted to be the first to speak once you awakened, Natsuki-san. But if they found out that I showed up like this and stole that privilege, how much would they resent me? Subaru, oh, you're such a bad guy. Otto, even with Natsuki-san shrunken like this, you do not seem to talk any less. Putting a finger to his lips and lowering his voice, the young man that had appeared Otto looked around the cabin. He made a troubled expression. The inside of the chamber was so crowded that there was almost nowhere to step. Otto looked annoyed, but somehow managed to find a foothold and walked over to the bed. Otto, Beatrice-chan, you two, thank you for taking care of Natsuki-san. Beatrice, there's nothing to be tired of, I suppose. More importantly, are you going to inform them, in fact? Otto, of course, I will make sure to let everyone know that Natsuki-san is awake. But as Beatrice looked at him with a reproachful gaze, Otto spaced out his words while smiling bitterly. As he made those spaced-out words sound more important, he looked at Subaru lying on the bed. Otto, although it pains me, since I was witness to Natsuki-san's inopportune waking, before things become too noisy, I would like to raise a personal complaint with you. Subaru, the nerve of you to act so nice. Otto, yes, I am a merchant after all. Touching his hatless head, Otto laughed with a face free of offense. That smile, it gave Subaru the same chills that the gaze of his enemies did, or the same chill he felt when he incurred Tanza's displeasure. While experiencing this sensation, Subaru took a deep breath. Admittedly, partially because he had been sent to the Valetian Empire, Subaru believed that he was not as much at fault as he was for the ensuing troubles. However, it was true that he had made people worry. No matter what kind of complaints he was hit with, he would take them in stride. Subaru, okay, give me everything you've got. But my mentality has also been suitably trained here. Don't think that you can destroy me with half-baked words. Otto, what kind of boast is that? Well, I do not intend on giving you a long lecture. Since I am not the only one who wants to say something to you, I will keep it short. Natsuki-san. Subaru, yeah. Otto, I am glad that you were able to safely reunite with us. Please do not worry too much. Subaru. A hand reached out, plopping itself onto Subaru's small shoulder. Feeling Otto's fingers, which were stronger than the impression given by his features, with them trembling slightly on top of his shoulder, Subaru then choked up. Firmly, Arto knitted his brows, his nose wrinkling as he let those words out. As he had always been one to look at himself from an unbiased view, Arto's uncontainable emotions became loosened. Subaru. Ga. His trained mental resolve, and his readiness to accept any blow, all of it was for naught. Those words that Arto had let out had been a killing blow, mercilessly destroying Natsuki Subaru's barriers, driving a fatal blow into the bare soul underneath. In short, it was foul play. Arto, in any case, this works best on Natsuki-san, right? Subaru, you bastard. In front of Subaru, whose whole body was trembling, tightening his expression which had just been on the verge of crumbling, a daring, calm, and implicative smile emerged on Arto's face. Having been completely led by the nose, Subaru could not help his face turning red from the sense of defeat. No, there were other methods. As payback to Arto for being outwitted, though it was far from being a win, it was at least a way to not let him escape with victory. That was Subaru. Ah. I've lost. It's a complete loss, Arto, you bastard. Arto, eh? While his face was still red, Subaru had a wicked smile as he declared his defeat in a loud voice. The second he heard this, Arto's face turned pale and he shouted. At that, with Subaru and Arto's back-and-forth argument echoing within the confines of the cabin, naturally, one by one his sleeping companions heard them know. Rather, the sleeping lion pack began to wake up. And like that, with joy and reproach, there was an eruption of feelings of joy and sorrow. Inside of that noisy cabin, beside the troubled Subaru and Arto, Beatrice watched it from beginning to end with her chin resting on her hands. Beatrice. Good grief. They all act far too much like children, I suppose. Saying this, with the attitude of a lone bystander, she looked over this scene with affection. The simultaneous evacuation of the citizens from the imperial capital of Lupugana. That was a matter of great importance that had been conducted while Subaru was unconscious. Subaru had woken up in the cabin of a dragon carriage allocated to the transportation of important individuals, among the large group who had undertaken that action. Pulled by a great number of ground dragons, it was a mobile sleeping quarter, an extraordinary product that could be used for both evacuation and recuperation. With such august treatment, it seemed Subaru had been taken out from the imperial capital. Hein, bro, I'm real glad you're safe. When the power left my body along the way, I got real damn worried, not knowing what might have happened to you. Whites, I wouldn't care if the bearded bastard died, but if we lose you, the battalion be finished. If you're on the verge of death, use me or anyone else as a shield. Idra, Whites' phrasing bothers me, but I agree. Schwartz, I'm truly glad that you've returned. Both as a member of the battalion and as my own individual. Those were the reactions of people within group that had been waiting for Subaru to wake up, the three people who had reliably accompanied him since the Gladiator Island as a unit, comprised of Hein, Whites, and Idra. Regardless of Idra, who had gone with him during the battle, Hein and Whites had certainly been especially worried, having gone off separately. And that was not the only reason for which he had to apologize to those three. Subaru, my bad. Because I fainted, everyone's strengthening must have come undone. Whites, don't worry about that. Luckily, that only happened when we were already starting to evacuate. Hein, that's right. The only one who nearly died from that bane cut off was this skull-looking bastard. He was in the middle of supporting a crumbling pillar. If the governor hadn't been there, he would have been crushed to death. Whites, didn't I tell you not to speak of that? As usual, Whites' thoughtful concern for Subaru was ruined by Hein's uncalled-for comment. Seeing the scene of the duo quarreling, Idra shrugged his shoulders. With Corleonis having come undone right in the middle of the imperial capital, he had supposedly been exposed to danger as a result. Idra, as White said, don't sweat it, Schwartz. From the moment that we decided to follow you, whatever would happen beyond that point would be our own responsibility. Subaru. But Idra, and even if I say that, I know that you're the one who's going to be worried. I'll leave the rest of the discussion to those girls who seem to have known you longer than we have. As always, Idra was good at wrapping up the conversation rationally. Thanks to this, Subaru, who could only make emotional objections, was silenced. Idra left the cabin with Hein and Whites, who were still grappling with each other. Like that, as the three of them were leaving, a small figure was about to follow them. Subaru. Tanza. Tanza, I sincerely apologize for not being of use at such a crucial time. I am truly glad that you have been able to return, Schwartz-sama. Despondently hanging her head, Tanza responded in a formal tone. Thinking back to the time when they were separated in the imperial capital, he could understand Tanza's regrets about her own lack of strength. However, that did not seem to be the only reason for her dispirited expression. Subaru, what's wrong? If something happened, Tanza. No, it is not something that I should talk to Schwartz-sama about right now. Please rest your body and spend time with everyone at ease. After a moment's hesitation, Tanza also exited the cabin without saying anything more. He tried to reach out towards her frail back, but both of Subaru's hands were occupied. Still, Subaru's heart appealed to him, not wanting to leave Tanza alone, having made such a face. Within his heart, he firmly decided that he would definitely hear the reason for that face later. Then, Subaru. After seeing off those who had left the cabin earlier, what formulated in this moment, as if it had been eagerly waiting to call out to him, was a lively voice in the tone of silver bells, tenderly striking upon his eardrums. Subaru. A beat was the time he needed to both react to that voice and turn towards it. The uneasiness of having caused her to worry, or the embarrassment of not being able to face her, or some petty pride. Such things had not been the reason. It was simply that Subaru genuinely needed to mentally prepare himself. After all, Subaru, Emilia. Because, just by calling the other person's name out, Subaru's heart experienced a sweet, tingling sensation. At Subaru's call, filled with nervousness, the woman herself, Emilia, smiled softly. Emilia, MHM, I'm glad to finally see you again. Even so, even when you're this far away, you've made lots of friends, Subaru. I'm really relieved. Subaru, friends. Emilia, yes. After all, Subaru, everyone was really worried about you and never left your side. At Emilia's words, Subaru lowered his head, remembering the state of the cabin up until a moment ago. No matter how strong Subaru's feelings about causing them worry had been, whenever he was told it was a bad habit of his, he felt bad about it, but Subaru, I'm such a lucky guy. Emilia, that's definitely true, but I want Subaru to be more and more happy, so this tiny amount is not enough at all. Subaru, even after all the good you've done for me. Emilia, so when you do something for me, do you ever feel satisfied, and that it's enough, Subaru? Emilia tilted her head, and while she felt her beautiful silver hair cascade down her slender shoulders, Subaru was at a loss for words, completely cornered. She was right. When he wanted to do something for the people he loved, he never thought if what he was doing was enough, but rather he thought if there was more that he could do. Seeing Subaru's reaction, Emilia smiled and said, Hee hee, Emilia, what do you think? I'm not wrong, am I, my knight? Subaru, yup. You've grown so much while I've been away, and I'm so proud of you, but I've missed you, Emilia. Emilia, Subaru. No, it's Emilia-tan. When asked again, Subaru recalled the long-forgotten name he called her. Yes, that was what Subaru called the girl who was so important, so precious, so dear, and that he got his heart all messed up when he thought about her. As soon as he called Emilia that name, a feeling of harmony quickly overcame him. While Subaru was reflecting on that feeling, Petra, Emilia Nisama, it's about time we had a chat with Subaru. The long-awaited, tender mood between Subaru and Emilia was interrupted by Petra, a young girl who asserted her presence by raising her small hand. Woken up after the earlier commotion, and afterwards not able to calmly celebrate the reunion due to the chaos that had followed, Petra hungered for the chance to reunite, while anger burned in her round eyes. Petra, we haven't been able to talk to Subaru properly yet, except for Otto-san, who sneaked in. Otto, ugh. That is not, I was not trying to sneak in, Garfield. Oh, excuses, Artabro. What kind of excuses is he gonna tell? Ain't we all a lil excited to hear? Your sneaking in here hurt even my amazing self, you know. Otto, even Garfield is snapping at me. Garfield dropped his shoulders in disappointment and made a sad gesture. With his attack stacked on top of Petra's, Otto opened his eyes wide and shouted. Then Beatrice followed up with, That's right, in fact, as if to add insult to injury. Beatrice, Betty heard, I suppose. Otto said it himself, that he secretly came to talk to Subaru so that Petra and the others wouldn't find out about it, in fact. Emilia, really? Otto-kun, I understand how you feel, but we were all worried about Subaru, so you shouldn't cheat. Otto, I have no allies. Rather than incurring a terrible loss, this hurts far worse. Being called out by a backstabbing Beatrice and by Emilia, who were reacting to it honestly, Otto clutched his chest, getting vigorously punishment for his deeds. While laughing at such a lively group of people, Frederica, despite Otto Sama's bad habits, I am beyond glad that we were able to meet, since Emilia Sama, Beatrice Sama, and of course, Petra were not in the least bit happy. Frederica said this softly. She, like Petra, was also dressed in a traveling outfit instead of a maid's uniform, which was a rare sight. However, Subaru was immediately surprised to see a sight even rarer than that. The smiling Frederica had a tear well up in the corner of her eye, and it almost started to run down her cheek. Petra, Frederica Nisama, you're crying. Frederica, my apologies. I was just, completely relieved. How indecent of me. Subaru, no, it's not indecent or anything at all. That's how worried you were about me. Frederica's tears surprised him, but more than that, he was grateful. As Frederica had stated, they had rushed to find Subaru and Rem, who were missing, and the amount of trouble they had to overcome to get here was immeasurable. They were in the Empire, which was in a state of civil war. Its borders had probably not been easy to cross. They had certainly overcome a number of obstacles that could not have been overcome by proper means in order to reach Subaru. Subaru, really, thank you, everyone. Garfield, hey, it's only natural that our amazing selves to come here. Without the captain, we can't get our amazing selves together in any way, shape, or form. Petra, yeah, Garfsan is right. I am surprised that you became so tiny, though. Garfield rubbed the bridge of his nose, and Petra, smiling and nodding, chimed in at the end. Certainly, this could not be said to be over just with all of them coming together, at least not with Subaru's current condition. As expected, they did not intend to return to the kingdom of Lugunica with Subaru in a shrunken state. Natsuki Subaru would not be able to stand alongside Emilia unless he returned to his original age of 18. Subaru. Well, Beatrice. Biko, you don't mind me lining up next to you? Beatrice. Nothing wrong with being at the same eye level, I suppose. But Betty misses being up in Subaru's arms already, in fact. That's why big Subaru is preferable, I suppose. Petra, me too. I also think the big Subaru is better. I do think the current Subaru is nice and cute, but Emilia, oh, you think he's cute too? I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought so. Emilia's slightly offbeat response to the conversation caused a relaxed atmosphere to spread throughout the cabin. Subaru could feel the nostalgia of the long-separated Emilia camp in this gentle, indescribable atmosphere, and his soul found a sense of satisfaction. Having been thrown into the Valatian Empire, he had spent time with the people of Shadrach, Flop, Medium, and later with members from Gladiator Island, all of whom had formed the Pleiades Battalion. However, the atmosphere of this reunion was different from any of them. While everyone he had met was precious, the preciousness of this space, which had been kept away from him for so long, was something he took the time to appreciate. Subaru. But as expected, guess Roswal or Ram couldn't come. No, it's already pretty bad just to have Emilia-tan here. Subaru gave a wry smile when he mentioned the faces that he did not see in the cabin. Maylie was also not there, but it would be difficult for her to cross the border in order to accompany Emilia and the others due to her situation. In all likelihood, she had stayed back at the mansion with Ram and Emilia. No, you're wrong there. Ram and Roswal are here with us. They were really worried about you, Subaru. Subaru, what? Subaru's thoughts were shattered by Emilia's answer, who had a strange look on her face. As Emilia's beautiful voice resonated in his head, saying Ram and Roswal had come with them, Subaru's eyes widened in shock. The presence of Roswal was a tremendous surprise, but that was put aside for now. Because the problem was not Roswal, Subaru. Ram, she's here too. Petra, she's here. Ramni-sama was also worried about you, Subaru. Just don't mention that to her, okay? Subaru, I won't. I won't. I won't mention it, but that's not what I'm talking about. Shaking his head, Petra's words made Subaru's brain fire off. What he was talking about was that Ram being here meant Subaru. Did she already meet with Ram? Emilia. As soon as Subaru asked the question, everyone's expression except for Subaru's suddenly became tense. That reaction was what Subaru had feared the most. Emilia and the others' reactions, which were of the I forgot to tell Subaru variety, told him that it had happened while Subaru was sleeping. The reunion of the separated sisters, Ram and Rem Subaru. Wow, I so wanted to be there. Emilia, sorry, Subaru, but we wanted them to see each other as soon as possible. Subaru, I know, I'm such a damn idiot HK. Covering his face with his hands, Subaru exclaimed about his own stupidity for having missed the historic moment. Emilia and others attempted their utmost to comfort Subaru, but this was no one's fault, and Subaru's wounds would remain unhealed. If pressed to say, it was Subaru who was the most at fault for having slept during such a critical moment. Even so, Subaru, how was it? Both of their reactions. Emilia, well, they were a little hesitant at first, but it felt really special. I even cried a little too. Subaru, Beatrice. Emilia, you need to elaborate more, in fact. Subaru is pitiable, I suppose. Emilia, right, I'm sorry. Even so, the frustration did not abate in the slightest, so Subaru's frustration remained entire. As Subaru shed tears of frustration, he realized once again how much he hated the fact that when he was about to really cry, this childish body could not hold back the tears. Right in front of her, from behind the door she was about to reach for, she heard a powerful, loud shout. The bellowing voice and its contents stopped Rem from moving, and her mind was racked with hesitation, her shapely eyebrows furrowing together, wondering what to do. Ooh, oh, Rem, I'm sorry about that. I know you want to see him, Louis-chan. Right beside Rem, Louis, hugging her around the waist, looked up at her curiously. Once the unconscious Subaru woke up, Louis wanted to talk to Subaru herself, but she held herself back, rushing to Rem's side. Then she took her by the hand and led her to Subaru's sleeping quarters, Rem. The voices coming from inside the cabin belonged to Subaru and his companions. Putting it like that, it may have sounded like an outsider's matter, but it seemed that these friends were also closely related to Rem. She did not really feel a connection with them, just like she did not really feel a connection with Subaru. Rem, they're not bad people at all, I know that. The group, led by Emilia, who was the first person she had met among them, had come in search of both Rem and Subaru, and they were clearly considerate of their companions, full of action, and above all, good people. According to what she had heard, they hailed from the kingdom neighboring the empire, even though crossing over was forbidden, going as far as to participate in a civil war with which they had no connection. All of this had been performed to save Subaru, or rather, to save Subaru and Rem, who had been caught up in the Empire's rebellion, in the same way that Rem could also not escape from this struggle in the Empire. You can hear Barusu's rapacious voice. As a voice suddenly called to her back while deep in thought, Rem gasped slightly. Instead of Rem, it was Louis, who was hugging her around the waist, who turned around to look at the other party. They looked back at Louis, who was looking at her, and let out a small sigh. Stop glaring at Ram with such an accusatory look. This was a tough love lesson for Barusu. No, there's no love, so it's just tough. Yes, a purely tough lesson. Rem, does that mean you don't like him? There's no hate, just many opportunities for disdain. With that said, Rem also turned to the other party, who was slowly walking toward her, their shoes making a sound. She took a beat to turn around to look in that direction, as she needed to muster up the courage to look at the other person's face directly. After all, that face was familiar to Rem's, even though she had no memory of it. It was Rem. Ramsan. Ram. What a cold way to address Ram, considering she's ready to be called older sister. Rem. For me, everything was so sudden that. The woman who stood in front of her, clutching her elbows and puffing out her chest, Ram, which was how she referred to herself, which was how she was referred to by those around her, bore a lot of resemblance to Rem herself. The color of her hair and eyes, and the overwhelming pressure of confidence overflowing within them, marked the differences between her and Rem. It seemed that she was Rem's older sister, who had no memory of her. To be honest, there was no room for denial after comparing their facial features. The name of her older sister, conveyed to her many times before by Subaru, was certainly Ram. Above all else, what undeniably predominated Rem's mind was Ram. Whatever you may want to think, Rem's heart will feel the truth, because Ram and Rem are sisters. Synesthesia doesn't lie. Rem, synesthesia, Ram, a sort of connection of the soul between twins. All along, Ram has felt Rem's presence. Is Rem different? Rem. Rem closed her lips at Ram, who narrowed her like crimson eyes as she asked directly. If asked whether Rem was different or not, then no, not at all. While she did not understand well that thing called synesthesia, inside Rem there was a very, very strong sensation that felt different. That was an overwhelming feeling of safety towards Ram, whom she was supposedly meeting for the first time. Rem, but I'm afraid. Ram, afraid. Rem, to have such feelings about you, with whom I have only exchanged a few words in a short time. For Rem, who had lost her memory, Subaru and Louis were the only two people who were present at the moment her present self began. Due to the circumstances, she had pushed Subaru away and kept Louis by her side at first. After that, Rem got to know the Shadrakians, got to know Flop and Medium, got to know Priscilla and Katia, and in Rem's own way, she established various relationships with them. Even then, Ram's very existence overtook them all at once, attempting to stand at the top. Rem, that is what I'm afraid of, this inexpressible sense of security. It was the footsteps of the past approaching. It was not that she did not wish to regain her lost memories, but it also seemed as though many of Rem's problems would surely come back to her with those memories return. But at the same time, she feared that when those footsteps caught up with her, everything would change. If the way one saw, the way one felt, the way one thought, if everything changed. Yes, firmly, intensely, Rem shut her eyes and clutched her chest. And there Ram, yes, what a relief. Rem, ha! An unexpected voice was heard, and Rem opened her tightly shut eyelids to look up. Ram, who was clutching her elbows in front of Rem, stared at her, lowering the corners of her eyes slightly, wondering what she had just said. Ram. Ram is thinking the same as Rem, afraid. Rem, afraid, you mean? Ram, what if Rem were to accept synesthesia that naturally and jump into Ram's chest as if it were guaranteed? Yes, Ram was afraid. Rem, as she had a tender expression but spoke about fear, Rem began to understand less how Ram in front of her felt. No, that was not it. Understanding what she did not understand, that was what confused her. Louis, you. Suddenly, instead of Rem, whose eyes were swimming with confusion, it was Louis who groaned as she hugged her around the waist. Louis, glaring at Ram from below, was sensitive to the quaking in Rem's heart, sharpening her gaze as if to scold Ram for causing it. Meeting Louis's gaze, Ram's eyes narrowed slightly. Ram, trying to stand between Ram and Rem. Of all people, you, Louis, oh, Tilda. Ram, so you're not going to back down. This is complicated but not unpleasant. Just what history was there between them, for Ram to have stated as such while displaying signs that she also knew Louis, then looked into Rem's eyes once again. When their eyes met, she could not separate them from hers. Even though her heart felt like being burned by the intensity of that gaze, her soul was attracted to it. Her anxiety grew stronger and stronger, just as equally strong as her captivation towards Ram. Feeling it intensely, Rem bit her lip hard. Rem, you certainly must be my older sister. I can believe that without a doubt. It's just, Ram, even if your heart is convinced, your mind is not. Rem, yes. Ram, right. Then that is fine for now. Rem nodded weakly, and Ram closed the distance with another step. The former's shoulders tensed at the sight of her approaching, and Louis stepped forward to protect her. But Rem gently held Louis's shoulder with an "it's okay," stopping the gentle little girl. Then, of their own volition, they directed their gazes directly at Ram. With Rem's gaze on her, Ram uncrossed her arms and held out her hand, the hand that was offered by the person whose heart had already recognized her as her sister. Ram, I am Ram, your older sister, doubtlessly born to love you. Rem, Ram, though there are other people just as important to this independent older sister of yours too. At those words, spoken with such calm and confidence, Rem's eyes widened. Then, as the meaning of the words began to sink in, a gasp escaped her lips. Rem just gave a little smile and laughed. Rem, it turns out you are a frightening person. When I talk to you, I feel like my body just surrenders itself into this sense of security I feel. Ram, it cannot be helped. Ram is the kind of older sister you just want to put all your trust and love in. Rem, yes, Ram Neeson. Ram proudly puffed out her chest, her hand being timidly grasped by Rem, who at last had addressed her in that manner. Upon hearing that, Ram raised her eyebrows slightly. It had taken courage for Rem to address her as such, so that reaction was unexpected. Rem, Ram, as much as doing it like Barusu said annoys me, this sure doesn't feel comfortable. Rem, Ram, Nisama. Rem, ha. With Ram looking sour for an instant, then continuing her few words, Rem widened her eyes. In response to Rem's reaction, Ram repeated herself once more, saying the same thing again. Ram, address Ram with Nisama. That feels the most comfortable. Ram Nisama. Ram, the name is unnecessary. Rem, Nisama. Doing exactly as she was told to, drawing ever closer to what Ram wished to be called, the latter shut her eyes tightly. Then she pulled Rem's hand, the one she was gripping, towards herself. Rem stumbled around a bit on reflex, but came to have Ram gently catch her body from the front, embracing her. And continuing like that, Ram put her lips to Rem's ear and Ram. Now Ram can clearly feel it. Ram is Rem's Nisama. Rem, I feel it too. Thus, as soon as she was embraced by her arms, what she had been afraid of overflowed from her. What she had dubbed a sense of security was an attraction to her soul, a love for Ram. Firmly, gently, it engulfed even Rem, who was supposedly without memories. Ram. As much as it pains Ram to say it, but are you ready for this, Rem? Rem, ready for what? Ram, ready to go inside. We need to show it off to Barusu, not to mention show it off to Emilia Sama and the others. We need to boast our sisterly love that will alleviate any lingering worries. Due to Ram's words, Rem closed her eyes. Even now, be it Emilia and everyone else, or Subaru as well, how she ought to face them and what expression she should have were questions for which she had not found an answer. But at the very least, there were no doubts whatsoever about the feeling of Ram being her sister, about her feelings for Ram. Rem, yes, Nisama. Ram, like I thought, perhaps we should put that off until you call Ram that 100 times. Rem, Nisama. Ram, it's a joke. To the nodding Ram told a joke that had not sounded like a joke. Seeing such a mischievous attitude from her sister filled Rem's heart with relief, even if for but a single moment, despite her own sense of urgency, despite the fact that they were in a situation that was otherwise a matter of the utmost urgency. Louis, you, or Tilda. Rem, yes, I'm fine, and thank you, Louis-chan, for your concern. Louis, ah. Louis had been standing by Rem's side the whole time, caught in the middle of Rem and Ram's dialogue. Relieving her of her fears with a smile, Rem gently stroked the head of the kind little girl. Then, with Louis in tow, Rem mustered up the courage to line up next to her sister, who had turned around halfway. Without stopping, Ram and her shared glances and nodded, and the two of them reached for the door before them, and Rem, pardon us. I could hear you making a lot of noise, even from outside. Ram, it was a very Barusu-like yell, like many little animals put together, wasn't it? And so, the sisters both stepped into the cabin their companions were in. Subaru. Feels like a huge weight's been lifted off my shoulders. Keenly sensing that a huge load had disappeared from his chest, Subaru muttered so. That huge load on his chest. It had been the responsibility Subaru had needed to take upon himself with nobody else around to protect Rem. He would see that duty through, and make it so Ram, Emilia, and everyone else could meet her. In all honesty, however, upon learning that he had not been present for the reunion of the sisters, Ram and Rem, he had been struck with grief akin to that of the world ending. Subaru. If only I could have presented the two of them lined up side by side, like that. The demeanor of those two, visiting Subaru's cabin together, made him believe that it had at least not gone badly, even if he did not know exactly what sort of exchanges the two sisters had had. Once Subaru grasped this, the frustration he had felt just before vanished, and a sense of relief washed over him. Finally, he had finally made it so that Rem and Ram could meet. He had made it so that Rem could meet with Emilia, with Beatrice, with everyone else. Just how much of that could be said to be due to Subaru's contributions, he did not know, but it had been done regardless. That Subaru himself had also been able to meet up with Emilia and the gang was a matter of great celebration. Subaru, although I'm still small and Rem's memories aren't back yet. However, he could sense that the seeds of hope were budding. As far as the matter of Subaru's size went, it could be said that a way for it to be resolved could be seen in the near future, and assuredly he would be able to find a way to restore Rem's memories. So what came next was Beatrice. Is it really all right if you don't have Betty with you, in fact? Subaru. No, I'm not that composed at all, but that guy won't show his face with you around, Biko, so indulge my selfishness for just a while. Beatrice, if anything happens, call for Betty right away, I suppose. Betty will come rushing with a Zaum, in fact. Subaru, I'll be counting on you. Until the very end, Beatrice wanted to avoid letting go of Subaru's hand. The deeply considerate girl tenderly detached her hand. Once Emilia and everyone else reluctantly parted with him and exited the cabin, Subaru was left with nobody else in the cabin, filled with silence. Once the factors for it having been so lively up until this point had all left the cabin, Subaru was instantly overwhelmed by a myriad of misgivings. The retreat from the imperial capital, on how large of a scale had it been undertaken? Had the origin of that horde of zombies been grasped? Was the relationship between the imperial army and the rebels improving? For what reason had Emilia and the others purposely only touched upon nothing but upbeat topics? What was the answer for Tanza's somber expression? And the events that had occurred just before, when Subaru had gone unconscious, how had they concluded? Subaru, even if you don't answer everything, can you at least answer around half of them? That would depend on how much you are willing to compromise. In the sleeping quarters bereft of people, Subaru's words, spoken as he raised his upper body from the bed, were answered by a figure that had likely been waiting for everyone to finish leaving. There was the sound of shoes stepping firmly, leisurely, on the floor in a dignified manner, punctuated by a posture which lacked any hesitation to make their presence known to those in the environs. Their deportment, the keen glint of their eyes, none of it deviated from his memory. And yet they were markedly different in some way. That person, that black-haired man, Subaru fixedly stared at his handsome looks. And then, how eloquently shall you speak, Natsuki Subaru, O stargazer of the Dragon Kingdom? And thus, his black eyes pregnant with hostility, Vincent Valesha inquired so of Natsuki Subaru. Arc 8, Chapter 11. Shut the hell up. Machine translated by Archbishop proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Rafflebrew Art Sources Zirabato Merihan. Are you going to see him, Abel-san? Stopping at the call from his side, Vincent turned around. Multiple carriages were coupled to one another, treated as a single long dragon carriage, which allowed the divine protection of the multiple ground dragons to be applied to its entirety. Vincent batted one eye shut, upon witnessing a familiar blue-haired girl standing at the juncture he had crossed over. Thinking back, it had been a long time since he had last exchanged words with her in this way. Vincent, have the uninvited guests from the kingdom achieved their purpose? Blue-haired girl, their purpose is not me, but, Vincent, cease. Do not take up my time with nonsense that even you do not fully believe. Time is precious, especially under the current circumstances, as you understand. Blue-haired girl. At the sound of Vincent's sharp voice, the girl lowered her head with eyes downcast. However, she quickly raised it again, adopting Vincent's notion of time being limited. Blue-haired girl. Are you going to see him, Abel-san? And she piled that very same inquiry onto him once more. Vincent, I am not Abel. I am Vincent Valesha. To that question, Vincent replied without changing his expression. Abel was a temporary name, which he had utilized for his own convenience during his escape, and nothing more. He had taken it from Abelux, his family name from the time before his ascension to emperor, a name he held no particular attachment to. But his displeasure towards being called that was stronger right now. Vincent, it has been reported that that thing is awake. I must confront him. Pushing aside his displeasure, Vincent answered the girl's inquiry. Whatever she thought, it would not alter Vincent's decision. He did not think she had such thoughts or intentions to begin with. Protected, displaced, distressed, and after a long period of time, she would come to a natural conclusion. Like many others, she was merely a single, ordinary person. Ergo, Vincent attempted to cut that dialogue short. However, blue-haired girl, he is not your enemy, Abel-san. Vincent, what? Upon receiving a reply from the girl, he had expected to remain silent and downcast, a reply with contents contrary to his expectations. Vincent furrowed his brow. The girl thus glared at Vincent, her pale blue eyes containing a definite purpose. There was a light that, as of their parting, had not dwelled in them. Timidly yet boldly it penetrated Vincent, as if trying to intimidate him. Vincent, I am Vincent Valesha. There shall not be a third time. Blue-haired girl, I am sorry, but I do not have my memories, so I do not know much about His Excellency, Emperor Vincent, so there is nothing I can say to him. Vincent, blue-haired girl, he is not your enemy, Abel-san. Without once averting her gaze, the girl yet again emphasized, so Vincent had a good understanding of her based on the abilities she possessed. She was the reins with which to control Natsuki Subaru, and a valuable user of healing magic. Supposing that she had taken that self-assured stance against Vincent while being aware of her own position, he would be compelled to do nothing but dub her as possessing considerable mettle. Yet, that did not seem to be the case. And thus, Vincent, what did you say your name was? Blue-haired girl, it's Rem. At least now I can definitively answer that. Vincent, the girl who has no memories, making such a declaration. Rem, it's strange. Even though my heart and my mind don't remember, there are things that your surroundings can teach you. I know that I'm Rem, thanks to someone who kept telling me that all this time. Whether it was gratitude or exasperation, the girl Rem herself did not comprehend which of the two her way of speaking was conveying. However, understanding that it was not connected to disgust or other loathsome negative thoughts, Vincent concluded that there was no need for further conversation. Turning his back, he proceeded to walk away. And as he did so, Vincent, Rem, never again let mine time be so needlessly squandered. At your next act of disrespect, I shall lop off your head. Leaving her with those words, he ended his conversation with Rem, and then Vincent. How eloquently shall you speak, Natsuki Subaru, O stargazer of the Dragon Kingdom? While acutely sensing the hostility being directed towards him, Subaru stood face to face with the man. In retrospect, his relationship with this man could be summed up with the word enigmatic. At their first meeting, he had been a suspicious, masked man camping out in a forest. On that occasion, he had been frantically searching for Rem and Louis, whom he had lost sight of, hence why he had not been desperate to probe deeper into that matter. But the man was far from just being a suspicious person. The next time they met, it had occurred inside a cage in the Shadrakian village. Subaru could hardly explain why the man had acted so self-important despite his status as a prisoner. He would rather that there had been some means of escape, because after that he was made to take part in the lifeblood ritual in which he had acted without a plan. Thereafter, his help in retrieving Rem notwithstanding, he had come to part with Subaru on one occasion. However, he had known that Subaru's group would have no option but to return. Not informing them of those circumstances had been a show of his underhandedness. Immediately after, he had fully cooperated with Subaru's plan to capture the fortress city of Garel. As the dancers that went by Natsumi Schwartz, Bianca, and Flora, they entered the enemy's stronghold together. There were doubts regarding his unusual relationship with Priscilla, and after, in the Demon City, he was courted by Yorna, and without hesitation, he declared that Louis should not be allowed to live. Thus was their relationship upon parting ways. And even then, once Subaru had escaped from the Gladiator Island, and once he heard of the situation enveloping the empire at large, he had held full conviction that said situation had been instigated by that man, the emperor who had been ousted from his throne. Abandoning the imperial capital of Lupugana, he had taken command of the great number of people making their retreat, of the great number of people evacuating the imperial capital. And once more, leading the people of the empire as the one at their apex, the one regarded as the wisest emperor. Subaru, it's an honor to have Vincent Valatius come and visit me. You arrived at just the right time. Can you peel me an apple? Vincent, do not play games with me. In the first place, I am not one to do the likes of peeling fruit. Where are the apples, even? Subaru, where are? At the question of the man who had set foot into the sleeping quarters, approaching him, Subaru's gaze turned to the side. Even in another world, it was standard practice for fruit to be brought when visiting someone injured or ill. It was perhaps a bit of a cliché in situations of the sort. For that reason, there was a basket of apples next to his bed. Naturally, his conversational partner should have been able to see it as well. Subaru, in that basket of fruits there. The red ones, don't they look delicious or what? Vincent, fool, are you duping me? Apples are fruits of white color. Subaru, well, they're white inside once you've peeled them, but wait, this conversation, I think I recall having this very exchange, stored way back in the recesses of my memories. His memories of it were rather faint, but he had the feeling he'd once had the same conversation quite some time prior. The details of whom he had been talking to at the time could not be recalled, but he did have the memory of getting the same impression he was getting now, that those of nobility had reached an extreme to this point. Either way, Subaru. I guess there are things you don't know either. How unexpected. With that not at all tense preface to their first mutual exchange of words in a while, feeling like they had not started off badly, Subaru stated so. At Subaru's words, the man Abel extended a hand to the basket and split an apple in half with the knife left there. Naturally, a cross-section of its white insides was exposed. Subaru, laying eyes upon that undeniable result, did he have the mind to admit what was actually factual in their previous exchange? Abel put down the knife, and leaving the fruit split in half in the basket, turned to Subaru. Moistening those sable eyes of his still was unmistakable hostility. Subaru, no way you're mad at me for embarrassing you about the color of an apple. You're the one who's called me something weird just now. Vincent, stargazer of the Dragon Kingdom it was. Subaru, that was it. One more time being made aware of how he had been referred to, Subaru frowned, as he had no idea what he was on about. That term was not one he had no recollection of. If he was not mistaken, from what he had heard, it was something like a term that referred to the fortune-tellers that accompanied the emperor closely in the empire. Very much like the dragon history stone, the kingdom of Lugunica's tablet of prophecies, they were an existence that spoke of the future. Subaru. No, feels like you spoke of it in a way even worse than that. You put it like it's like peeping into the near future. Vincent. I recognize it as such, without a doubt. That is how I perceive those things. Subaru. If that's the case, you spoke of me as if I'm a peeping Tom just now. Are you aware of that? If times had not changed, by regular standards, wouldn't he have the right to cut Abel down for the affront? Or to put it into modern terms Subaru was aware of, he was prepared to fight for defamation of character in a civil court. However, faced with Subaru's reply, Abel's countenance did not waver in the slightest. Those black eyes of his, the same color as Subaru's own, but distinct in their depth, told Subaru that he had no intent to play along. Of course, Subaru did not intend to mess about either, Vincent. You just how much have you grasped? Subaru, how much have I grasped about the current situation? If that's what you mean, I wasn't told many of the details. Emilia and everyone were all worried about me right after I woke up, but I know we're in the middle of evacuating. Vincent, Subaru. The civil war has stopped for the time being. Everyone's fleeing from the imperial capital right now. Though you'd think it would be hella chaotic, it doesn't seem like it's turned into a huge uproar. The dragon carriages moved unceasingly. The night view outside the window shifted at a slow pace, but with the divine protection of wind evasion shielding them from the vibration and the howling of the wind, all was quiet. One would think the very quietude in the passenger cars of the dragon carriages as being quite loud, but that the dragon carriages had not halted their march even once was evidence that no major troubles had popped up. And that was in spite of the fact that a considerable number of people, most likely in the hundreds of thousands, were being transported. Subaru, the 9 divine generals and whatnot probably served as a unifying force, but that alone wouldn't be enough. As I thought, you're quite the big deal, man. Vincent, Subaru. Honestly, when I heard the story of you being betrayed by your right-hand man and retainer being ousted from the throne, I really wondered if it'd be fine to have you back as emperor, but it turned out to be the right option. Leadership and charisma, those were the so-called qualities of those standing above others. These qualities were not simply the result of outstanding ability, and they could probably be acquired through blood, sweat, and tears. But the people who had these traits from birth were not few in number. The royals of each country, the heads of many an organization, were such cases. In that sense, Abel, who'd had something to fall back on in times of emergency, still held the potential to be followed, to be looked up to by those around him. Subaru, it annoys me that rather than being on the fence about it, I was leaning more towards believing it. But I was right. You are the emperor, Vincent. Is that as per your expectations as well? Subaru, huh? A quiet voice, however, it had certainly been laced with emotion. As it seemed way out of left field, Subaru's brain refused to comprehend it. As a result, Subaru did not dodge the hand that thus was extended, his forehead being pushed down onto the bed, his body following suit. And before he could raise an objection as to what the hell was going on, he perceived the sensation of something sharp against his throat, which he immediately realized to be the tip of the paring knife with which the apple had just been split. He had made that realization, yet he knew not the intent behind it. He knew not the meaning of Abel clasping that knife and turning it towards Subaru in that manner, directing his hostility at him, nay, directing his hatred, the same hatred his voice was rife with. Subaru, from near proximity, within breathing distance of one another, Subaru and Abel shared mutual glares. If Subaru were to carelessly raise his voice in a call for help at this juncture, Abel would not hesitate in slitting Subaru's throat with the knife. But conversely, that Abel was not doing so at once was because he had no reason to. Subaru, what do you want, HK? Vincent, that ought to be mine question. What are your plans? To what extent exactly have you seen the current course of events unfold? Is everything up to this point in accordance with the picture you have painted? Subaru, I told you already. I told you, I don't know what you're talking about. What am I scheming? Vincent, why did you leave me behind and not Keisha? In comparison to the blade at his throat, the tone of his voice cut by far and away more deeply. It silenced Subaru, and Abel's hand shook, trembling while gripping the knife. As Abel gritted his teeth, as he glowered at Subaru from point-blank range, having asserted so, that was not something Subaru was able to comprehend immediately. Subaru, Abel, Vincent, Vincent Valatia. Subaru, Vincent, I am no Abel. I am none other than the 77th Emperor of the Valatian Empire, Vincent Valatia. That is the course you have desired, is it not? Declaring such as if he were wringing the words out of himself, Abel, nay, Vincent, gave his name with a hint of annoyance. Not quite understanding the meaning of that attitude of his, an attitude as if he were cursing himself for giving his name as such, Subaru knitted his brows. Because of course he would. Subaru, you went to war so you could reclaim that name, and that crown, didn't you? Vincent, incorrect. I was striving to fulfill my duty as emperor. The covenant with the people of Shadrach, the fall of the fortress city, the negotiations with Yorna Mishigya, and the provocation of civil war were all for that purpose. Subaru, your duty as emperor. Vincent, while on the throne, Vincent Valatia will be killed. With that as the starting point, the great disaster will attempt to destroy the empire, the means to oppose it being left behind by Vincent Valatia. That is my duty. Subaru, ha. As Vincent enumerated the particulars of his undertaking to him for the first time, Subaru exhaled a hoarse breath. That expression, great disaster, was one unfamiliar to Subaru's ears. But what astonished Subaru, even more than that, was the very way Vincent had recited it all. Per his words, upon the demise of Vincent Valatia, the great disaster would commence. Then he had also stated that he would leave behind the means with which to oppose that great disaster. Rather than searching for those means, he would leave them behind. From how he had spoken, it was just as if, Subaru, the way you spoke, it's kinda like you knew you were going to die, while firmly sensing the cold tip of death trained on the neck, Subaru muttered. With death perhaps creeping closer to Subaru, before him, Vincent's sable eyes wavered with uncertainty. The vast expanse that laid beyond their jet-black coloration, he had a hunch on its true identity. 'Twas resignation, adorned with the will to resist. Vincent, indeed, I have made mine demise a part of my plans. I left behind plans to ensure that the Valatian Empire would not fall to ruin, even with mine passing. And thus, none other than Vincent himself confirmed his intuition as correct. The very next instant, Subaru's mind was stained red, and his emotions burst out. Subaru, you bastard, stop goddamn screwing around. Teeth bared and eyes flaring up in anger, Subaru gave Vincent the cowardly bastard before him, the death stare, bellowing out. There was a flash of acute pain at his neck, but that could be postponed until much, much later. Right here and now, it was much more important to just beat the living shit out of this wimp wearing a self-righteous face. Subaru, after manipulating so many people, after making them cross so many dangerous bridges, after making them take so many unnecessary detours with you, you plan to die at the end of it all. Don't joke around. Vincent, as if I would do anything such as jest. Everything you have spoken of was done because it was the road that needed to be taken. At its terminus was to be mine death, a matter the importance of which cannot possibly be compared to the survival of the empire, which hangs in the balance. Subaru, that's not it. What I'm saying is, why is it that the first thing you do is give up on your own life, some huge disaster, Don't know anything about it. Wouldn't it be better to just stay alive and face it yourself? Vincent, do you lot not know any better but to chatter nonsense? While I live, the great disaster shan't come. That is the premise of this plan. It cannot be overturned, Subaru. Who the hell decided it can't be overturned? You've got a good head on you, so whether it be the great disaster or anything else, you could just deceive it and lure it out. And then, Vincent, yet it was you stargazers who declared that it could never be overturned. Vincent, stifling his emotions, had been replying to a Subaru prattling on and on with sentimentality. But the former's emotions had come to this point, and now exploded before Subaru's eyes. Just how unexpected had that violent outburst been from the standpoint of Vincent? Had he himself not seized the blade of the knife thrust towards Subaru with his opposite hand, who knew where the tip of the knife would have stabbed? Such had been the torrent of emotions. In drips, blood trickled from Vincent's left hand, having seized the tip of the blade, staining the white sheets here and there. However, neither Subaru nor Vincent paid any mind to the falling droplets of blood, instead focusing their attention towards each other's eyes, towards the very essence of the other's being beyond said eyes. Yet again, Vincent had dubbed Subaru a stargazer. Therein lay the unmistakable reason as to why Vincent Valesha hated, harbored hostility towards Natsuki Subaru, even going as far as to train a knife at him. It was precisely because he happened to understand it that those doubts could not be resolved. Subaru, the stargazers, declared, Vincent. The stargazers hear the voices of the observers from the heavens above that exist beyond the framework. They speak of events that may occur in the far future, conferring us with the possibility of minimizing the damage. Still, that is but a matter of the scale of said damage, not of how to prevent it from happening beforehand. In a disgusted voice, yet attempting to stifle any emotion as much as possible, Vincent began to speak. Subaru was reminded of one thing amidst the contents of his speech. If the stargazers were truly able to foretell the future from his experience, actually being able to change it would be no easy feat. Whether it ought to be called the power of fate or the natural flow of time, it would stick to a predetermined path as much as possible. Those who attempted to avoid impending tragedies would be brought to their knees. The stargazers' precognitions, they were akin to what Subaru knew from experience. For example, were Subaru to return by death due to a natural catastrophe, even if he could urge everyone to take refuge in preparation, he would be unable to stop the natural catastrophe itself. Whether that would prevent the destruction of houses and buildings, or even prevent the loss of human lives entirely, he would not know until he had a go at it, but he held no doubts that it would be difficult. Vincent, many times in the past, the stargazers have precluded correctly that perils would befall the Empire. Those crises were dealt with to the fullest extent possible, but some things could not be saved. Therefore, plans are necessary. Subaru, plans. Vincent, plans with which to keep the damage at a minimum and lessen those lost to as close to zero as possible. Calamities awaited in the future. Doings could be done so that a greater number of people would be able to overcome them. Doings could be done so that a greater number of people would not be left behind. If Vincent Valesha had toiled, sparing no effort, for the sake of making that come to pass. Vincent, it was you, stargazers, who whispered of mine death. How dare you with that mouth utter that my death must be defied? Are you toying with me, one Subaru? Wait a sec. For quite some time now I'm not a stargazer or anything like. Vincent, you see things that have yet to happen. Cease your deception, Natsuki Subaru. With those scant words, Subaru tasted the feeling of having his heart within his chest being stopped. In the process of spewing out the recesses of his very own heart, the mask of Emperor had fallen away, and visible on the other side was not the face of Vincent Valesha, but rather the face of a man rife with defects who went by the name of Abel. And finally, once the man looked at him directly, once the man declared those words, Subaru finally comprehended. Subaru. Ah. Vincent, nay, Abel, had dubbed him a stargazer, and Subaru had understood the reason for that. Abel had perceived Subaru's return by death. In precise terms, he had not perceived Subaru's return by death. Rather, the fact that via the loss of his life, Subaru had gone back in time, that Subaru had brought back information from the future he had perceived that Subaru held the means to know what laid ahead. So then, He had comprehended that it was akin to the foresight abilities that Abel knew to be held by the stargazers. Subaru, if he gave it some thought, it was quite natural that a mistake like this would possibly occur, because of course it would. Subaru himself, in his pursuit for understanding and comprehension, had found in Abel's exposition about the stargazers something in common with his own return by death. Armed with the knowledge of the precedent represented by the stargazers, if Subaru were to attain results beyond the capabilities he was possessed of, it was no surprise that he would draw a connection now, that he would identify him as one in the same. Abel's insight was a reliable one. His acumen would certainly scrutinize all things. With that insight of his, he had immediately grasped that Subaru had not survived all the situations he had come across in the Empire through his unripe abilities and sheer fortune. That was why. That was certainly why. Subaru. So that's why you always tried to listen to my advice. If Abel interpreted Subaru's advice as a proposal that came as the result of selecting the most optimal move via seeing the future, then no matter how idiotic the proposal may have sounded to the ears, he would be unable to flat-out discard it. The refusal of allowing the Shadrakian village to go up in flames, the cross-dressing performed with the purpose of capturing the fortress city, the voyage to the demon city of Chaos Flame, the negotiations with Yorna, all of those had been so. Abel had always explored the possibility of actualizing Subaru's proposals, earnestly scrutinizing them. In this manner, Abel had attempted to drag Subaru, who he thought to be a stargazer, into the struggle for the Empire's survival, employing him as a pawn on the board. After he himself was lost, Subaru would be another one of the means of opposition. Despite this, Vincent, you left me behind, not Keisha. Subaru, Vincent, Natsuki Subaru, you are a banal human being. In a form different from the one just prior, the timbre of that voice was devoid of sentiment. There was no attempt to repress emotions. If there indeed was such an attempt, those very real emotions would still be eked out, able to be heard in their venture to appeal outwards. Yet nothing was heard. They were not being repressed, those emotions had died. And with that tone of voice killed of emotions, Abel let loose words bereft of hue towards Subaru. Vincent, a naive, green, immature human being, holding on to plenty of bitterness. Neither do you possess virtue worthy of mention, nor do you possess viciousness worthy of mention. With neither of these, you would have accomplished nothing, and died an ordinary man. Subaru's characterization, spoken so matter-of-factly, left absolutely no room for retort. As per Abel's pertinent judgment, Subaru could not become anyone special. Even immersed in the lack of maturity of his body and mind, with his spirit returned to the days when he had believed himself to be a child prodigy, he also knew what he would eventually be in the future to come, a half-baked human being. But Vincent, you have been bestowed with an opportunity to surpass banal, ordinary men. By making perfect use of it, you have survived till this day. You have not been banal, you have not been an ordinary person, you have no strong disposition toward either virtue or viciousness. Subaru, Abel, Vincent, you are a banal human being, if so, why? Firmly, potently, Abel tightly gritted his teeth, looking at Subaru. He cast away his expression, his nobleness and his graciousness, his composure and his self-confidence, and everything entirely, bearing the true face visible behind the mask of emperor that had been stripped away, his voice quivering. And with that quivering voice as it had been, with that trembling voice as it was, he exclaimed, Vincent, why did you leave me behind, Natsuki Subaru? Subaru, Vincent, you have no bond to this empire, nor any obligations. You could have been content with protecting the many you have come to know till this day, and nothing more. For what reason did you save me? For what reason did you think to try and save me, a man who does not get along with you? Subaru, Vincent, why, HK? Due to his extreme emotions, his hoarse voice conveyed just how monumental was Abel's desire to pose that inquiry of why. With more and more strength he grasped the blade of the knife, digging even deeper into his hand. More and more intense grew the flow of blood, so painful to gaze at that Subaru instantaneously attempted to release Abel's grip on the knife and staunch the hemorrhage. However, Vincent, do not touch me, Subaru. Arg. His hand was violently swatted away, and instantaneously becoming aware of pain in the hand he had outstretched, Subaru produced a grimace. Upon taking a look, Subaru saw that the knife within the hand of that strikingly different Abel had slashed his own hand, and drop by drop blood was trickling from it as well. In the space between the two confronting one another, the sheets became increasingly sullied by their blood that went on dripping away without efforts to stop it. And thus, in that manner, paying no heed to the blood flowing out of them, to the soiled sheets and floor, Vincent, just now, when you reached out your hand to lend help, you did it again. That is what is most baffling, and what is most incompatible with me, in your way of being. Subaru. Vincent. Every so often you leave it all to the emotions you feel at the moment, punting to the wayside all beliefs and ideas you have felt until then. You do not follow what you have decided upon, easily reversing whatever course you have concluded that you ought to be taking. You are unable to categorize what ought be saved or not, reaching out your hand indiscriminately. Subaru. Ah, his blood oozing out, faced with the glaring Abel's insight and words, Subaru gulped down a breath. Even the pain of the bleeding wound grew distant, with Subaru's thoughts freezing over. Because what Abel had stated just now held the exact same meaning as what had tormented Subaru on a recent occasion. Todd, but you were willing to choose whether to save Katia or not, right? Subaru. Before he had regained consciousness, before he had even lost it, those had been the words hurled towards him. That he and Natsuki Subaru were incompatible in every sense possible. That Natsuki Subaru was a monster that he could never understand. Such was the blade of words that Todd Fang had trained upon him, decisively forcing their separation against Subaru's will. He too, though not drawing that conclusion about Subaru owing to return by death or owing to a status as a stargazer, had seen through Subaru's peculiarities and defined him as such. Perhaps it was through his power of observation, honed through his life as a werewolf. Todd, you're too damn inconsistent. Your eyes say that you're willing to die at any moment, you're willing to put other people's lives on a scale selfishly, but when it comes to this, you're desperate to resist. It's creepy. Subaru, HK. Todd's chilly gaze, his voice devoid of heat, overlapped with those of Abel before him. Abel's gaze, Abel's voice possessed the fervor of rage. Nonetheless, the two still overlapped. The reason for that undoubtedly was that both were attempting to part with Subaru. A preface for ousting Natsuki Subaru, rejecting he whose way of being was incompatible with theirs from their world. Todd, lack of self-awareness is a bad trait. You're choosing between lives. Who to save, who to let die, you're deciding as you please. You show favor towards those who butter you up, but don't care about those who don't. Me, I wouldn't hesitate to butter anyone up, but, Todd, how could I go along with someone who decides who lives or dies based on his own fickle whims? Thus, what had driven Todd to commit the heinous acts he had committed, as per his words, had been Subaru's way of thinking and behavior. Of course, Subaru had not just accepted it without questioning, and did not consider himself to be at fault. It was what he had always done and thought to be correct, in his own Subaru way. But were he to so easily change his ways, Subaru would be unable to show his face to the companions who had followed him, who had placed their faith in him till this day. At the same time, however, there was a truth he could not repudiate completely. Subaru was choosing who to let live and who to let die, as he had indeed stated. Through the authority of return by death, Subaru had transfigured the fates of those precious to him. Those who had no choice but to lose their lives, those who had no choice but to hurt him, those who had no choice but to struggle for what was dear to them, those who had no choice but to deprive themselves of the opportunity to reach a mutual understanding. He had distorted their fates and kept them alive. Through the decisions and actions Subaru had taken, assuredly, the number of people around Subaru who had been robbed of their lives or become sorrowful had diminished. However, Natsuki Subaru had not been capable of saving every single person, either. Whether he went without saving them, or without being able to save them, though those differed on whether he did it proactively or reactively, his decision had been thus. And so, without him turning back the clock, the onward march of reality imposed itself as immovable. It was not as though he had destroyed all of his enemies. But it was not that he had saved all of his enemies, either. Just how had Subaru come to decide which to save and which not to save? That was possibly due to Subaru's personal likes and dislikes was Todd's fear. Vincent, no, that is not so, Natsuki Subaru. It is not even up to your like or dislike towards others. Subaru. Ha! Shaking his head, Abel's words restrained Subaru, the latter having been made aware of the unbridgeable gap between himself and Todd once more. With Subaru holding his breath and raising his face, Abel so relayed. Vincent, were you to determine who to save and who not to save based on your subjective preferences of people's characters, that I would be able to understand. But you save even those you loathe, such as me. Subaru, it's not like that, so he wished to assert, yet Subaru's words did not continue. Whether Subaru hated Abel enough to abandon him at the 11th hour was something he would only understand were he to do some deep introspection. But it was true that he had reached out his hand to someone he loathed. He had been unable to reach. In spite of that, Subaru had attempted to reach out to Todd as well, finishing things without letting go. Their conflict notwithstanding, Louis had remained alongside Subaru till this day. Having been told that he reached out to those who he loathed, that was exactly what he had been doing. Vincent, take your people from the kingdom and leave Valatia. As Subaru reflected upon his prior deeds aghast, those unforeseen words struck him. Slowly raising his eyes, he came to lay them upon Abel, who had returned the knife his hand had been holding to the basket of fruits, that wrathful hue erased from his countenance, weaving words in tandem with what had been his facial expression until then. He towards a Subaru, astonished at the change in demeanor and at the content of the words thrown at him, resumed, Vincent, from this point onwards the Empire shall be plunged into battle against the great disaster. The board is different from the one I was attempting to arrange, but alas, a way through remains. Therein you are not required. Subaru, wah, Vincent, I have heard enough nonsense. Whatever your intentions may be, what you have already done must be considered definite. Questioning the merits of your reasoning for that would be an act akin to futility of the utmost extremes. Those were not so much words directed towards Subaru as they were words directed towards his own self. The exchange in which he had gotten emotional with Subaru and the exchange in which he had bared all his emotions. Abel was about to unilaterally terminate the exchange that encompassed the entirety of both that had taken place here. It had not been a behavior too uncharacteristic for him. A topic mentioned both when things had gotten emotional and when the emotions had died. The name, Keisha, was one Subaru had gotten an idea about. Judging from how he had voiced it all, Keisha had apparently lost his life amidst the siege of the imperial capital. Why Subaru had not saved him, to ask such a thing must have been Abel's true intentions. Attempting to cover up those intentions, Abel would try to pretend that such things had never, ever truly happened. Vincent, make preparations to return to your country. All necessary arrangements will be made for you to cross the border. Everything after that will be the Empire's problem, mine problem. Thus, changing his way of referring to himself and restraining all of his conduct as Abel were signs of the resolution he had arrived at to move forth as Emperor Vincent Valatia. And just how meaningful, just how heavy were the things he had been entrusted with, and if those had been the reasons for his decision, were all things Subaru could not possibly understand. Natsuki Subaru could not understand Vincent Valatia. Likewise, Vincent Valatia could not understand Natsuki Subaru. And with that, this fruitless period was coming to an end, with not more than both shedding the other's blood. Todd, you're a monster, much more so than that zombie. That understanding one another was impossible, that the gap could not be bridged, that a separation was unavoidable. Both had reached such a conclusion on their own, both had arbitrarily decided such things on their own, and both had ended things like that all on their own. Don't you regret that it had to end the way it did, you goddamn idiots? Subaru, hey, Abel. Turning his back, his conduct indicating that the conversation had drawn to a close, the Emperor advanced towards the door. The slender back making its departure was called out to, and the Emperor, taking a calm, short breath, halted his steps. And as he was, the Emperor, with eyes devoid of heat, turned his countenance over his shoulder. And Vincent, do understand. I am Vincent Valatia. Any man that goes by Abel is Subaru. Shut the hell up. Let's see you grit those teeth. Making use of the bouncy springs of the bed and blasting off, Subaru at last charged towards that face. At that profile, the profile of one deciding to end things all on his own, the pompous profile of one who had the nerve to selfishly tell him to hurry up and leave, that odious profile of one intending to take absolutely everything and anything upon himself. Either way, already unable to stop himself from getting incredibly angry, irritated, and pissed off, Subaru drove his small, blood-soaked fist into that profile, something he had been wanting to do for a long, long time. Translation notes. One now as the Emperor, Vincent retakes his use of Chinese letter as a pronoun, as seen in Arc 7, Chapter 107. However here, his mask as an emperor crumbles and returns to using Chinese letter as a pronoun, much like he did before ascending to the seat of emperor, and after getting ousted, which is noted here with italics. Further uses will also be noted in the same fashion. Arc 8, Chapter 12, Natsuki Subaru and Vincent Abelux. Translated by Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop. Art sources. Temuda Jauge 2983, Arshal 357. The moment he threw that punch, it was the moment he felt the most frustrated about having become smaller. Even more so than the tragedy of the Gladiator Island, in which he had been able to unite everyone in order to prevent something. Even more so than the Sparker used to win Gustav over to his side. Even more so than his dialogue with Cecilus under the moon. At this very moment, that he could have punched him just a little bit harder were he to have a larger body, made him frustrated. Vincent, you. Taking the blow from the young Subaru's fist on his left cheek, the Emperor, his face soiled with blood, widened his eyes. His gaze was directed at his own feet, observing Subaru after the latter had failed to land, tumbling down onto the floor. However, though his face held shock, it was bereft of indignation. More so than the humiliation he felt, his astonishment had been stronger. The Emperor, having been given more shock than pain from Subaru's fist, while pressing his hand against where it had struck Vincent. Do you not hold your life, dear? If I were to raise mine hand, the flame of the Yang sword would scorch your very being, Subaru. Yup, it's not dear to me. Compared to letting you go without giving you a wallop right here and now, something like burning to death isn't scary or anything at all. Vincent. Wah. Receiving a scowl from the Emperor, Subaru jumped up before his eyes and riposted firmly. Just then, fatigue yet remaining in his body, he lost his balance and fell backwards, slamming against the door, but that was just right. Leaning against the door like that, Subaru spread his arms, thus obstructing the Emperor from proceeding. That he did not hold his life dear to him, such a thing was a downright lie. But in this tit-for-tat, he did not want to show even a hint of weakness. This Emperor was spouting everything he had to say without holding back, so whether it be with fists or words, Subaru would not be satisfied unless he fired back. Subaru, it's just as you guys say. I think I can't be understood. After all, even I myself don't really understand what my criteria is for taking action. Vincent, you guys, you say. Biting his lip, the Emperor frowned as Subaru glared at him. Lowering his hand from his cheek, his face defiled with blood trickling from Subaru's hand, the Emperor was at a loss from the fact that Subaru's statement had been aimed at multiple targets, possibly being directed at someone aside from himself. Though, no matter how much he pondered it over, there was no way he could understand. The man before Subaru's eyes was the Emperor, the other man nothing more than a foot soldier without an officer rank. And yet the wounds that both had given Subaru, the scars they had both pointed out, were one and the same. Subaru, I want to prioritize the people I like, the people I hold dear, and protect them. Those are my honest feelings. But even if it's someone I hate or someone I don't know, and they're put into danger right in front of me, then Todd had said, that Subaru would choose who to save based on his subjective likes and dislikes. Abel had said that Subaru would recklessly choose who to save regardless of likes or dislikes. Both of those were correct, and since both were correct, they were mistaken. After all, Subaru. But is that really such a bad thing? Vincent. What? Subaru. Is that so bad? Without the resolve to try and carry the whole world on my back, and without any grand significance, is it really so bad if I save those who are right in front of me on impulse? As Subaru rose his voice, violently stomping his feet, and the Emperor widened his sable eyes. Though still amidst a rapid sequence of expression and demeanors uncharacteristic of him, Subaru yet pressed him for an answer. Subaru, it's just as you said. I consider the things within my own range of vision. I reach as far out as I can. That's what I've been doing until today. What's so bad about that? Vincent, you dare now object. What is so bad, you say? Is it not obvious? For what reason do you focus not on the greater picture and instead act upon your selfish emotions? The authority bestowed upon you, for what reason do you not put it to good use? Subaru, I use absolutely everything. I'm standing here because I put it to good use. Don't get emotional, ha. Stop talking like an idiot. The way I choose to use my own emotions is up to me. Vincent, then at least act in accordance with those emotions. If you are to decide between somebody's life or death based on your likes and dislikes, do not deviate from that method in any sort of way. Your way of being is riddled with distortions. Subaru, if that's your conclusion from me leading a righteous life, I'm all for having a warped personality. As the Emperor still continued to rebuke Subaru's attitude, the latter delivered a powerful kick as he replied. Kicking the Emperor's shin over and over again, his anger, too much to be contained, erupted in full. As Subaru unleashed kicks charged with his foul temper, the Emperor contorted his cheeks, and Vincent, we shall speak no further. With that, he attempted to terminate the conversation one-sidedly. Once more, he did it one-sidedly. Trying to leave behind the divide between their sense of values in that manner, the Emperor seized Subaru's shoulders. The Emperor tried to move him out of the way, and with the physical strength of a child, he could not go against an adult. That was why Subaru bit down on that hand with all of his might. Vincent, HKU, Subaru, stop being so selfish. Biting down without restraint, he engraved the Emperor's right hand with a bite wound. His right hand, bleeding as he forcibly shook it free, together with the one bearing a wound from the knife. Both of the Emperor's hands were shedding blood. Causing the great and noble apex of the Empire to shed blood, Subaru would be unable to avoid the death penalty. Subaru, that'll only happen if the country still exists, you stupid idiot. Vincent, what are you ga? The moment he had been shaken off, Subaru's small body grabbed the Emperor from the front, pressed his head against the latter's abdomen, and clipped his knees. A fighting style he had learned from Whites, who had devised it himself. Proceeding to apply Whites's teachings even further, he took a mounted position and attained dominance through street rules. With the Emperor having fallen onto his back, sitting upon his chest as to weigh him down, Subaru grabbed him by the collar and slammed him into the floor. With the back of one's head to be struck over and over again, no matter who it was, they would be knocked out instantly. However, Vincent, do not get carried away. The first time, shock. The second time, confusion. The third time, although he had been successful in bringing the back of his head to the ground, he was stopped by a simple difference in strength. Furthermore, he was thrown off the Emperor's body, having been grabbed by his hair, screaming out with a gyre-ag. As he tumbled to the floor, Subaru saw the Emperor stand back up in his peripheral vision, and once again, the latter attempted to head for the door. Subaru, like I'd let you. Jumping onto the Emperor's knees from behind, by means of sheer force he halted the body moving towards the door. Due to Subaru's excessive momentum, however, the Emperor was knocked over forwards. The result, Vincent, bah. Then, with a dull thud, the Emperor crashed face first into the cabin's door. Vincent, a firm sound echoed, the sound of him placing his hands against the door his face had been pressed against, and thus the Emperor rose to his feet once more, after having fallen face first onto it. Then, turning around, the Emperor seized Subaru by the collar with both his hands, hoisting him up. The two's bodies spinning around to switch places, Subaru's back was slammed against the door, pressed against it with force, as he leaked out S of pain. Before his eyes, the nose and forehead of the Emperor were reddened. From point-blank range he glared at Subaru, the latter's legs suspended. Vincent, what do you want? What is your objective? What is it that you desire? Subaru, I want to hit you. My objective is to hit you. My desire is to hit you. Vincent, you. Subaru, what about you? What do you want? What is your objective? Just what the hell is it that you desire? Vincent, caught by his collar, clawing at the Emperor's hands, Subaru's spittle flew as he shouted in reply. Then, twisting his head, he opened his mouth in an attempt to bite the Emperor's hand one more time, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to reach it. At the very least, drool amassed in the Emperor's hand as he spat. In that way, while having his hands sullied by Subaru's saliva, the Emperor's cheek stiffened for a reason separate to that disgrace. He muttered, Vincent, my desire. Subaru, that's right. There's gotta be something you wanted to do apart from spouting grandiose and meaningless words at me. If not, you wouldn't go out of your way to come to me at such a busy time. Vincent, Subaru, aren't you the one that doesn't understand yourself the most? While you were talking just now, there was something you put the most energy into, something you put the most emotion into. That's what's most important for you. The topic of evacuating from the imperial capital, or the topic of suspecting Subaru being a stargazer. The topic of dealing with Emilia and the others, who had hailed from the kingdom, to the topic of the divide stemming from being unable to understand Subaru's way of being. Now that he thought of it, there had been no words expressing sympathy for Subaru after his recovery from having fallen unconscious. In the first place, this bastard had not said anything in regards to this being their first meeting after the Demon City either. But putting all those numerous affairs aside, the one topic he was most passionate about was obvious. Subaru, Keisha. Vincent. Why, Natsuki Subaru. The heat that had boiled over just before during their grappling match disappeared, however. In its place was a cold heat, a heat set alight by that question, now uttered once more. If that which accompanied violence was a scarlet flame, then that question had come accompanied by a flame of azure hue. That azure glow blazing in his eyes, it scorched Subaru as he stood before the Emperor, while the latter posed his question. Vincent, I was the one who trained him. If it were him, he would have been able to do the same work as me without even the slightest deviation. It could even be said that he was superior in regards to military power, depending on the circumstances. Subaru, Vincent, there was no difference between mine and that damned Keisha's ability. Whichever of us remained would take over the fight to oppose the great disaster, seeing it through to completion. Why? Staring directly into Subaru's black eyes, the Emperor's no, Abel's black eyes wavered. The mask of Emperor, which he had likely worn alongside a resolve to never again remove it, was ripped off of him not long after he had steeled himself like so. And thus, Subaru gazed upon Abel's face. And finally, not as the emperor of this country, but as a single person who had been bereaved of someone dear, Abel could not help but question Subaru. Vincent, why did you let me live despite your loathing, and let Keisha die, Natsuki Subaru? After gaining self-awareness of what he had wanted to ask Subaru himself, Abel hurled the same question towards Subaru as he had done before their scuffle had broken out. The sorrow, the fragility contained within that voice were incomparable to what they had been just before. The emperor known as Vincent Valatia utilized absolutely everything in his possession for the sake of the empire. Ruling over the great country that possessed the vastest lands among those known in this world as the four great countries, Vincent Valatia reigned as emperor, an omnipresent and all-seeing existence. For that emperor known as Vincent Valatia to issue that question not for the sake of the empire, but rather as a mere single person, was evidence that this singular question carried a weight rivaling that of the empire itself. Perceiving that in his skin, his blood, his brain, his very soul, Subaru's heart trembled. At the same time, in contrast to Abel's swell of emotion, Subaru's emotions were tranquil. Subaru. Just why was it that the person known as Keisha had to die? Unbeknownst to Subaru, Abel and Keisha had each been placed on different plates of a scale, and one of those two sides had fallen into a situation beyond saving. Thus, Abel had intended to share in the fate of the scale as his own side tipped into perdition. That envisioning had been painted over, most likely by the deceased Keisha himself. Abel had likely prepared for his own death since long ago. If one was born, someday, their life would assuredly reach its end. All were aware of such a fact. But it was just as if Abel's situation was completely different to the reality everybody unconsciously ignored. Resolve towards destined death, that was no different from Subaru confronting the trigger of his return by death. Always, Abel had been squaring off against his own forthcoming death, with the same resolve as Subaru, who fought to the bitter end while believing that the arrival of death was something that could be changed, that it was something that must be changed no matter what. Abel had continued to fight. If Subaru were to go without dying, Emilia, Rem, and Beatrice would end up dying. Otto and everyone else, Tanza and everyone else, all of the Shudrak, Flop, and Medium, a great number of people would end up dying. In exchange for his own life, he attempted to allow everyone to survive. If he had come to expend the entirety of his resolve for that purpose, then it must have been the same for Abel. Vincent, I completed all preparations with that end in sight. But even so, Emilia, Rem, and Beatrice, they had all taken Subaru's place, permitting his survival. In order to let Subaru live, Otto and everyone else, Tanza and everyone else, all of the Shadrach, Flop, and Medium, a great number of other people, had become sacrifices so he could survive. Even if nobody else was capable of understanding that despair, Natsuki Subaru was the single person who had to keep it in mind. Nullifying that possibility, painting over that reality by means of his authority, Natsuki Subaru was the single person who would not deny the despair that Abel was going through without paying any heed. Understanding, gulping down, there was something he must say in addition. Subaru, I'm not a stargazer, Abel. Vincent. The words he spoke, they probably seemed like a betrayal to Abel this late in the game. This late in the game, Subaru had not returned the reply of Abel's desire, instead keeping it to himself. But however much Abel suspected Subaru, reality would not budge. Perhaps Subaru was able to do the same things a stargazer could. Perhaps Subaru possessed means with which to intervene with fate to an extent greater than a stargazer's own means. Even so, he was not omnipotent. He could never be omnipotent. It would be nice if he were omnipotent. He could never be sufficient as to aspire to be omnipotent. Subaru, that's why I couldn't save this Keisha person you talked about. I wouldn't know how to save him either. But I'll just say this one thing, Vincent. What is it? Subaru. Supposing I really did have a power like the one you speak of, even then I'd choose to save you, who I hate, rather than someone I don't know. Without reasons like seeing ahead to what lies in the future, that's what I would do. That's what I will do. Truly, even he himself thought his nature was a helpless one. But that was the result that Natsuki Subaru, by consulting with the abilities he possessed, within what he understood to be the realms of what were his own capabilities, had reached. Vincent. Slowly, strength left Abel's hold on his collar, and Subaru's body was released. While his back rubbed against the door, Subaru's body slid down. Even now, Abel's hands were holding on to Subaru's collar, but those fingers, white from the strength that had been put into them, now lost their pale coloration alongside said strength. If he truly wished to remove those hands, he could have done it easily. However, Subaru did not do so. With them still seizing his collar, Subaru merely called his name out with Abel. Vincent, if you claim to not be a stargazer. Such was the frail sound produced by Abel's lips. But Abel himself had not been satisfied with the sound he had uttered, and continued no further. Abel's black eyes began to wander, in search of the words he truly desired. He would put his emotions into words. Perhaps the Emperor of the Empire, who had not once done such a thing till this day, who had not once done something that even a toddler was capable of, would now do so. Vincent, you would try and save me no matter what. Subaru, Vincent, in a situation where the survival of the Empire is at stake, you occupy me with trifles of such insignificance. Subaru. Vincent, even since I laid eyes upon your way of being, Subaru. Each time his words would get stuck halfway through. No matter the words, no matter the emotions, they were not enough to express what Abel felt in his heart of hearts. Repeatedly, Abel ceased speaking, revised his words, and corrected himself. Yet Subaru did not rush him. Vincent, you detest me, view me as an enemy. His intelligent self realizing that the response of his desires lay not beyond his faltering words, Abel started the words he ought to say anew, over and over again. He, known as the wisest emperor since the inception of the Valatian Empire, a man whose wisdom was respected by everyone, did so. And thus, after repetitions upon repetitions, he finally managed to do it. Vincent, Subaru, Vincent, I had resolved myself for my own death. I had not resolved myself to lose someone dear. Having only forged his resolve to be the one leaving the rest behind, his resolve for being left behind had not been cultivated. Perhaps he had even gone as far as to think about what words he would leave behind in his final moments. There was even the possibility one would find notes here and there left for after his death, if they were to search. All had been done for the sake of entrusting the matter to those who would continue forth, done with a resolve that had not even considered the possibility he would be on the side being entrusted. Vincent, why? A quavering voice questioned so. While speaking in a quavering voice, Abel detached his hands from Subaru's collar. Those hands, his own very blood-stained hands, he brought them to his face and concealed his expression. The emperor, who would by no means even close both his eyes in front of others, covered his face with both his hands. "Vincent, why did you leave me behind and die, Keisha?" His face in his hands, his voice trembling, his black eyes potentially even tearing up, Vincent Valacia fell to his knees. Having lost a very, very important person, the man who had likely not had even the time to grieve, not needing to wear the mask of emperor in front of a rude and disrespectful individual whom he hated, fell to his knees. Witnessing just that, Subaru, taking a very long and immensely deep breath, "Subaru, I'm sorry." With that, as a fellow struggler fighting against an unreasonable fate, he faced the fellow struggler who had been wounded while earnestly continuing to fight, and imparted words that would never be able to serve as comfort. When swinging at Abel as he tried to leave, what came to Subaru's mind was the memory of the time Otto had once punched him in a similar manner. "Subaru, you're incredible, man. I could never be as smart as you." I'll never say that to his face, though. Since he would feel embarrassed and annoyed, he really did not wish to state so directly to that very person. The most he was willing to consider was that one day, once Otto was dying of old age, he would sit at the side of the bed and say, "To be honest, I thought you were incredible." If he were to really go through with it, he had faith that Otto, even in his dying moments, would retort with, "Then why have you been keeping silent about it until now?" Anyhow, Subaru. With a thud, Abel leaned his back against the wall of the cabin as he sat on the ground, observing the dim interior of the cabin as he hugged one of his knees. Subaru, too, absent-mindedly savored the silence while sitting next to him with legs crossed. From the outset, Subaru's true feelings were undoubtedly feelings of gratitude towards Otto, alongside a wish to mess with him a bit. Some time ago, at a time Subaru had been on the verge of buckling under the weight of attempting to carry anything and everything by his lonesome, Otto had given a wallop to Subaru's cheek, had lambasted him with words he needed to hear. That he was keeping up useless airs in front of his friends, so he was told. That experience had given Subaru the courage to spring off the bed. But then again, Subaru, not like you and I are friends or anything. Vincent, of course. Speak not of such repulsive things. Being a friend of yours, no, I simply have no need for the likes of friends, nor shall I ever want them. Subaru, so your reasoning isn't that you can't make friends, but that you won't make them. I also did that when I pretended to be a proud lone wolf, but it's completely obvious to the people around you. Vincent, your disrespect knows no bounds now, does it? Seated close to each other, yet without looking towards the other, Subaru and Abel exchanged words. No longer were the heated emotions from their grappling scuffle present, but on the other hand, they were not vanished to the point that they would abort their conversation midway, nor were they able to feign civility. Subaru's face, clothes, and hands were stained with blood all over. Of course, Abel's face, hair, and clothes were also stained with blood all over. Inside the cabin, the sheets were stained with blood, and the knife had fallen to the ground. Blots of scattered blood were present here and there, and evidence of damage and of blood having been shed was everywhere. The amount of blood was not enough for this place to be dubbed a murder scene, but it sure was enough for it to look like a crime scene. Subaru, but even if we thrash around, we could never destroy the whole cabin. That's what our individual limit is, you and I, even with Subaru and Abel having gone into a no-holds-barred rampage. The most they had been able to do was break the furnishings. Were the ones to go on a rampage the truly dangerous people present in this world, the cabin would probably be destroyed in the blink of an eye, no traces of it being left behind. How much time would it take for Emilia, with that adorable face and those adorable hands of hers, to adorably dismantle this cabin? Subaru, even if you and I throw down, it's nothing so adorable even. Vincent, just what in the world is your problem? Subaru, what about you? What the hell's your problem? I'll tell you what, your story's all over the goddamn place. I can't even tell what you want to talk about. Vincent. Abel remained silent and pondered. The reason he had held his tongue was likely because he had been made aware of how scattered the topics were. It was the result of plugging his ears to the appeals of his true intentions and only choosing the topics that felt good to his ears and flowed nicely. Since he had been on edge, there had not been a single topic that was sincere. That was the essence of Abel's speech till just before, and he had also now become aware of that lapse of his. Thence, how he would recover from that, Subaru waited to see Vincent. Natsuki Subaru, is it the truth that you are not a stargazer? Subaru, it's true. I'm not a stargazer or anything like that. Stuff like premonitions of the future that fits the witch cult more than it fits me. I don't really get along with those guys. Vincent, I did happen to hear that you have felled 2 Sin archbishops in Lugunica. Subaru, it's not public, but it's actually been 3. Gluttony's been as well. Nah, it's kinda difficult to say whether Gluttony's been defeated or not, so forget about that. Louis's situation is also Vincent, what is it? Subaru, you didn't do anything to Louis, right? After all, I still haven't forgiven you for that time you said Louis was to be killed. In the demon city of Chaos Flame, Abel's firm stance towards Louis had been what had triggered Subaru's separation from Abel and the rest, going on to act independently. When her identity as a Sin archbishop came to light, Abel had declared that she would not be tolerated. With that as the reason, Subaru had moved separately from Abel and the rest of their group. The pair of him and Louis isolated, and without assistance, then headed towards Yorna's castle, Subaru. Though stuff's happened until now, I still won't forgive you. Vincent, speak not of foolish things. Though was it not you who thoroughly hated that girl? Subaru, before is before, now is now. To begin with, if you've kept your impression of me from our first meeting, you doubt my sanity considering the members I get along with. Vincent, your sanity is something I have doubted since the Shadrakian village. Your concern is unnecessary. Subaru, Vincent, no harm has been inflicted upon that girl. After all, what I had been trying to say back then was not that we ought to execute someone whose apparent identity was that of a Sin archbishop right there and then. Subaru, wah. Vincent, you jump to a hasty conclusion. Diligently reflect upon this. Having been told that his worries were needless, Subaru was at a loss for words. But even supposing that were true, Abel's cold-hearted and indifferent attitude had been part of the reason for Subaru making a conclusion so hastily. Adding up Abel's attitude up until then had led to his distrust back then. Subaru, that was an issue of your attitude, Vincent. It was necessary. It was just in case, so you would not wish for my survival. Subaru, Vincent, all grounded on the conjecture that you were a stargazer, that included. You who continues to produce results unprecedented within the kingdom have performed deeds no ordinary person would be able to. Subaru, that's Vincent. Although there was no need for me to go out of my way to worsen your impression of me. Even if I did not act as such, you are the type of person who would detest me the most. Abhorrence and disdain, they both overflow from your heart. Subaru, you damn bastard. Whether it was a lie, the truth, good or bad, Abel's words caused veins to bulge in Subaru's forehead. But as Subaru explored his relationship with Abel while treading on thin ice, Abel had come into contact with Subaru with a mental state akin to treading a tightrope. With Subaru on ice, and Abel walking a tightrope, no interaction of the sort could ever proceed smoothly. After all, each of them went without looking at anything but their own feet. They did not even regard the other's face. Subaru, I don't know anything about that Keisha guy. He kicked you out from the throne and turned himself into you pretending to be emperor. I only happened upon him in Chaos Flame when he was posing as emperor. Vincent, Subaru, I don't get what that person was thinking or what he had been scheming in driving you away from the palace. But you got frustrated in such a way because that person died, and if he really did die when you were supposed to, I do get that. Therefore, falteringly, Subaru spoke of what he thought as he thought it. Since they had an unspoken agreement to not face each other, Subaru could not see Abel's expression as he spoke those words. A tad frightening, that was. That person was someone who Abel lamented losing to an extent such that he could not preserve the equilibrium of his heart. Subaru, speaking about that person while knowing nothing about them, his remarks could perhaps trample upon Abel's heart far too much. But he thought, though it had not been for a very long time, having been embroiled in a situation that concerned the survival of the nation, having been completely manipulated by this man who gave his name as Abel, Subaru thought. Subaru, that Keisha person, he sure was incredible. Though perhaps inappropriate, as he lifted his face, he produced a spirited voice. It had been no forceful attempt to brighten things. It had been praise. praise overflowing from Subaru's heart. In reality, just how many of them were there? People who could betray the predictions of the man, renowned as the wisest emperor since the inception of this Valetian empire, who molded just about every last thing merely within his own mind, who valued things proceeding as per his expectations. Just how many people could go against that and fulfill their own goals in such spectacular fashion? Just that was more than enough to earn Subaru's praise. Moreover, he had performed to the extent that Abel, having been left behind, was left hesitant and disheartened. He did not know if that was in accordance to the expectations held. Subaru, you said there wouldn't be a big difference whether you or that person was left behind. If that's true, then there's only one reason why that person made this situation. Vincent. You. Subaru spoke as he thought, and without facing him, Abel let out a muted voice. He was not so sure if anger had been present in that timbre or not, especially because he went without verbally assaulting Subaru in the way the latter had grown familiar with Vincent. Are you saying that you understand? The reason why Keisha plotted against me. Indeed, it was rather something to urge Subaru to voice the conclusion he had reached. Vincent. Abel desired an answer. An answer that even Abel's own clever brain could not come up with. For something like that to come out of the mouth of Subaru, who did not even know the person known as Keisha, even if Abel had no expectations, he had begun to have expectations. He could not help but think of those expectations as added pressure, but Subaru. Well, no matter what you'll think of me, we're already this far in. Once he had stood up in defiance, there remained no reason to hesitate in speaking exactly what he thought. The reason as to why Keisha had left not himself, but Abel behind that Subaru had thought of. That was Subaru. With fate trying to kill you, you resigned yourself to the opponent that was fate. That's gotta have irritated him. Vincent. Subaru. There's also a pattern of wanting someone to live even at the expense of your own life. But I don't think that's the case here. After all, the way you live wouldn't have anyone do anything of the sort for you. He could understand the feeling that one might want another person to live even if it meant they themselves would die. But in order to harbor a feeling of the sort, they must greatly think of the other person as dear, and they need a reason to be made to think that way. Prepared for his own destined death, desperate to pave the path for the sake of those who would continue after him, it was implausible that Abel would have anyone think of him in such a way. Therefore, Subaru's answer was that. Subaru, Keisha got irritated because of you. After all, he even proved it. Vincent, proved it, you say. Proved what? Proved that I was plotted against, and that I was a fool. Subaru, Flapsan and Meiseldesan have probably also realized that you're a moron with a good head on him. What I mean is, the reach of the thing known as fate. Vincent, fate. As though vocalizing that word for the first time, Abel's tongue became acquainted with that unfamiliar concept, muttering so. In reality, for Abel, who confronted everything head-on, who resisted endlessly armed with his own predictions, all impediments could be put into words. Likely, he had not realized his opponent was something so absurd, so formless as fate. But beyond all doubts, the enemy to which Abel had unconsciously accepted defeat was fate. At the same time, Keisha had proved that very thing by using his own life and letting Abel live. Subaru, fate can be fought. There's no reason to give up, not even a single one. Vincent. Faintly catching his breath, Abel kept silent as if the words he had been told had struck his very heart. Had he not believed his enemy to be fate, likely, he would not have thought to fight it or to even resist it. It would not have been something he had even considered. However, supposing he were to know just what exactly that enemy was, what could possibly ensue? If he, the wisest emperor since the inception of the Valetian Empire, were to know the true identity of his enemy, just what would he do? Subaru, Abel, I'm not a stargazer. Vincent, Subaru. But adjacent to Abel, who remained silent, Subaru spoke as he placed his hands on the knees of his crossed legs. Upon being accused, he denied it, only to be accused again. Upon denying it, he was accused, only to deny it again. Although explaining or affirming the matter of his own authority, the matter of return by death, was something he was not able to do, Subaru had also resolved his heart on something during this dialogue. That something was that which would have been his likely answer to Tard Fang, who had cornered him with words completely, leaving him unable to riposte in clear terms before their parting. Subaru. I'll save as many people as I possibly can, as long as they're within range of my hand. Even so, if there truly are still lives I'm not able to save, that's Vincent. A defeat served to you by fate, would it not be so? Subaru. I can't get a complete victory. After all, it's not just me who's fighting fate. He had not been able to save everything. Thus, Subaru was unable to declare that he was going to save everything, even from here onwards. While roaring for that inevitable fate to bring it on, while vowing to continue fighting against fate, yet still being faced with the loss of lives, Natsuki Subaru would mourn and lament, only to then continue to declare such things. And in that manner, for the sake of diminishing the chances for him to lament, for the sake of diminishing the chances for him to shed tears. Subaru, lend me your strength, Abel. If you do that, I'll also lend you mine. Vincent, Subaru, from this point onwards I'll cooperate in full. That said, I won't say selfish things without consulting with Emilia and the others, but that's just how passionate I am. That's why, saying that, Subaru firmly clapped his knees and stood up. Then, without looking at Abel's face, he slowly advanced to the middle of the cabin, to the side of the bed. With a sidelong glance at the disheveled and blood-stained sheets, Subaru reached his hand into the basket of fruits. Inside was the apple which Abel had abandoned after splitting it in half. The cross-section of its white insides were turning to a light brown coloration due to being exposed to the air. But not concerning himself with that, Subaru picked the halves up. Then, Subaru, help me finish eating the apple you cut in half. Tossing a half of the apple over to Abel, he sunk his teeth into the half he held onto. With a pleasant sound, the sweet juice of the fruit slowly filled his mouth, and Subaru looked into the face of Abel, still plopped down on the floor. Having caught the apple thrown at him, Abel brought his eyes down towards it, and after a moment of hesitation, he bit into it. With a similarly pleasant sound, the sweet and sour flavor ought to have filled his mouth as well. Whether he liked it or disliked it, hated it or loved it, was completely unrelated to that flavor. As fellow living beings, there would be no difference in the flavor of the apple that they shared. Vincent, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, what's up? Vincent, I am not fond of you. Subaru, NGH. Vincent, but I require your strength. Declaring so, Abel slowly stood up. With the half-eaten apple in his hand, Abel trained his sable eyes upon Subaru. Once again, he hid all the hues of uncharacteristic emotions that he had displayed within the cabin behind his consciousness as the Emperor. However, while those yet revealed themselves ever so slightly via his eyes and voice, Vincent, apologies for mine many acts of rudeness, O Knight of the Kingdom. With that, upon seeing the Emperor of the sacred Valatian Empire bow his head, Subaru smiled. Smiling while biting into what remained of the apple, Subaru, I won't apologize for my many acts of disrespect, Emperor of the Empire. And with that, the first step to rectify the discrepancies in their relationship, which had been mistaken ever since its very start, was taken. Arc 8, Chapter 13, To Each Their Wounds. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Bruseff, proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Alpha Hydra Seal Japanese to English checking by Paper Raffle Bruice GPMs Datches M Art Sources. Merihan, You also came. Rem looked up quietly as a voice called out to her from her side. At the connection of the coupled dragon carriage, calling out to Rem, who was leaning her back against the wall of the car, was a silver-haired girl who had opened the door of the next car, Emilia. She had a beautiful face with a soft look in her eyes. By her side was a girl holding her hand. It was Beatrice, who had rushed to Subaru during the chaos at the imperial capital. It was a touching sight, but Rem's feelings toward them were extremely complicated. Of course, this was partly because these women were related to Rem's lost memories that she herself had no knowledge of, but that was not the only reason. Unlike Ram, who she had instinctively known was her sister, and the other people who had called themselves her companions, these two people were special. They were special in that they were deeply connected to Subaru. Both of them felt a particularly strong connection to him during the situation surrounding the imperial capital, during the retreat, and afterwards when they were visiting Subaru while he was unconscious. Rem did not know why it bothered her so much. Rem, Emilia-san and Beatrice-jan, Beatrice. Rem is also concerned about where the discussion is going, I suppose. Rem, Concerned. Yes, right, concerned I might be. When asked by Beatrice, who had addressed her by name, Rem looked down slightly. The reason Rem stood in the empty passageway was to watch over the cabin a short distance away, the cabin assigned to Natsuki Subaru as his sleeping quarters. Subaru and Abel were now confronting each other in a quiet cabin after the large crowd of visitors had left. Abel's face was grim, and when he was seen, he was often wearing an Oni mask, so it was refreshing for Rem to see his true face. However, as far as Rem knew, Abel always had a scowl on his face when unmasked. But today his already grim face looked even more stiffened than before. Emilia, Rem, you've been around Subaru and Abel, Emperor Vincent for a while, haven't you? Are they good friends? Rem, Emperor Vincent, I'm not used to calling him that, and I don't get the impression that the two are very friendly with each other. I would say that even though they had agreed on some ideas, they didn't get along. Emilia, ugh, that's what I thought. Beatrice, well, that was predictable, in fact. Abel's way of thinking and Subaru's go like oil and water, I suppose. Betty prefers the sentimental way Subaru thinks, in fact. Emilia, geez, Beatrice is so quick to spoil Subaru. You have to give Abel's side of the story a proper listen. Emperor Vincent's side of the story, rather. Emilia's shoulders slumped at Rem's answer, but her lips pouted at Beatrice's subsequent assertion. In front of Rem, who thought her expression seemed to change from one moment to the next, Emilia added a surprised ah and looked at her. Emilia, oh, and Rem, since we're in Valencia, you have to call me Emily. Rem, is there a point to that? Emilia, of course there is. No one thinks I'm Emilia. Right, Beatrice. Beatrice, since Betty also spoils Emilia to give no answer is a kindness, I suppose. Emilia, ha, what does that mean? Emilia's eyes widened at Beatrice's kind misdirection as she held her hand. Rem felt that her feelings were at the mercy of the two as she saw their hard-to-dislike interactions, but she soon grew fond of Emilia and Beatrice. In the first place, if what she had heard was true, they had risked a lot to come to this country to look for both Rem and Subaru. There was no way she could dislike them. Rem, unlike him, there's nothing suspicious about them. Subaru carried a stench that inspired fierce, instinctive alarm. While a large part of Rem's hostility was due to that, there was no sign of it in Emilia and the others. So, like with Louis, the people of Shadrach, Flop, and the others, there was no reason to bother snapping at them. Although, Rem, that person's smell suddenly becoming fainter is also scary. She was concerned about Subaru, who had lost his strong stench while they had been separated. Since she did not know what exactly it was, and since it was better that it did not exist rather than the opposite, she wanted to say that things had improved. And as she had been thinking that, who are Tilda? It's Rem-chan, Emily-chan, and Beatrice-chan. The door of the carriage on the opposite side, from where Rem and the others were standing, was opened, and the other party who had appeared called out the names of the three in a loud voice. Waving her hands vigorously, a tall woman strolled towards them. Her long, golden hair was freely arranged. Her skin was exposed like a dancer's, and above all, she had fully grown arms and legs appropriate for her age. She was Emilia, Medium-san. Medium, Yahoo! Perhaps are you all worried about Abel-chin and Subaru-chin too? Emilia, yes, that's right. Medium-chan was as well. Medium, yeah, yes. See, I finally have a big body again, don't I? Now, unlike when I was little, I can stop adults from fighting, so I thought I could be useful. With her chest puffed out, Medium answered as such they had not seen her for long. But like Subaru, she was one of those whose appearance had changed from that of an adult to a child. The childish Medium was also very endearing, retaining her lively personality, but her charm remained the same regardless of the length of her arms and legs, so the familiar figure calmed Rem down. It seemed that Medium had also been very frustrated for having become smaller, and she seemed to be enjoying being back to her large body as much as she could. In any case, Rem, to stop a fight, that is, between that person and Abel-san. Medium, that's right, Tilda. It's been a while since the two of them talked properly. Aren't they going to go wild? Rem, I don't know. Setting aside that person, I can't imagine Abel-san going berserk. With a stern face and a harsh voice, she had the impression that Abel was one who would verbalize painful things. However, unlike Rem, who had frowned at Medium's concerns, Emilia and Beatrice's opinions seemed to be closer to Medium's side. Beatrice. Betty agrees with Medium, in fact. At the very least, Subaru has a lot to say to that emperor, so he will probably snap at him, I suppose. Emilia, that's true. I, Emily, am a teensy bit worried too. A fight is not only about hitting each other, but also about hurting each other with words. Rem, is that how it is? Certainly, it would not be a scuffle, since there was no indication that Abel would raise his hand, but it was quite possible that Subaru could become emotional and that the argument could intensify. Because Abel was rational, Rem felt that he talked circles around Subaru comparatively more often, but Abel may not have much leeway now. She had not exchanged many words with Abel, who had regained his position as emperor, but she could understand the concern of Medium and Beatrice, and that speculation was immediately verified to be correct. Okay. Anyways, let's sneak over to Garfield. If it's him, he should be able to understand our unavoidable circumstances. What? The scandal of how a knight of the kingdom raised his hand against the emperor of the empire. Don't forget, if that goes to trial, I'll talk about everything you've been up to as a last resort. And so on, the door of the cabin opened as they continued the hushed exchange. The eyes of those in Rem's group, who were waiting for the discussion to be concluded, met the black eyes of the two men as they peeked out to see whether there was anyone in the aisle. Subaru opened his mouth with an ah, while Abel frowned with a ah. However, that was not the extent of the reactions of Rem's group when they saw the state of the two of them. After all, both Subaru and Abel, who showed their faces, were covered in blood. Rem, unbelievable. Medium, you two are having a much bigger fight than I thought you would. Emilia, oh no. Beatrice, quickly heal him. Beatrice, it's as you see, in fact. Betty should have been there, I suppose. Subaru and Abel met their gazes at the group of women who had welcomed them with a flurried commotion. Then Abel sighed, and Subaru raised his hands in resignation. After that, Subaru, you're definitely going to get mad, so before that happens I gotta tell you we've made up. With a wry smile on his pitiable face, he said that as if he had at least some good news to tell. In the end, their injuries were just a small cut on their hands, nothing impressive. Medium, but the cabin's a mess now, and we don't have another cabin that we can prepare. Subaru, no, I'm not going to tell you something as self-important as to prepare another cabin. I've seriously reflected on what I are. Medium-san, you're back to normal. Medium, he tilde, that's right, Subaru-chin. No, that's no good. I'm happy that you said that, but I'm also angry at you. The two of you are hopeless. Saying that, Medium put her hands on her waist and scolded Subaru for his poor attempt to change the topic of the conversation. Subaru's shoulders slumped in remorse. However, instead of the depressed Subaru, it was Abel, whom Subaru had fought with, that received the brunt of Medium's scolding. Medium, Abel chin as well, while Subaru chin is small, you can't act immature, okay? Vincent, do you understand what you just did? You raised a hand against the Emperor. Medium, because you're so great and all that, and no one has ever scolded you, Abel chin. You've grown up to be like this, haven't you? Vincent, Abel frowned and crossed his arms. Meanwhile, Medium was giving him a reproachful glare. As one could understand from the exchange that had just happened, surprisingly, Medium had slapped Abel over the head. Looking at the disastrous state of the cabin, it was reasonable to want to scold Abel for fighting with the young-looking Subaru, but Rem was impressed by the absurd act. Rem, if it's okay with Medium-san, may I also hit him? Vincent, do not join her. We do not have the leisure to look over each instance of disrespect one by one at this time. Do not do something that would make me have to take my time after the war to decide whether I should punish you by comparing it to your achievements. Rem, that's a shame. Of course, she had not expected to receive permission, but for Rem, it was fruitful to hear the words, after the war, come from Abel's mouth. At least, Abel was looking towards the future. Although she did not know what had been said during their conversation inside, compared to before he had visited this cabin, it felt like the light and color within his eyes had improved. Emilia, okay, this is good. But you need to change your clothes or else everyone will worry about you. You can go see everyone after you're dressed properly, okay? Beatrice, truly, you're so troublesome, in fact. You can't allow Betty to have any peace of mind, I suppose. Subaru, sorry. But it's been a while. It feels so fresh. For a while, the only people who worried about me were, except for Tanza, all men. Having wiped off the blood on Subaru's face and hands with the hand towel she carried, Emilia patted him on the head. Beatrice, with her hands held out and seemingly trying to heal his wounds, shrugged her shoulders, appearing to feel not only a sense of relief, but also a sense of joy. Both of them seemed to feel happy to be looking after Subaru. Looking at this, for some reason Rem felt her chest tingle. Medium, hey, Abelchin, do you think you can manage? Not having noticed that which occurred in Rem's heart, Medium tilted her head as she asked Abel this question. Abel narrowed his black eyes at her question and then nodded his head after a moment. Vincent, there is no problem. In fact, it is foolish to point at me and question whether I can work hard. Ever since I decided that I would assume the seat of emperor, I lost the right to act haphazardly. Medium, does that mean that you're going to continue working hard as the emperor? Vincent, that is a foolish way of saying it, but roughly yes. Medium, I see. Then I also agree. Let's work together, Tilda. Medium's face suddenly brightened up, and she held her hand out towards Abel. Abel glared at Medium's hand and proceeded to turn his face away. At Abel's cold attitude, Medium withdrew her hand and clapped her hands together, producing a snapping sound. Medium, well, should we go to meet the others? Big Bro also wanted to talk with Abelchin. Vincent, I do not have the time to talk with that thing, but Serena Dracroy's flying dragon ship should also be back soon. Either way, I need to talk with the main players now. Rem, please wait. Towards Medium's urging, Abel drew back his chin. For Abel, who liked to take care of things quickly, she knew that from now on, important discussions would have to be held to discuss how to deal with the problems occurring in the imperial capital. Naturally, as people who were important to that discussion, it was already decided that Subaru and Emilia would be present. But before that, Rem had something important to say. Half of the reason Rem stood there was because of her concern about the twisted relationship between Subaru and Abel, but the other half was because of that. Subaru, Abel, I also have something that I want to do before I meet everyone, something that I absolutely must do. So let me go do that first. Rem. Stopping the exchange. Rem tried to tell them her reason for coming. However, Subaru interrupted Rem as he began to speak, turning his gaze towards her. That gaze made her understand that what he absolutely had to do was the same thing as what Rem had tried to say. So Rem pursed her lips and nodded. And then, Subaru. Rem, take me to Katia-san. What the fuck, brat? This ain't no place for you. When he visited his intended cabin, Subaru's eyes widened as he was greeted by a vulgar voice. Standing behind the open door was a man with a rough greeting voice that matched his eye-patched face for a moment. He had a difficult time opening his memory drawer, but then it hit him. Subaru, Jamal Wright. Jamal, oh, how do you know my name? I don't know you. Subaru, you're alive. Jamal, ain't you damned rude little brat, huh? The name of the man who had opened his mouth, donning an unexpectedly clean set of teeth, making his throat growl, was Jamal. When Subaru was blown away to the Valetian Empire, he was one of the first people he had encountered in the Empire, the man who had been Tard Fang's companion. As far as Subaru knew, in the fortress city of Garrel, when Tard helped a general first class, who had been previously captured, escape, he had certainly been captured as a prisoner of war by the rear guards who remained. Following that, due to Subaru going through a lot, his safety had honestly slipped his mind. Subaru, why are you in this cabin? Jamal, what's so weird about me being in my little sister's cabin? Subaru, little sister. Hearing the sound of his questions melting away due to the answer, Subaru remembered. It reminded him, Tard mentioned that his fiancée was Jamal's younger sister, meaning that the people in front of him, Jamal and Katia, were actually siblings. The delicate Katia and the thuggish and wild Jamal were siblings. Subaru, well, both the color of your hair and its frizziness are similar. Jamal, I don't understand what you're saying, but I do understand that you're pissing me off. Brat, if you don't want to get hurt, you should. Katia, Nexan, stop it. Perhaps annoyed by Subaru's attitude, Jamal rolled up his sleeves and showed him a gesture of trying to kick him out by force. But before he could do so, a shrill voice from behind called him to stop. Looking into the cabin past Jamal's side, a cabin with a layout similar to the one in which Subaru had been sleeping in, at its far end was a woman was lying on a bed. That woman was Subaru, Katia-san. Katia, you are finally awake. Why, you've been sleeping too much. Seriously, really? Katia looked at Subaru from the other side of her brother's body, who was standing in the way, seeing her sit up on the bed. Then Jamal quickly walked over to her and said, "Oi, oi, Jamal, take it easy. You dunno if you might die or not, so move slowly. Katia, I'm not that fragile. Don't compare me to a brother who doesn't even die when he's supposed to be dead. Jamal, I didn't die in the first place, but you people would have killed me anyway out of your own volition." Jamal, his concern flat out rejected, and now stigmatized as a dead man after so long, slightly shuddered. It seemed like a lot had happened in the reunion of these siblings, but it was not Subaru's real intention to delve into that. There had been another reason for his visit. "Rem, are you okay?" Subaru looked down slightly and saw that his feet had not moved very far from the entrance into the cabin, and it was Rem, who was with him, who had asked that. After apologizing to Emilia, Abel, and the others, Subaru had come to visit this cabin alongside Rem as Katia's friend. Rem had every reason to be present here. That was because she too had wanted to hear what Subaru was trying to do from here on out. "Subaru, yeah, I'm okay." Nodding, Subaru stepped into the cabin. On the bed, Katia and Jamal were still arguing about something, but when Subaru arrived with Rem, Katia closed her mouth. As she kept her blue eyes, framed by long lashes, downcast. "Katia, is your body doing better now?" Even if it was just a prelude to the main topic, her concern for Subaru's body was kind. Her tone was blunt and brusque, but there was no doubt that she was a lovely woman at heart, and that was why she had become close to the unreliable Rem. To this woman, Subaru had to tell her. "Subaru, yeah, I'm okay. Thanks for worrying about me." "Katia, I wasn't worried or anything. It's just that this girl seemed anxious." "Subaru." With a glance, Subaru looked toward Rem as she stood next to him, her expression stiff. Knowing roughly what was going to be discussed, he did not overreact to Katia's words as he normally would. Although it was something he had anticipated, Subaru admonished his own weakness, which made him want to put off the main topic. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled. And then, "Subaru, I'm sorry. I couldn't bring Todd back." And thus, he informed her of the final parting between him and Todd in the imperial capital. Katia, squeezing his small fist tightly, overcome with grief, Subaru let the cruel truth be known. At the end of the battle in the imperial capital, even though Todd had helped them break through the siege of zombies, their clash had been all but inevitable. Subaru had decided not to kill Todd, a man who hated and abhorred Subaru's way of thinking and who was determined to get rid of him, and they faced off against each other. But in the end, Subaru. He was washed away by the floodwater that swept into the city, but any more than that, Katia. Oh, Subaru. It's just that in the fight against the zombies, he acted as a decoy and suffered a lot of injuries. That's why, due to Subaru's report, a hoarse exhale escaped from Katia. As if to overlap with that breath, Subaru described what he saw to Katia in a way that was not exactly as he had seen it. Subaru could have given Katia hope had he wished to. The reality was that, the last time Subaru had laid eyes upon Todd, he had been swallowed up by that muddy current, disappearing. It was supposedly possible to show some hope for his survival, in case his body had gone without being found. But Subaru did not do that. Subaru. The last time Subaru had laid eyes upon Todd was when the latter's figure had been encompassed by the flood. However, the exact description had been left out. To be precise, the last time Subaru had seen Todd, the latter had adopted the form of a werewolf. The latter had taken a deep axe blow to his chest, to then tumble into the rushing waters. He had been severely wounded, and in a state of unconsciousness, he had been swallowed up by the muddy current. He could not have escaped harm. Jamal, HK. Upon hearing Subaru's story, the sound of Jamal gritting his teeth hard could be heard echoing throughout the cabin. For Jamal, Todd was his companion, and more than that, his future brother-in-law, the person whom he had decided to entrust his sister Katia to. It was a terribly odd feeling, but Subaru also wanted to hope that Todd had survived, if possible. Having his expectations seriously betrayed, their relation was that of his life being targeted, and in the world where Subaru actually returned by death, Todd was an opponent that had taken his life multiple times. However, since he had a history of dealing with Todd on many occasions, he understood. Todd was just an ordinary person with no special powers. The fact that he was a werewolf was not an advantage which could overturn that life-threatening situation. In a helpless situation where Subaru would die, Todd would also lose his life. Tard Fang had been swallowed up by that flood had perished. As the person who, in the end, had been the closest witness to the final moment of his life, that was Subaru's conclusion. Subaru. Silence fell upon the cabin. Gradually, the silence seemed to burn his forehead and the nape of his neck. There was a heartache that he had to live with. It was something he had decided to take on by himself. So after a while, as he continued to experience the sensation of his skin being burned, Katia, "Why, you didn't see the crucial part of it, did you? Then maybe he's not dead." Her voice, faltering and cracking, caused Subaru to look up. Not only Subaru, but also Rem and Jamal all looked at Katia upon the bed. She fiddled with her hair, her blue eyes quivering. Katia, what if? If you'd seen Todd's head get smashed in, or his body cut in half, or burned to a crisp, or something like that, you know. If you'd seen it, you might think so, yes, but Rem, Katia-san, Katia. But see, he really clings to his life. And besides, when we parted ways, he told me he'd come back soon, definitely back to me, he'd never lie. Even when he told me that my brother had died. He just misspoke, that's all. Rem, Katia-san. Raising her voice, Katia started clawing at her hair. The sight of it made Rem call out to her, and she cuddled up on the bunk to hold Katia's head. Cradling Katia's head in her chest, Rem caressed her back. Rem, slowly, breathe slowly. I'm right here beside you, Katia. You're wrong, he wouldn't that easily right. Right, Rem. Rem, Katia-san. Large tears streamed from Katia's eyes, soaking Rem's clothes as she hugged her. Without minding that, Rem continued to stroke her sobbing friend's back. Subaru's heart was intensely torn by Katia's honest reaction. He understood that Katia would be hurt this way by telling her about Todd. It was a really complicated relationship, but Todd's feelings for Katia were likely genuine. Katia, as well, was really cherished by Todd. That was why there were these tears. That was why Subaru had not mentioned the crueler truth. It was something that Rem was not even aware of. It was Rem who had finished off Todd, who had turned into a werewolf with an axe. In order to protect Subaru, Rem had put an end to Todd. Since Todd had been in his werewolf form at the time, and since he had not undone his beastification until the instant he was submerged, Rem was unaware of this fact. Moreover, Subaru had no intention of enlightening her on the matter. Subaru did not believe that the truth had any value here. Todd loved Katia, and Katia loved him back. That was what mattered. There was no reason to destroy those memories and dwell on what really happened. Subaru, Todd truly cared about Katia-san all the way until the very end. That was the only motive without any lies that Natsuki Subaru, the target of Todd Fang's raw murderous intent, could convey to Katia orally. Katia, HK. Katia, sobbing, wrapped her arms around Rem's back as she hugged her, and one could see her nails digging hard into Rem's back. It was painful, but Rem took it in silence. In this cabin echoing with sobs, Rem glanced at Subaru and shook her head. Within that gesture, Rem conveyed to leave Katia to her, and her gratitude to Subaru who had come prepared for this outcome. Jamal, sorry to make you have to play a nasty role, brat. As they left the cabin, leaving Rem and Katia behind, Jamal stated so to Subaru. With Subaru raising an eyebrow at Jamal's surprisingly straightforward words, he grimly wrinkled his nose with a, "You know, Jamal, it's a tough role to inform the family of the deceased. No matter how heroically and bravely the person died, there are still those who are gonna wanna cry. Subaru, how about you? Jamal, huh? Subaru, because Todd is your companion, your sister's fiancé, he's someone special to you as well, right?" With cheeks contorted, Jamal pondered Subaru's question. After a moment of silence, he touched the eye patch covering his right eye with his finger. Jamal, dunno. If the bastard had survived, I would have laughed it off, being that we both failed to die, but that possibility's completely gone. Well, if he died fighting, then he did his job as an imperial soldier, though he marked that hardcore. Subaru. As he said that, Jamal gave a small snort and laughed at the last part. Subaru could not tell whether it was a laugh at the thought of Todd's uncharacteristic end, or whether it was a laugh based on some kind of imperial way that Subaru did not understand. Whichever the case may be, Subaru did not feel that he could laugh at someone's death. Jamal, it's just, in front of Subaru, who was thinking that, Jamal suddenly followed up. At the tone of his voice, Subaru opened his eyes wide. What was in Jamal's continued voice was not anger nor was it loneliness, but something more akin to anticipation. And that impression was correct, as Jamal went on to say, Jamal, don't think that son of a bitch die so easily. What Katia said's true. I haven't seen him actually die. Subaru, that is Yao. Jamal, clam it, brat. Regardless of what I think, that's hope for Katia. As Subaru was about to involuntarily object, Jamal's finger flicked the former's forehead. Having silenced him, Jamal jerked his chin toward the door behind him as he said that. Subaru could not discern whether the hope Jamal spoke of was a bright one or a cruel one. However, he understood that he was not qualified to interfere. Only those who were invited and allowed to participate in Katia and Todd's lives had the right to interfere with their feelings. Subaru was not qualified to do so. Jamal, damn, for a guy who hated to fight, you had quite the hot-blooded attitude. And cause of that, you crossed a far more dangerous bridge than I did. Looking up at the ceiling of the hallway, Jamal made that critique of Todd. Even though Jamal did not show his face, even though his voice trembled, Subaru was still not qualified to point this out. Hello, Tilda, Subaru-kun, you're looking well, Arient Tilda you. You've been looking more youthful. I wonder Tilda if it's thanks to the food of the Empire. Subaru, amazing. The only person that could make such a gaudy joke after seeing me like this is Roswell. Roswell, oh my, no one else was calm enough to do that with the Tilda. By the way, for the time being, in this place I go by the name Dudley. From now on, let's get along, okay? With his blue eye closed, leaving his yellow eye winking towards him, it was an expression that Subaru had not seen in a while. Roswell's, that was, and coming face to face with him made Subaru break into a smile. As expected, Roswell was unfazed as he looked at the shrunken-down Subaru, but Subaru decided not to mention that his style differed from his usual clown costume. It was a little vexing, as it reminded him of when he changed his tone of voice and intentionally omitted explaining anything. After Subaru had informed Katia of Todd's final moments, Subaru had gone to the middle of the coupled dragon carriages to a larger passenger car that had been prepared for him. The coupled dragon carriages, according to Subaru's prior knowledge, they were similar in structure to electric and railway trains, the likes of which could only be found in the Valatian Empire, which was flatter than most other countries. Of course, when it came to who held the larger number of ground dragons that went to the kingdom of Lugunica, thus, he decided he would keep in a corner of his mind that it would probably be possible to lay out something similar, provided he chose the right terrain. Roswell, this coupled dragon carriage, I dare say that it appears to be one of the secrets of the Empire. From what I've heard, it was invented by a member of the 9 divine generals known for their wisdom, Subaru. I knew it. I've never seen something like this in the kingdom. Thinking about it, we've seriously seen a lot of the inner workings of the Empire. Roswell, ha, it'd be disastrous if we're prevented from returning just because we peeked at the dark side of the Empire too much. From now on, I think it may be wise if we spend some time with our eyes closed. Subaru, that's no laughing matter either. Roswell gave a hearty laugh in agreement as Subaru grumbled this. Otto wore a dismayed expression as he overheard their conversation. The passenger carriage in question was a dining car with a lot of tables, designed with enough space to accommodate roughly 20 people. However, the purpose for all these tables was not for having a meal, but rather for discussions such as assemblies and war councils. In fact, Subaru and Roswell were not the only ones there. There were many other faces as well. Of course, Emilia and Beatrice, who had come here earlier, were sitting at the same table as Ram. Ram gave a scornful gaze to Subaru, who had come alone. Ram, little Barusu, what happened with Rem? Shouldn't she be with you? Subaru, you really didn't need to use that prefix. Right now, Rem is with Katia-san. For this discussion, I don't think we'll be seeing her face. Ram. Ah, yes. Spilling out a sigh, Ram did not dig any further into Subaru's answer. At last, Ram had managed to meet her younger sister, Rem, but apparently they were not as clingy with each other as Subaru had thought they would be. From the get-go, he had the impression that the two of them were quite close with one another, so Subaru had hoped that the two sisters would be constantly holding each other's hands. Ram and Rem are both their own person. Don't be forcing your own selfish feelings onto us, young Barusu. It's disgusting. Subaru, don't read other people's minds. I'm not being disgusting. Ram. While Ram couldn't be around, it was the people around Rem that supported her. Don't think of belittling those relationships. Shameless, undeveloped Barusu. Subaru, let's see how long it takes for you to use up all of your variations of my nickname, Nisama. As his cheeks twitched at the various things Ram said and did, Subaru took a deep breath. Ram had a point. It would be no good to rush. First of all, the sisters had been successfully reunited, so they should not rush and should advance forward slowly. There was no need to worry, as there was a bond between Ram and Rem that no one could get between. He was able to believe this from the atmosphere that he had felt when they had come to visit Subaru together. Subaru, but are these all our members? What about Petra, Frederica, and Garfield? Emilia, Petra-chan and Frederica are taking care of the soldiers that are fighting. Garfield as well, he's also busy with the wounded. Subaru, the fighting that's still ongoing. Emilia, yes, it is. Subaru, I think you saw a lot of them in the imperial capital. In regards to the whereabouts of the missing members, Emilia slightly hesitated with her answer. What she was about to say, Subaru could guess what it would be. Subaru, the zombies, Arto. W, what is that? That strange name. Subaru, a dead person that can move around. In my hometown, we call them zombies. I thought it'd be better if they had a name, so I called them that for the sake of convenience. Arto, you not have way too many weird things in your hometown, Natsuki-san. Arto turned a reproachful look towards Subaru, whose mouth curved into a smile. In this case, he thought about whether he should argue that this world in which zombies had actually appeared was the stranger one, or whether it was his world, in which zombies were the subject of so many works of fiction, but did not actually exist. Truly an incomprehensible matter of dimensions. Roswell. I see, that's good, zombies. At least we can avoid calling them corpse soldiers. Then, Roswell cut in between Subaru and Arto's conversation. Subaru ruminated on the words corpse soldiers that had come from his mouth. Subaru, something like that. It seems like it's connected to some bad memories, huh? Roswell, that is indeed the case. It's one of the memories that I don't wish to remember. Beatrice, as discussed in the imperial capital, it's safe to say that this is the result of the sacrament of the immortal king, I suppose. According to the records, it was used most recently during the kingdom's civil war, in fact. Subaru, so that's why it's a bad memory. At Subaru's gaze, Roswell gave a vague smile as he declined to say anything further. Roswell had a deep knowledge of the past. Even if he himself had not participated in the Civil War, he still might have had a bad experience with the sacrament of the immortal king. Beatrice. But as far as Betty knows, that secret art is meant to be an unstable product, I suppose. To create such a great number of zombies and reproduce it so well, it should be impossible, in fact. Subaru. But they were actually moving and talking, so there must be some reason for it, right? Beatrice, Betty is also scratching her head, I suppose. Dudley, you shouldn't be slacking off, in fact. Roswell, my oh my, I'm upset that you think that I'm slacking off. Since this also involves me, there's no reason for me to cut any corners. Besides, all of your lives are also at stake. Beatrice, Betty doesn't know how much to trust you, I suppose. Roswell, I understand, because your life is also at stake. Beatrice, what do you understand, in fact? You're just cracking even more jokes, I suppose. With his chin resting on his folded hands, Roswell gave this answer, causing Beatrice's face to become red as she shouted at him. Beatrice exploded with frustration at the tease from Roswell, but even Subaru was not sure what Roswell was truly thinking. However, since Beatrice was Subaru's partner, he pulled down his eyelid and stuck his tongue out at him. Emilia, well, I'm not really sure of the details, but is it all right if I call them Zamis like Subaru? Arto, I see no problem with it. It is shorter than saying corpse soldiers. Subaru, that way of agreement is just like Arto. And so, just like that, as Subaru's conversation with the others came to a close. Your Excellency, according to a report I received from General Second Class Kafma, they will remain in the Garahal Tropics to keep an eye on the stragglers as much as possible. Also, from General First Class Albert, he is using delaying tactics with the shinobi under his command. However, he said that since their opponent has no need to resupply water or food rations, it seems that what he can do decreases by about half. As for Kafma Urulux and Albert Dunkelken, tell them to continue their operations as they have been doing. Serena Drakrai, what of your flying dragon ship? It has yet to return. Hopefully, the fact that it's taking longer than anticipated doesn't mean that the fortified city has fallen. If it performs the purpose it was built to do, the fortified city should not be unprepared. And so, with the flurry of several footsteps and important talk flying around, Abel and three of his retainers, an old man, a large man, and a beautiful woman, arrived within the carriage. Subaru did not know any of their names. Otto, the old man is the Prime Minister Bastet's Fondalfon, the tall man is General First Class Gars Ralphon, and that woman is High Countess Serena Drakray. Subaru, you saved me there. Gars, I think he's the guy that was arrested for letting Abel escape. Otto guessed the reason for Subaru's frowning profile and made his comment. Among the names Subaru had heard from him was the name of one of the 9 divine generals whose survival was supposed to be uncertain. He was someone who had been stated of being able to be considered an ally to Abel, supposing he had survived, so he was honestly happy to see him actually at Abel's side. Vincent, all of you are here. Good, then we can begin the war council. Subaru, hey, what about Flopson and the others? Vincent, if there was a shortage of manpower like at the fortress city, it would be a different story, but what value would the addition of a peddler provide to this war council? Otto, that is true. I wonder, why am I even here? Besides Subaru, who had tilted his head, Otto also tilted his head at what Abel said. But the reason for which Otto had tilted his head was not known by the Emilia camp, Subaru included. It was only natural for Otto to be present here. He was even laughed at scornfully by Ram with a ha. Subaru, and Tarita-san, Maiselda-san, and the others are positioned in the passenger car at the rear, so they won't be here for this discussion, right? Bastet's, indeed. That is what we have heard from the people of Shadrach. They have given me a really reassuring reply that when the time comes for them to utilize their power, they will do so fully. Gars, certainly, I never thought that I would get the opportunity to stand side by side with the people of Shadrach, renowned for their bravery and courage. If this were not a struggle for the survival of the Empire, I would be all the more excited. Damn. Vincent, you make too much noise. Keep your mouth closed. Abel silenced Gars, causing him to clench his fists, which were the size of a child's head, as he restrained himself. It was an inconsiderate remark, but since nobody paid it any attention, it was probably just a typical exchange between them. At any rate, he now understood why Flop and the people of Shadrach were not present. Emilia, Subaru, your friends from the Empire are Subaru. I've already told everyone in the battalion that I'd speak as their representative. There's something I want to discuss with everyone, especially with Biko. Beatrice, with Betty. This doesn't feel like it's going to be good, in fact. Subaru, there. For the time being, he had asked his comrades from the Pleiades battalion to refrain from attending this meeting. After all, Subaru and Abel were both in the same cabin. With one wrong move, Whites could have attacked Abel in an attempt to hand over the throne to Subaru. The lie that Subaru was the illegitimate son of Abel of Vincent Valatia, that he was the black-haired crown prince, was still ongoing. He eventually needed to resolve that issue as well. Subaru, though it would have been nice at least if Tanza were here, Subaru was the only one attending the meeting as a member of the battalion. He did not feel comfortable taking her out of her cabin, as she was not looking well. As was the case when she had visited him, he would definitely have to talk to Tanza later. Subaru. Also, I haven't seen Louis around. Ram. That girl is with Medium and Flop. You seem to have a lot of feelings for her, but what do you intend to do with her, Barusu? Subaru. We can talk about that later, too. Ram's light crimson eyes narrowed, and Subaru felt compelled to reply. Ram knew that Louis had been present at Pleiades' watchtower right before Subaru and Rem had been sent to the Empire. Naturally, from Ram's mouth and from Abel's, Louis's true identity would have been shared with everyone. Still, she would like to know who, along with what kind of work and effort, had made it possible for her to be on board this coupled dragon carriage. In addition, they needed to find the best compromise for Louis. Vincent, now that you have finally caught up, we shall start this war council, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, you don't forget that I'm holding on to an enormous scandal, okay? I mean, I guess it's like that, but not quite. Abel's attitude had not changed on the surface, even though he vividly remembered him meekly bowing his head. Using disparaging words at his attitude, Subaru put a stop to him. Still, there was a companion whose movements had not yet been confirmed. That was Subaru. What about Priscilla? She must have been in Garel, and wasn't she also at the imperial capital? Besides, Tanza mentioned Yorna. Subaru asked this, as if he were saying she should have been there, while looking at Abel's face. Somehow, Priscilla and her merry band of companions had come to the Valatian Empire. Al had even accompanied him to the demon city of Chaos Flame, so he was sure that they had been involved in the battle for the imperial capital of Lupugana. As for Yorna, Subaru and his group had also received information that she had joined the rebels. Tanza had likewise felt Yorna's presence in the imperial capital. Naturally, such faces would certainly be on board the coupled dragon carriage as well. Speaking of a face he had not seen, he also had not seen Cecilis either, but Cecilis's moodiness was the same as it was before they had left Gladiator Island, so he was not concerned about him, Subaru. Hey! However, once Subaru did ask about them, Abel fell silent and closed one eye. Suspicious of his reaction, Subaru furrowed his brows as he looked around to see that Abel was not the only one who'd had such a reaction. For some reason, nobody was saying anything about Priscilla's group's movements. If Priscilla and the rest of her group had heartlessly returned to the kingdom before the siege of the imperial capital, then Emilia and the others would have been surprised to hear Priscilla's name. That was not the case, and the answer to this uncomfortable silence was Beatrice. Subaru, that was kept secret to avoid agitating you, I suppose. Subaru. Biko. Before he could react, Beatrice took action and squeezed Subaru's hand. Subaru's cheeks tightened at Beatrice's preamble. Then Emilia turned her attention towards Subaru, who unconsciously held Beatrice's hand tightly. Emilia, stay calm and listen to me, Subaru. About Priscilla and Yorna-san. She paused for a beat. Emilia continued with what felt like a drawn-out answer to the anxious Subaru. That was Emilia. When we were all fleeing together from the imperial capital, we didn't find those two. But I want to believe that they're safe. It was definite proof of the wounds inflicted to their side during the siege of the imperial capital. Arc 8, Chapter 14, The Kingdom and the Empire. Machine translated by Archbishop Kilm Brusev, Do Archbishop Archbishop 297, proofread by Archbishop #750, Archbishop Alpha Hydra Sprite Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Ice Art Sources. ReZero Chikiwanda Komori 3. Priscilla and Yorna had not returned. The lack of disagreement from the other people in the cabin made it clear that he had not misheard the startling information that came from Emilia's mouth. The siege of the imperial capital of Lupugana, the battle between the regular army of the empire and the rebels who had risen against them, one could only imagine the magnitude of the role that Priscilla and Yorna had played in the midst of that event. At the same time, Subaru's fists clenched tightly in the realization of one thing. Subaru. So that was the reason for Tanza's disheartened expression. When Subaru had woken up in bed, in the coupled dragon carriage, some members of the battalion had come to visit him. He was concerned that among them, Tanza had been looking depressed the whole time. Subaru had planned to discuss the future course of action with Emilia, Abel, and the others, and then try to ask Tanza again once things had settled down. However, before Subaru could actually do so, the reason for Tanza's anxiety became clear to him. Subaru, so even though those two didn't come back, we still left the imperial capital. Vincent, there is no end to the list of those who participated in the battle and have not yet returned. Of course, her presence and Yorna Miss Higgiers would be substantial, but they shall not be given special treatment. Subaru, but Yorna-san is. Even then, you should have had some sort of bond with Priscilla as well. While glancing out the window of the dragon carriage, seeing the scenery outside pass by as it rode forth, Subaru appealed to Abel and thinking of the imperial capital that was moving away in the distance. He had not known the full details of the situation, but Priscilla, who had rushed to his predicament in the fortress city, had literally flown there, likely to protect Abel. The exchanges that had followed, while sharp as if they were pointing blades at each other, seemed to have a certain sense of familiarity between two people who knew each other well. Abel must not have been at peace with Priscilla having vanished. Perhaps his earlier distraught reaction in Subaru's cabin was not solely due to the person known as Keisha, who had died. Gaz, how dare you speak so rudely to His Excellency? However, the one to raise an objection to Subaru's attitude had not been Abel himself, but the large man beside him. A man clad in golden armor, his face filled with scars. Gars Ralphon. The volume of his voice erupting like a volcano, he looked down upon the boy who was hounding the Emperor Gars had pledged his loyalty to. Gars. Looking at the particulars of the situation in the imperial capital, it would only be natural for His Excellency to abandon the capital. The remaining generals, soldiers, and people will understand the validity of His Excellency's judgment. Subaru. Not talking about whether it was right or wrong. What I'm trying to say is, Gars, you, Vincent, cease this, Gars Ralphon. It is not in his nature to stay silent. Gars's face turned red at Subaru's insistence, but Abel stopped him with his hand. At the sound of Abel's calm voice, Gars closed his half-opened mouth, and he hung his head in respect. Subaru, on the other hand, looked at Abel with an embarrassed look on his face. Subaru, sorry for all the fuss, but I'm going to repeat the same to you. Vincent, it is as Gars said. Remaining in the imperial capital under the current circumstances is tantamount to throwing away one's life. I could not make such a decision. Of course, there is fear regarding the safety of Priscilla and Yorna Miss Higgia. Emilia. You know, Subaru, it's not all bad news. Well, it said that even amidst bad news, there's also hope. In front of Subaru, Emilia placed her hand on Subaru's shoulder with lowered eyebrows. She, like Subaru, was very concerned about the safety of Priscilla and Yorna. If she said there was hope, it was for Subaru's sake as well. Subaru, by hope, what kind do you mean? Emilia, Priscilla and Yorna-san are both really strong, but not only that, they have the power to influence the others around them. Subaru, around them. That's, yeah. Though I don't know if that's the case with Priscilla. Yorna, the ruler of the demon city of Chaos Flame, had enhanced the entire city's power with her soul marriage technique, an ability to connect the path of her soul with all the city's inhabitants. That also applied to Tanza, whose unparalleled power, despite her appearance as nothing more than a lovely dear girl, was different from the enhancement the generality of the Pleiades battalion would get. It seemed to be a rather powerful supportive effect, and the effect persisted even on the Gladiator Island, far from Chaos Flame, and even during the siege of the imperial capital. Subaru. Could it be that Tanza's enhancements are still in place? Beatrice. In addition, the effect on those who have joined us from the Demon City remains in place, I suppose. Ram. Naturally, that means General First Class Yorna, the wielder of that mystic art, is alive and well. That's why Emily, who is of a nervous disposition, is not panicking. Emilia, yeah, I'm not panicking, and Priscilla is the same way. Subaru, Priscilla is the same. Beatrice and Ram corroborated Subaru's guess. Then Emilia's follow-up statement that Yorna and Priscilla were the same caused Subaru to frown. If he were to interpret that at face value, it would mean Priscilla was a user of the same technique as Yorna. Subaru, but that doesn't sound like a Priscilla-like ability, and I thought Abel said the soul marriage technique was really difficult to use. Was that a lie? Vincent, fool, what is in it for me to deceive you? I do not care what you think of me now, but there is no reason to recklessly provoke animosity here. Use your head. Subaru, if that wasn't supposed to provoke my animosity, you're not cut out to be emperor. Even if it did not this time, in the near future, this was behavior that would surely lead to a revolt. When Subaru raised this point, Gars again became angry, but Bastet's, standing next to him, intervened and prevented a major incident. Otto, in any case, though I do understand Natsuki-san's impression of Priscilla-sama, she is a user of this so-called soul marriage technique. I have seen it with my own eyes. Emilia, Otto-kun is right. I saw it too. However, unlike Yorna's extraordinary use of it, in her case, it is limited to her favorite servant Kun. Subaru, her favorite Schult. Speaking of which, what about Al? In conjunction with Priscilla having not returned, when the conversation turned to her camp, Subaru asked about the man in the iron helmet, who had not been seen here or in the coupled dragon carriages. Al's position was that of Priscilla's knight, although both master and servant did not approve of it at all. He, too, was easygoing and frivolous, but he was certainly loyal to Priscilla. Naturally, Al must have felt most responsible for Priscilla not returning. Beatrice. That man, he didn't get on the dragon carriage, and instead remained in the imperial capital, in fact. Just as you thought, Subaru. He's taking action to search for Priscilla, I suppose. Subaru. That guy. No way, all by himself. Ram. He was of the opinion that by his lonesome, he would be quicker to adapt to changing circumstances. Ram is in agreement with that idea. It would not be a good idea to leave so many people in the imperial capital under those circumstances. Subaru. Damn. So that's why, HK. He received an answer about the absent Al, but it was a fact that made Subaru's brow wrinkle. Despite his appearance, Al was quite astute, and he was someone who specialized in surviving things beyond his capability. Still, there was no doubt that his strength was a step below from those who were truly strong. Despite being aware of this, Al supported Subaru like a relative would. Even in the Demon City, there had been many times when Subaru would have lost his life if it had not been for him. Otto. As for Priscilla Sama's camp, Priscilla Sama is at the top. Eldono, her follower, and Heinkel Dono, who accompanied her, are missing. Schultkun is resting in a cabin. Subaru. Heinkel. Somehow that's a name that I have an incredibly unpleasant memory of. Otto. He is a drunkard. Beatrice. That description fails to get the point across. In fact, he's Reinhard's father, I suppose. Subaru. That shitty father. Was that guy in the Empire? Eyes opened wide, Subaru retrieved an unpleasant recollection from the depths of his memory. In the Watergate city of Prestella, Heinkel was the man who ruined the atmosphere when they had all been sitting in harmony. He had been with Priscilla and the others on that occasion, but it was surprising that he too was present in the Empire. Egotistical and self-centered, it seemed like he would never have wanted to come to the Valatian Empire. Emilia, but Heinkel-san is also missing. Subaru. Just like Priscilla and Yorna, he hasn't returned. Damn it, I don't know how to feel about this. Of course, he did not want him to die, nor did he think he should die. On the other hand, he was not a person whom he thought of fondly, so he had no reason to wish for him to stay alive beyond not wanting to make Reinhard or Wilhelm sad. But he had a thought on the results of him participating in that battle. Subaru. Heinkel, a man of the kingdom of Lugunica and father of Reinhard, the Sword Saint. A situation in which that man, caught up in a battle of the Valatian Empire, would end up losing his life was a thought that caused even Subaru, who was not on friendly terms with him, to feel a bitter emotion. Subaru needed to return to the kingdom with all of his precious companions, no matter what. And so, it happened at the moment when Subaru had just strengthened his resolve. Otto, the circumstances of Priscilla Sama and Yorna-san are as I have told you. On top of that, I would like to make a firm statement before we start the meeting going over the future course of action. The one who began to speak, after a heavy silence had fallen over the cabin, was Otto. He stood up on the spot and held up one index finger to attract the attention of those around him. And Otto, as I am sure you know, we are people of the kingdom. Having acknowledged that we are responsible for crossing the border at a time when we were not allowed to cross, I will state this. Vincent stated. Otto, yes, we have accomplished our objective. Once we enter the fortified city of Garkla, we will proceed to go northward through the Kararagi city-states, then return to the kingdom of Lugunica. In the midst of this unprecedented crisis in the Valatian Empire, in front of the Valatian emperor who was undergoing the emergency of his country being brought to ruin, Otto made a clear declaration. Otto, Natsuki-san and Emily, please remain silent. That was what Subaru and Emilia were told before they could even say anything, taking the wind out of their sails. Without turning his gaze to them, Otto's statement had surprised Subaru and Emilia before they would begin to vehemently protest, and had successfully allowed him to make the first moves. Though Subaru's and Emilia's reactions were natural. With the imperial capital in such a state of destruction, and with no knowledge of the safety of Priscilla and Yorna, it would be too extreme to make plans to return to their home country. Ram. You may call it heartless, but Ram is in agreement with Otto's plan. We have retrieved Rem and, incidentally, the short-limbed Barusu. Those results are satisfactory. Emilia. Ram. There's no use in giving Ram those wistful eyes, Emily. You should also understand. It is merely that Ram's group unexpectedly accomplished this without losing anything. It's far too dangerous to go any further. In place of Subaru and Emilia, who had been ordered to be quiet, Ram gave her approving opinion of Otto's plan. Ram, having given a cold answer to Emilia's imploring gaze, partially closed her eyes in her usual pose, sitting on a chair and hugging her elbows. Unexpectedly, they had just accomplished it without losing anything. Ram was correct in expressing it in that manner. As a matter of fact, they had failed to bring Priscilla and Yorna back to this place. There was no guarantee that that would not happen to someone in their camp. Serena, Dudley, do you agree with your wife? Roswell, she's not my wife, but I'm generally in agreement with both of them. The one who brought Roswell to this topic with that exchange was Serena, a beautiful woman with a conspicuous white scar on her face. Was the one Serena referred to as wife meant to be Ram? While denying that allegation, Roswell concurred with Otto and Ram. Roswell. In fact, if you look only at our objectives, I'd say it was a perfect accomplishment. His limbs have become a little shorter, and the girl who was supposed to be asleep has become a tomboy, but the results are excellent. I guess withdrawing to the kingdom here would be the decision with the least fear of losses. Ram, even if Barusu's teeth haven't finished emerging, Ram says the loss is minimal. Subaru, all of my teeth have emerged, damn it. Hoping that there would be no argument, Ram ragged on her impression of Subaru's size. Regardless, given the bad course the conversation was taking, Subaru's eyes wandered around. Otto, Ram, and Roswell were the three people in the Emilia camp who had a strong voice in policy-making meetings because of their practical wisdom. Despite being the top of the Emilia camp, it was not unusual for Emilia's and Subaru's opinion to not be accepted. Rather, it was quite common. Subaru. So the only one on our side is Biko. Beatrice. Sorry, Subaru, but Betty is more on their side, in fact. Isn't it far too dangerous to associate any more with the Empire, given that Subaru has shrunk, I suppose? Subaru. No way, even you. Subaru's eyes widened in shock due to his partner's unexpected betrayal. However, although she seemed apologetic, there was no sign of Beatrice saying, "It's a joke, in fact." She was saying that because she really cared about Subaru. In short, Emilia, Subaru, Subaru. It's just Emilia-tan and I, squeezing her white hand tightly. Emilia's amethyst eyes wavered. Subaru cleared his throat at her call and broke out in a cold sweat because he was so outmatched. At the very least, if the others who were not there were present, it would be a different story. Otto, just for the record, Petrichan agrees with us. Frederiksen is passive, but would prefer to return to our home country. Garfield is the only one on your side. Subaru, only Emilia-tan, Garfield and I. Stop joking around. Emilia, ooh, I'm feeling really helpless for some reason. With their wishful thinking smashed by pragmatism, the helplessness of Subaru's and Emilia's opinion was strengthened. If this were a meeting where decisions were made by fist-fighting, the presence of Emilia and Garfield would be an overwhelming advantage, but they were simply not suited to other kinds of meetings. Gars, by the heavens, what a farce. I cannot stand to watch this. It was Gars who said as much while snorting at the arguments within Subaru's group. For him, who had previously complained about Subaru's attitude towards Abel, he must have felt that all the words and deeds of his faction were disrespectful to the Emperor. Taking a large step forward, Gars picked Subaru up by the nape of the neck. He truly did, and when he plucked him up with his two thick fingers, Subaru cried, "Wah!" in astonishment. Gars, this is a matter of the Empire. If you are citizens of the kingdom and not of the Empire, then you should cross the border as soon as possible, as per the policy you have established. Your strength is not required. Subaru, wait a sec. We're not quite done with our side of the conversation yet. Gars, silence. With his legs dangling in the air, a tremendous voice struck Subaru dizzy. Even with his hands covering his ears, Gars's voice penetrated his defense as if it were a weapon. However, his argument came from his pride in being an imperial soldier, and Subaru had no reason to follow suit. Additionally, the same was true for outsiders other than Subaru. Emilia, that's enough, Garsan. First, put Subaru down, then we can talk about this properly. Immediately, stepping forward with her hands on her hips, was Emilia. She looked up at Gars, who was holding Subaru in his hand, and communicated her firm will to him. Her attitude made Gars scowl deeply, and with his scarred face he looked down at Emilia. Gars, and I see you share this boy's opinion, but the sword wolves of the Empire will accept no charity. Your help is unnecessary. Join your comrades and promptly. Emilia, that. I have a really strong objection to that. Gars, what? Emilia, You say that our power isn't necessary, but I don't think that's the case at all. Beatrice, her voice has gotten loud in the heat of the moment, in fact. Not wanting to lose to Gaz's vigor, Emilia's voice, akin to the ring of a silver bell, grew louder and louder. The beauty remained intact, but Emilia's voice sounded more like the toll of a large bell than that of a regular one. Being challenged directly, Gaz's expression twisted. Thrusting her finger towards Gaz, who wore a contorted expression, Emilia continued, Emilia, after all. Even in the battle for the imperial capital, if it weren't for me, Priscilla, and the others, everyone would have really struggled a lot more. Gaz, HK, Emilia, all of us. We were very strong, isn't that right, Bastet-san? Speaking with a loud voice, Emilia turned the conversation to Bastet. Eyes as narrow as threads, the old man was unfazed by the sudden nomination. Yes, I suppose so, he replied, wringing the mustache around his mouth with his fingers, Bastet. For my part, it was unexpected that the generals of the first class would be unable to succeed in their battles. If that was the contribution of these women, Serena, it feels strange to talk about things from our perspective, but the white light that was fired from the palace was dispelled by that girl in the dress. Bastet, my. Cocking her chin, Serena mentioned Beatrice's achievement. Upon hearing this, Bastet's expression tightened slightly as he wondered what she had done to the light. Just prior to the arrival Subaru and his team at the battlefield, a single shot had very nearly decided the battle. Beatrice's achievement in erasing that shot was mentioned, so as her partner he was proud. Subaru. Well, Gaz-san, the prerequisites are different now, right? You say you don't need our help, but without us, the situation would have been much worse. Emilia. Yes. I don't know specifically how, but I imagine it would have been a lot worse. Beatrice. Emily, it's time to turn down the volume, I suppose. Subaru and Emilia attacked in waves, with Serena and then Bastet's also providing support, causing Gaz's lips to twitch. It would be difficult if only Subaru and his team had insisted, but in this situation, to be acknowledged by Serena and her colleagues, who were also participating in this top-level meeting, seemed to be highly effective against Gaz, who gave off a strong sense of having worked his way up as a military man. However, Gaz, I certainly acknowledge your contributions, but, in the first place, you have not concluded the most important discussions among yourselves. Subaru, that's. Emilia, that's not wrong. He gave them a reasonable counter-argument, and Subaru and Emilia were left disheartened. Even if they were able to overcome Gaz at this juncture, it only meant that they had defeated an easy opponent, but it did not mean that Subaru and his allies' ideas would go unchallenged. Rather, in comparison to Gaz, there were more difficult people to convince. Otto, I know it sounds callous, but let me say this. As soon as Subaru recognized his adversary again, that opponent spoke up as if he had seen it coming. Beginning to speak in a way that gave off not but a bad premonition, Otto looked between Subaru, who was being grabbed, and at Gaz, who was grabbing him, and Otto. As General First Class Gaz says, this is an issue for the Empire. Unlike the necessity of the situation that befell us, to get actively involved from this point on could become an international incident, interfering in the internal affairs of other countries. Subaru, Ga HK. Otto, first of all, why would you want to interfere so badly, Natsuki-san? Whatever the case may be, it is probably due to your obligation to the people you have come to know in the Empire up to this point, or some other such thing, correct? Subaru, don't talk like you know what is going on. But anyway, is what I want really so wrong? Otto, not wrong, but I also have this to persuade you. Well, what I mean is, what if Natsuki-san takes all the people whom he cannot abandon out of the Empire? Otto was someone who aimed to solve problems through reason, so displaying that philosophy to the greatest extent, he caused Subaru's eyes to widen at the outrageous proposal he had just made. As if Gaz was just as surprised, he dropped Subaru onto the floor, slipping from his fingers. Naturally, this also took Emilia by surprise. As she helped Subaru, who had fallen onto his butt on the floor, she looked over, saying, Otto-kun. And Emilia, what do you mean by that? No way are you really. Otto, there is no twist, that is just what I am proposing, that even in these circumstances, we should perform the reckless action of taking the people who want to come with us. Fortunately, we have the right to make the decision. Glancing over, Otto's gaze turned to Roswell. Raswal was supposedly hiding his identity within the Empire, but it was true that he was the most powerful man in the Emilia camp. If Otto's opinion were to be accepted, Raswal would be the one to guarantee the acceptance of those seeking refuge. Then, at Otto's challenging manner, Raswal shut his yellow eye. Raswal. At the very least, I'm sure my employer wouldn't refuse. If it keeps them from taking a risk they don't have to take, then it's a necessary expense. Ram, since you're referring to Barusu, with his immature way of thinking, the majority of the people he's latched on to are likely those who don't have the strength to fight. They would not be people that the Empire would regret letting go of. While negotiations were happening at a daunting level, Subaru and company were left to the side as they were being talked about. Neither Raswal's overly broad sense of self-preservation nor Ram's speculation based on her insight into Subaru's character found room to interject, and the conversation proceeded in a muddled manner. Otto, what do you think, Your Excellency the Emperor? If we can reduce the number of casualties in your country as much as possible, our proposal is not a bad one, correct? Vincent, a very well-thought-out proposal, the kind that is difficult to so easily dismiss. Otto, thank you for the consideration. Abel's words affirmed that it was a shrewd proposal, and Otto bowed socially. However, for Otto's part, it would not be surprising if he was imagining himself sticking out his tongue. The way of the Empire and Otto were incompatible, not necessarily in terms of ability, but in terms of character. Like Subaru, it seemed Otto did not like the Empire. They were of the same opinion on that. The only thing Otto was doing on top of that was organizing things based on importance. Subaru. Gah! It felt as if he had gone and fixed a hole on the ship they were meant to ride on his own, but ended up remaking the ship into a different one entirely. This ship had sailed in a direction different from what Subaru had wished, but it flowed and drifted to protect the lives of Subaru's precious ones, heading for a different shore. Subaru knew that this was something that had been thought out in consideration of him and his companions. He knew that, and yet, Otto, how about it, Natsuki-san? This is the best I can do in terms of compromise and consideration. Rather than unsparingly dismissing Subaru's opinions, Otto attempted to accommodate Subaru's opinions as much as possible, and at the same time, ensure their safety. Subaru had thought of him as a reliable guy, but he was far too troublesome an opponent if they happened to have a serious disagreement. He was a man who should have been given a drink and left in a drunken stupor before this discussion had even occurred. To Otto's overpowered theoretical armament, how could Subaru, who was armed with only a cypress stick? Emilia, hey Abel, I have something I want to ask you. Subaru, Emilia Tan. Suddenly, Emilia, who certainly shared the same opinion as Subaru, while also feeling the same frustration at being pushed around, approached Abel with a remark. Looking at her profile, Subaru's eyes widened. Unlike Subaru, who had been forced into silence, looking frustrated as he tried to find a way out of the situation, neither Emilia's eyes nor her profile showed signs of being outmatched. At Emilia's dignified and brave call, Abel's sable eyes trained their gaze on her. Prompted by his silence, Emilia's thin lips moved. Emilia, how many people are there in the Valatian Empire altogether? Vincent, the civil war this month has probably reduced the number considerably, but it was roughly 50 million or so before that. Emilia, I see. With a furrowed brow, Abel answered Emilia's question. Hearing his answer, Emilia let out a short breath, then raised a finger to her lips and looked at Subaru. And then, Emilia, you heard him, Subaru. Subaru, so said Emilia to Subaru. For a moment, Subaru failed to catch the meaning of the words that she gave him, and then his eyes immediately widened and his cheeks stiffened. Then, as he hesitated for a moment, wondering what he should do with that which prompted such a reaction, Beatrice. Subaru, Betty has already voiced her opinion, in fact. But Subaru, Beatrice, Beatrice. Betty will always be on Subaru's side, I suppose. Holding on to Subaru's hesitant hand, Beatrice snuggled her body up next to him. Beatrice was almost the same height as Subaru, and her eyes were even closer than usual. As they stared at him, Subaru took a deep breath in and exhaled. Then, still under Emilia's expecting gaze, Subaru looked at Otto. Looking up at him, he spoke. Subaru, 50 million. Otto, what? At that blunt statement, Otto asked this back as he raised his shapely eyebrows. At that reply, Subaru's chest heaved, his cheeks contorted into a smile, and then he repeated what he had said. Subaru, you told me that earlier. You told me to take all the people that I can't abandon with me to the kingdom. In that case, the ones I can't abandon are those 50 million people. Otto, HK Natsuki-san. Subaru, I know, you're the one who's right. I'm the one who's spouting nonsense. I understand that everyone came to save me and Rem, and I get what you're saying. But Subaru thrust his hand out at Otto, who had raised an eyebrow, and while Subaru derided himself, he could not pull his own weight. There was no way that he could have beaten Otto, Ram, and Raswal if he had been forced to reason with them. So then, Subaru would do what he could with Emilia and Garfield on his side. In other words, when faced with logic, he had become unreasonable with an emotional argument. Subaru, it's one hell of a bad situation. If we leave and the Empire is ruined, then what? Just thinking about it is enough to make me not want to eat. Otto, what about the risk that we will bear? If we save 50 million strangers, but in exchange one of us dies or sustains a wound that cannot be healed, it will be much more painful. Subaru, I'm not gonna let any of us die or get into that kind of trouble. That's an absolute. That's an absolute, so what the hell even matters past that? Subaru retorted to Otto as he quietly cornered him. Then he looked not at Otto, but at Raswal, who was standing off to the side with one eye closed. Subaru, Raswal, you should know, my absolutes are absolutes. Raswal, I'm Dudley, Subaru-kun, though it'd be somewhat too dishonest for me to not nod my head to that question, given my high expectations of your absolutes. Though a bit of a roundabout way of putting it, Raswal put his hands up in response to Subaru's opinion. Even if he did not know about return by death, Raswal knew of Subaru's authority. So the part of him that had expectations of that authority would not allow for Subaru's mood to be harmed. In the first place, if he were to fall for Raswal's cajolery here, what would become of his oath from back at the sanctuary? Emilia, Ram, please, Ram. Emily, do you have something to convince Ram at least? Emilia, I'm just trying to do my best. I just want to help everyone, so please. On the contrary, Emilia took a ridiculously brute force approach and asked a favor of Ram. Had Subaru done the same thing, Ram would have mercilessly smacked him with a verbal slap, but she was unable to respond effectively to Emilia's forcefulness. Then Ram let out a small sigh. Ram. Ram would have been fine as long as Rem could be brought home. But the way that Rem is now, she's become so close to the people of the Empire. If that was to be ignored, it would be harmful to Ram's dignity as an older sister, which she has only now finally realized. Emilia, Ram, stop, it's irritating. Emilia hugged Ram, who had closed her eyes and found her own reason for compromise. Ram responded to Emilia's embrace with an unpleasant look on her face. And so, Raswal and Ram caved in a way that could only have been achieved by some hard work. However, Subaru, Otto, please. Otto, are you going to use the same persuasion by tears as Emily did? Sorry, but I am not like Ramson. I am not foolish enough to sign a contract when I do not know what the price that I will have to pay is. Subaru, Biko is also begging you. Beatrice, Betty is also begging you, in fact. Otto, even if you have 2 or 3 people, I will not budge. Subaru urged Beatrice to join him, but Otto preemptively stopped Emilia, who was hugging Ram, from joining in again. Otto's face showed that he was completely determined to not let his decision be swayed by emotion, his stubbornness akin to the difficulty of when Subaru faced off against the maniacally obsessed Raswal. However, even if he conveyed that slanderous remark to Otto right now, he would not listen. Otto, we would only be taking a risk. There would be no advantages in going along with the thinking of Natsuki-san and the rest of you. You do not even satisfy the conditions to persuade me with tears. Ramsan and Dudley-san as well, please do not go so easy on them. Raswal, my, I've been scolded. Ram, for someone of Otto's social standing, you're quite impudent. Otto spoke sternly, Raswal shrugged his shoulders, and Ram frowned. But they did not hold an opinion different from Otto's, so the two did not argue any further. In reality, if the fortress known as Otto could not be conquered, they would not be able to push past this situation. After all, merely imposing circumstances that everyone did not agree on from above was something that neither Emilia nor the Emilia camp could deem as acceptable. Then, Vincent, you said that there would be no advantages. In that case, the conversation would change if there were to be advantages. Otto. It was neither Subaru nor Emilia, but Abel who had interjected. At the Emperor's intrusion into the conversation, Otto's gaze sharpened. Unlike Subaru's flippant way of talking, Otto turned his disrespectful gaze towards the Emperor. Otto, if there is any advantage, that is, what in the world do you intend on? I will say this in advance, there is no possible compensation that could make it worthwhile for us, Vincent. Towards a royal candidate of the Kingdom of Lugunica, I formally request assistance. Otto, HK. At Abel's proposition, Otto's expression tightened, and he made a sound with his throat. At the same time, several expressions began to violently tremble. Quaking even more so than those of Subaru and his companions were the expressions of those ones on the side of the Empire. Serena laughed at those words, while Bostet's slitted eyes widened. Then, with astonishment plastered on his face, Gaz spread out his hands, and as if it were the very end of the world, he bellowed, Gaz, please wait, Your Excellency. A request for the kingdom's assistance, something like that, is completely unprecedented for the sacred Valetian Empire. Vincent, what matter is it if there is a precedent or not? If you say that, what precedent is there for an unsightly emperor to lose the imperial capital to such an impudent bunch? Such a foolish fixation. Gaz, but the soldiers and generals and citizens will lament that you have made a decision not worthy of the sword wolf should you choose to rely on the aid of another nation. I say this respectfully, but a shadow will be cast over the authority of your excellency the emperor. Vincent, a shadow cast over my authority, such a foolish concern. Towards Gaz's loud complaint, Abel shook his head as he supplied that reply. At this declaration, Gaz froze as his eyes widened. Looking back at Gaz, Abel called out Gaz Ralphon, the name of his retainer Vincent. Currently is hollow authority without any substance what we need. That is not so. Right now, the Empire desires to be victorious, to bite off the throats of our enemies, to bathe in their blood, to gorge on their lives. Before any of that, the victory we obtain will be what shapes the Empire's tomorrow. Gaz, why, Your Excellency? Vincent, those who sink their fangs in and become a hindrance, they are all enemies of the law of iron and blood imposed by Vincent Valetia. Answer carefully, Gaz Ralphon. Gaz, Vincent, are you my enemy? Being inquired so in a quiet tone, Gaz's entire body began to shake. Showing no signs of his struggle with Subaru back in the cabin, standing upright, there was power in Abel as he displayed his might as emperor. There was a dominant power in his gaze, in his voice, and in his very being itself, and Gaz had to face that power up close and head-on, all by himself. Then, after a period of careful contemplation that must have lasted less than 5 seconds, Gaz, I beg your excellency's pardon for taking up so much of your time. The hammer of war which will shatter the many obstacles that stand in your way, never will I be your enemy. Vincent, if that is the case, then so be it. I am relying on your work. Strive to do better. Gaz, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nodding to Gaz's boisterous answer, Abel responded with his expectation that his subjects should work at their best. After accepting it emphatically, Gaz let out a thunderous sound. Perhaps the words that Abel had added had caused his surprise. Gaz, HK, I shall give my utmost efforts. Pledging himself to Abel again in a trembling voice, while tears streamed down his face, Gaz wiped his face with his thick arm. Looking away from him, Abel glanced at Serena and Bostet's. Vincent, you two also have no objections. Serena, no, you have a look that I like, and I now feel more loyalty to His Excellency than ever. Bostet's, no, not even from me, except that I am more than a little surprised. Vincent, Serena smiled, and Bostet's once again narrowed his eyes. After letting out a snort at their demeanor, Abel then proceeded to go forward and stand in front of Emilia. Then he looked at Emilia, who was blinking her eyes. Vincent, you have heard me correctly, royal candidate. The Valetian Empire formally requests the assistance of the Kingdom of Lugunica to put an end to this situation. Lend us your strength. Emilia, you know, Abel, I would certainly like to help you too, but I really don't know what you're talking about with this royal candidate stuff. Subaru, Emilia Tan, no. This is one of those times where you don't need to keep it secret. Emilia, what? Are you sure? Appearing truly distressed by Abel's offer, Emilia widened her eyes. Both Subaru and Beatrice nodded back at her repeatedly, and Emilia looked at Ram, who was still in her embrace, seeking further confirmation. Then Ram shook off Emilia's arms and pushed her away from her. Ram, Yes, of course. Do what you wish, Emilia-sama. Emilia. Ah. Once Ram addressed her as Emilia, Emilia was surprised as her eyes lit up. She blinked to hide her joy behind her eyelids, then turning to face Abel once again. As Abel waited for her to resume, a slight frown on his brow, Emilia cleared her throat with an ahum. Emilia. I am Emilia, just Emilia. One of the royal candidates vying to be the next monarch of the kingdom of Lugunica, and one who wants to help the empire that is currently in danger. Vincent, this is a formal request. The Valetian Empire would never ask for the cooperation of a person from another country, even one in such a position of great responsibility. Therefore, if this fact becomes public, it would serve as a tailwind for you, who is fighting for the throne in the kingdom. Emilia, geez, that kind of stuff can wait. What I want to do now is this. Abel attempted to lay out some solid logic, yet Emilia puffed out her cheeks. With that cute puffed-up face, Emilia presented her hand to Abel. Slowly lowering her lifted hand, Emilia offered it to Abel. Emilia, allow us to help your empire. In the end, it conversely seemed as if Emilia was the one who had broached the subject. Looking down at Emilia's outstretched hand, Abel glanced towards Subaru for a moment. Subaru smiled and nodded with a wicked look on his face at the faint bewilderment arising in Abel's black eyes. Subaru, by all means, Your Excellency the Emperor, I will permit you to hold my Emilia Tan's hand. Emilia, and that's why I say Subaru is mine. Emilia wryly responded to Subaru's light-hearted comment, to which Abel closed one eye and sighed. Then his hand slowly grasped Emilia's proffered hand. Vincent, very well. I shall accept your aid. Again, in the end, this was a very Abel-like thing to say, in establishing cooperation between the two countries. And thus Emilia and Abel shook hands, and an historical moment between the kingdom of Lugunica and the Valetian Empire was engraved. Subaru, Ato-san, any opinions on something of that sort? That event with the Subaru and Emilia party and the Abel plus Empire party had come to a climax, their exchange ultimately reaching a handshake, yet Ato, the one who had first suggested something of the sort to begin with, had been left by the wayside. A compromise with Roswell and Ram had been found, but since Ato, for whom that had not been that case, had been left behind as the matter progressed, Subaru had been filled with trepidation. Since he was aware that he had been way out of line, he subconsciously asked Ato for his opinion, buttering him up with formal language and a polite demeanor. Ato. And to that inquiry posed timidly by Subaru, Ato went without replying. Too scared to look at Ato's face, Subaru found being answered with silence greatly troubling. Thoughtlessly, he hugged Beatrice to his side, their cheeks coming into contact. Subaru. W. What should I do? Biko Ato won't talk to me. Beatrice. Betty understands that feeling, I suppose. From Ato's perspective, he must feel like you've played him for a complete fool, in fact. You ruined his idea and made him look like a complete clown, I suppose. Subaru, a clown, even if he doesn't resemble Roswell that much. Beatrice. Stop it, in fact. An insult that massive will only make him angrier and angrier, I suppose. Flustered and panicked, Subaru and Beatrice fumbled for a way to break the impasse together. He wished to make amends for making Ato lose face, but just what should he do? Subaru, shall I give you a foot or a shoulder massage? Beatrice, it's like you're apologizing for angering your parents, in fact. Subaru, because I can't think of anything else. Ato, I'm begging you, HK. With Subaru unable to come up with a decent enough proposal, Ato, having stood in silence until then before the former, abruptly pulled a chair, then sat down on it with a plop. Surprised by that sudden action, Subaru and Beatrice jumped back while still embracing one another. Certainly, it was not that he had sat on the chair to have Subaru give him a shoulder massage. And before the panicky do of Subaru and Beatrice, Ato brought a hand to his forehead. Ato. Well, have you calmed down and settled for my desired compromise? Subaru. Letting out a long and deep breath, Ato massaged the skin around his eyes. Taking in the words he had declared, Subaru was left stumped and blinking his eyes alongside a no way, he spoke. Subaru. No way you thought this would happen from the beginning. Ato, I did not think it would turn out this way, but I was eager to do something this big, because I did not know just how many concessions Emperor Vincent would present. But since you and Emilia-sama would not change your opinions anyway, Natsuki-san, I needed to devise some compromises. Subaru. R-O-A-R-O. Faced with that nonchalant response of Otto's, Subaru's mouth was left agape. In disbelief, Subaru turned around. However, his eyes met those of Roswell and Ram. Then those two also wore looks on their faces that said that for the most part, they had generally understood everything. Subaru, you guys are scurry. Otto, how upsetting. First and foremost, it only happened because you guys were so stubborn, Natsuki-san. Subaru, I can't trust anyone besides Biko and Emilia-tan anymore, and Rem, and Louis, and Tanza and everyone from the battalion, and Flopsan and Medium-san, and Meiselder-san and the people of Shadrach. Beatrice. There were still a lot more, I suppose. While squeezing Beatrice tight in a hug, Subaru could not help but feel fear towards the meticulous mental preparation of Otto and the others of the Brainiac squad. Perhaps Abel had paid some extent of heed to their plans, but even so. Subaru. No, scary. I really can't handle this. From now on, I'll be taking the emotional approach. Beatrice. Betty does not understand that conclusion, but she thinks it would be better if Subaru took a route in which he was honest with himself, in fact. If that route is the emotional one, then Betty likes it, I suppose. Subaru. Yeah, I love you too. Geez, really, finally, the shock of the Otto from earlier began to wear off, and Subaru was relieved. And it happened just as his feelings were simmering down with that exchange. Unexpectedly, the clapping of hands rang out within the cabin. Dearie me, feels like I've just stumbled upon something incredibly delightful. So darn amazing, it's quite a big deal. Loud applause had been produced, and reflexively turning around as to see who had clapped their hands, Subaru held his breath upon spotting an unknown figure present. In a corner of the cabin, where no one had been, a tall figure now stood before anyone had been able to notice. Clapping their hands together, that person had been watching the exchange taking place until then, without anyone in the cabin having noticed their presence. Gars, who are you? How in the world did you get here? Ah, darn. Well, I accidentally clapped even though no one called for me. This won't do. It's a bad habit of mine to give unconscious praise to any praiseworthy children that I find. That instant, protecting Emilia and Abel behind him, Gars adopted a fighting stance. And before Gars, his expression having become blood-curdling, that person kept their indifferent attitude, as if everything were unrelated to them, biting the golden kaisru they had retrieved from a pocket, donning a shrewd smile. That figure already was terribly out of place, and even more conspicuous was their outward appearance. Nearly 2 meters tall and sporting black body hair, their blank, smiling countenance had some charm to it, and alongside their unkempt fur, they gave off the impression of a gentle black dog person. Dressed in a kimono and biting on a kaisru, having appeared unnoticed in the coupled dragon carriages where many key figures of the empire had assembled, that existence naturally attracted the attention of all those present. My, y'all do seem to be quite curious about me, don't you? Emilia, who are you? Why did you come here? While turning their gaze, the dark person scratched their head with their finger, and Emilia, protected by Gaz's back, inquired so of the dark person. In response to that query, the dark person tilted their head. The shape of their mouth, lined with fangs, broke into a smile and thus spoke. Well, name's Halibal. Mind if I pop in tar give you a quick howdy? Thus he declared. Arc 8, Chapter 15. Admiration. Translated by Archbishop, proofread by Archbishop #750 Art Sources, Rokumama Rikamasaki. Speaking in a carefree tone, the beastman scratched his head, giving a large grin as he gnawed on his golden kaisru. He had moderately long black fur and a countenance that gave off quite the affable air. Neither did his gentle way of speaking feel like it contained any malevolence, nor did his relaxed posture seem to harbor any sense of wariness as he stood. Never mind the fact that among these coupled dragon carriages, in a cabin where a conference between important figures from both the kingdom and empire was taking place, nobody among those powerful individuals included had noticed his presence. Gars, Halibal, you say? Indeed, with shivers of fear mixed into his stern voice, as he muttered thus, Gars had been the one to issue the strongest level of vigilance towards that presence as he protected both his lord and his new ally behind him. He himself was one of the 9 divine generals, a military man whose name was among those of the strongest rank within this empire, riddled with warriors, that of General First Class. That very Gars had not perceived the invisibility of the beastman who now stood before his eyes. But that fact alone was not the entire reason for the stiffness of his voice. Vincent, the admirer, what business does the cornerstone of the city-states have here? Shielded by Gars's back, staring beyond that large body and fixing his eyes on the beastman on Halibal, Abel inquired so. Perhaps that which he had uttered prior to his question was the well-known alias of this dog person. For some reason, Subaru felt like he had heard it somewhere before, and in his surprise, he fumbled around for it within his box of stirred-up memories. Thereupon, as Subaru knit his brows, Halibal, displaying his smile, shifted his thin eyes towards him. Halibal, if you have to think about it that hard, then the name ain't too much of a big deal. Well, that's just what they be calling me since I like tar give lots of praise, and something like the cornerstone can be chalked up tar overestimating me. Subaru, overestimating, Halibal, yep. It's just cause in Kararagi, there ain't nobody stronger than I am. Halibal gave his response in a calm manner, as if he were simply discussing the weather. Subaru gazed in wonder at those words of his. The instant his mind processed the word, Kararagi, that which he had been stuck on just a moment ago, was suddenly ignited with understanding. The admirer of the Kararagi city-states, the meaning of that nickname was Gars, the strongest shinobi of the Kararagi city-states. For what reason have you boarded this dragon carriage? The next moment, stepping down on the floor of the dragon carriage with enough force to cause an explosion, Gars thrust his weapon, his mace, towards Halibal as the latter stood still. Gars's weapon was a mace of peculiar shape, something like a long spear with a spiked orb attached to its tip in order to strike. It was similar to the Morning Star Rem had once favored, but its size and weight were overwhelmingly disposed towards an item that belonged to Gars. Anyhow, upon the sudden appearance of the city-states' strongest, the Empire's military man took the stance of thrusting his weapon forth. Perhaps it may have seemed that at this rate, things would be plunged into an explosive situation. However, Halibal, I was the one who caused all this stir, so maybe it ain't my place to be saying this. But come on now, can't we all just sit round and chat without getting all fired up? Gars, NGH, ga. Nimbly tilting his head as the mace was thrust towards him, Halibal began to speak. Gars's face stiffened upon hearing Halibal's words, and the arm into which he had funneled power trembled. Against the edge of the golden mace wielded by Gars, Halibal held his kaisru of similar golden hue. With just that, Gars's weapon became unable to make even the slightest of movements. Gars, likely, Halibal had exquisitely controlled the balance of the power he put into the kaisru, suppressing Gars's mace from moving up, down, left, right, and of course, from thrusting forward. No matter how Gars tried to move his weapon, the kaisru would apply pressure from the opposite side to prevent it from moving. It was not simply brute strength. Rather, it was the utmost pinnacle of technique to perfectly control the flow of his strength. Gars, UHK. Gars's face reddened. The sound of his grinding teeth could be heard reverberating throughout the cabin. But even when compared to Gars's teeth grinding, the series of deeds Halibal was carrying out was far too quiet. At that point in time, the existence known as Halibal was wrapping up his evaluation of this place. Vincent, cease this, Gars. Besides, had he the intention to harm us, he would have lopped off the heads of everyone here long before making his presence known through the likes of applause. Emilia, since you didn't do that, that means you're not our enemy, right? Witnessing Gars and Halibal's quiet offense and defense, both Abel and Emilia interjected. Just as both had said, in reality, if Halibal had felt like it, it would not have been strange for everyone inside the carriage to have been killed before they had even become aware of his presence. With that pointed out, Halibal's large mouth relaxed into the shape of a smile, and Halibal, yep, I'm delighted that you're able to understand. Imprasana sighed, a half-devil child Bane so up front, you must be quite the good lassie. Even though you're hated by others just like I am, you've been raised to be honest. Your folks must have been quite the admirable people. Emilia, thank you. I also think that I'm quite fortunate to have been raised by Puck, Mother, and Juice. As Emilia placed her hand upon her chest and spoke her thanks, Halibal nodded and retracted his kaisru. That instant, Gaz's specialized weapon was released, but he did not do anything reckless such as swinging back at Halibal after. Although he was frustrated, Gaz kept firm vigilance on Halibal. And Gaz, if you go against those previous words, I will defeat you, even if it costs me my own life. Remember that. Halibal, I ain't gonna do such a thing, really, I ain't. Looky here, I'm sittin', all nice and well-behaved after all. Waving his hands about, Halibal pulled up a chair next to him with his tail, and then hugged one of his knees as he sat down for a bit. He was someone around as tall as Gaz, but when he curled up his slim figure like that, his impression of being a large breed of dog became stronger. It did not seem like his statement about good behavior was sarcastic. Roswal, be that as it may, I did not expect Kararagi to intervene here. Even if not to the same extent as the kingdom and empire, I haven't heard that the city-states ever got along well with the empire, much less when considering the matter of your officially disclosed position in particular. Halibal, oh, do you all know about me? Gosh, it's embarrassing, since it kinda feels like I'm a celebrity somehow. Subaru, Roswal, when you say that person's officially disclosed position. Ram, Barusu is as ignorant as he appears, so Ram will inform him. The admirer, Halibal, is a wolf person. A wolf person. Upon receiving that information from Ram, for an instant, Subaru's heart and body trembled. However, that was not in response to Halibal, who was in front of him. Rather, the reason for his trembling was a separate matter. That which Ram had informed him of in itself did not really help Subaru to suddenly understand anything, either. But without paying heed to Subaru's lack of understanding, the conversation continued as common sense would have it. Vincent, you ought to be aware of the Empire's attitude regarding wolf people. To then cross the border and set foot in here, you truly appear to be considerably reckless. Halibal, course I knew that, though I ain't got all too good a feelin' 'bout it. But y'all should also know the reason I ain't hidden, the fact I'm a wolf person's, cause nobody's able to kill me. From the looks of it, seems like Cecilis ain't here either. Subaru, hey, do you know about Cesar? Halibal, HM. Oh, I do know him, yeah. After all, he came to try and kill me once. Though, for some reason, after throwing down for a bit, he said something like, seems like the conclusion shall not be now. And he went back home. Though the topic of the conversation had deviated from the matter of wolf people, Halibal answered Subaru's question without modesty. It was an unexpected response, and an unexpected point of contact. Cecilis and Halibal had once fought in a death battle, and judging from the current conversation, it seemed like Cecilis had been the one to pick the fight, but that was also easy to believe. Moreover, Bastet's, in the Valatian Empire, which exemplifies its resolute stance towards wolf people, appears the most well-known, most powerful individual from the Kararagi city-states. In addition, he has discourteously done so inside the very cabin where His Excellency Vincent is present. Serena, if I may add, he has grasped the contents of an important conference between our country and the kingdom. Oh my, is this not a situation that warrants a decapitation, even if it means kindling the blue lightning? Roswal, Serena, could you not put everyone currently present in danger with your poor tastes? Taking advantage of Bastet's summary of the situation, Serena appended good humor onto her dangerous opinion. The extremity of her words was to the extent that Roswal cast a warning true to his feelings on reflex. With that, the initial surprise and fervor from Halibal's sudden appearance had more or less faded, and the original question was then returned to. Vincent, there shan't be a third time. On what business have you come, admirer? Regardless of whether Halibal was intimidated by the armed might of those present or not, the word flattery would not exist in Abel's lexicon. Witnessing the owner of a dictionary who had intentionally blotted out all words of humility and modesty, Subaru gulped as he wondered how Halibal would respond. But contrary to the rising tension, Halibal remained seated as he rested his chin upon his hands on the table. And Halibal, there ain't no need to be so tense. I said what I came to do right back at the start, didn't I? That I was just wondering if it would have been okay for me to pop in to give a quick howdy. Subaru, by that howdy, do you actually mean something like ripping out all of our hearts instead of actually greeting us? Halibal, zonks. You sure think up some frightening stuff, kid, now don't you? I wouldn't do such a thing. Beatrice, In that case, you're saying that your objective really was to just say your greetings and make your appearance, I suppose. Halibal, that's right. Protesting Subaru as he fifthly tried to probe into the shinobi style of greetings, Halibal also gave an indifferent reply to Beatrice's question after she had continued for Subaru. Having come this far, it truly seemed like Halibal had no intentions of engaging in violence. Otto, in the first place, he is someone who can kill us without needing to take roundabout means. Would it not be in bad taste to do something like taking our lives after toying with us up until here? Subaru, I was also scared, but you shouldn't pull that kind of opinion out of people. But if that's so, Emilia, if that's so, did you think of something, Subaru? Gulping down his saliva, Subaru had imagined something frightening upon understanding Halibal's attitude. Having been questioned about that by Emilia, assuming his mental image of Halibal's character was as the person himself had answered, Subaru. If both Reinhard and this person are truly upright, then that predicament with Sesai was, Vincent. Cease this, Natsuki Subaru. Your cooperation may have been requested, but I have no memory of permitting you to investigate our country's scandals. Burstett's scandals, personally, I would be unable to list all of the cases with General First-Class Cecilis, either. Regarding the matter of Cecilis's humanity, not only Subaru and Abel, but even Burstett's all saw eye to eye. Although he was not present here, Cecilis was being spoken of disparagingly. But most likely, if he was here, Subaru had confidence the same things would still be said about him. In reality, it was very Subaru-like to have the fantasy that the strong would show appropriate behavior, so in that respect, the conduct of Reinhard and Halibal was ideal for him. On the other hand, he also believed that if Cecilis had not been present on the Gladiator Island, things would not have gone so well, so it was a tale of how everything has its pros and cons. Emilia, so, in the end, what was the objective of your greeting? This dragon carriage is going north, but the Kararagi border is still further ahead. That shouldn't be enough to incur your caution, right? Halibal, Tilda, it'd probably be a whole lot faster if you ask my employer about that instead of me. Things have gotten a lil complicated since I messed up by carelessly clapping my hands. Seems like it should be any time now, though. Emilia, any time now. Halibal's eyes had looked pleased with a hint of embarrassment. However, upon realizing something, he lifted his face, and drawn in by that, Subaru followed his gaze. His wolfen face had turned towards the door connecting to the adjoined carriage. Exactly 1 beat later, someone knocked on the door from the other side. Excuse me for interrupting the meeting. There is something I need to report. With that, a voice that he had heard before declared thus, and Abel silently commanded him to enter. The door opened, and in came the figure of a small man with fluffy hair. The instant that Subaru saw him, his eyes widened. Subaru, Zika-san, thank goodness you're all right. Zika, indeed, there is no need to worry. It is most wonderful that you are also safe and sound, Miss Natsumi. Subaru, to still refer to me like that even when I'm in this form. Both when they had met and when they had parted, the man had given a smile to the cross-dressing Subaru, and upon seeing the Imperial General Second-Class Zika Osman alive and well, Subaru patted his chest in relief. Then Zika's smiling expression tightened up, and Zika, Your Excellency, there is something I must report, but that individual over there, Vincent, ignore him for the time being. Likely he is not unrelated to your report. Abel was unkind to Zika's concern about the presence of Halibal present in the corner of the cabin, but Zika was accustomed to the Emperor's suppression of words, and nodding with a yes, sir, Zika, High Countess Drakroy's flying dragon ship has returned. With them were brought leading figures from the fortified city of Garkla, as well as visitors from the city-states. Vincent, visitors from the city-states. Abel muttered thus, as he directed his sable eyes towards Halibal. Since the destination of these coupled dragon carriages was the fortified city of Garkla, it was natural that the relevant people there had come to this place via flying dragons. If they were accompanied by people from Kararagi at the same time, it would likely be impossible for that to be unrelated to Halibal. In other words, Emilia, Halibal-san, did you come ahead of those people? Halibal, well, I ain't too good with heights. Regardless of whether his cute words were meant to be a direct answer or not, Halibal had affirmed that the information Zika had brought was connected to himself. Even if Subaru could understand that Hallibal was bad with heights and hence had not boarded the flying dragon ship, he felt like he could not understand how Hallibal was then able to arrive faster than the flying dragon ship. But there was no point in saying something like that to the superhumans of this world. Even Cecilus could run faster than something flying in the air, so it was kind of the same thing. In any case, Serena, they even took the trouble of getting on my flying dragon ship. Then, shall we be expecting some very influential people to come bringing some very important things to say? Zika. At the very least, the pretty visitor said so herself. Vincent, judging from how you speak, it is a woman. Zika's report was easy to understand, that a woman had come from the Kararagi city-states. Subaru tilted his head in puzzlement at the matter, but for some reason his friends reacted differently. Beatrice tightened her grip on his hand, looked over towards Emilia and Beatrice. Emilia, it's the subject of visitors from Kararagi, in fact. Emilia, yes, indeed. Perhaps that could be Subaru. Do you two happen to know something? It happened right as Subaru had tried to finish his question. Somehow, even though people have gone through the hardships of hurrying all the way to the Empire, Haas saying some rather heartless things, Natsuki-kun. Subaru. Unexpectedly, a voice interrupted, its elegant timbre coming from behind Zika. It seemed like that visitor was waiting on the coupler of the adjoined carriage, but they must have had quite the sharp ears in order to participate in this conversation. But he was satisfied with those sharp ears. After all, merchants were people who always had to be straining their ears for chances to make profits. Bestets, Your Excellency, what shall be done? Upon the reality that that voice had heard the matters being discussed, Bestets asked for Abel's opinion. At that question, Abel glanced towards Subaru and ascertained his expression. Then Abel looked towards the door from which the voice had been heard. Vincent, somehow it seems that you are not merely a boorish and presumptuous fellow. Present yourself. Visitor, then I ain't gonna refrain from that. Gaining the permission of the Emperor, the owner of the voice gently responded, and before anyone could notice, Hallibal, standing upright next to the door, opened the door of the carriage with his hand, showing the visitor inside. Seeing Hallibal's consideration, the person, now visible, smiled with a thanks, and then, visitor, been quite a while since we last came face to face, but I'm real glad to see you're doing well. Subaru. Oh, visitor. Even so, Emilia-san and the rest of y'all are quite the experts at happening across troublesome situations. Looks like you're gonna need our strength yet again. With an informal tone and wearing a smile, and having given a merciless evaluation, with her light purple hair all tied up, and her arms through the sleeves of her kimono, it was a woman clad in a fox-scarf, Anastasia Hashin. By her side followed her attendant, a young man dressed in Japanese-style clothing. Subaru, Anastasia-san, and Julius, two people who he had never thought he would meet here. Subaru was taken aback upon seeing them. Upon Subaru's upset voice, Anastasia placed her hand over her mouth and smiled, and the young man whose name had been called out, Julius, traced the fierce scar underneath his left eye with his finger and looked at Subaru. And then, Julius, I had wanted to say that I am glad for your safety, but why is there always something up with you? Subaru, don't say stuff like I'm always causing trouble on the level of turning small. Upon their reunion, instead of joy, it was an angry voice that had erupted. As all strength vanished from his knees, he fell forward and collapsed onto the ravaged plain. Lacking even the willpower to support his body, the ground mercilessly crashed into his face. He felt the pain of his nose being crushed as blood flowed out from his busted lips. Taking that blood upon his tongue, the bone-dry interior of his mouth was ever so slightly moistened. Not even the slightest bit of strength remained in any part of his body. If he had lost all willpower, then his physical strength would not take long to vanish entirely, either. And now that both had completely run out, he would probably rot away and die upon the very spot on which he had collapsed. Absolutely everything, absolutely anything and everything, had been in vain. The things that he had tried to do, the things that he had been enraged that he needed to do, the things that he had continued to do purely out of habit, absolutely all of it had been in vain. In the end, he could not possibly be anything other than himself. The thing called hell was something that existed within him. In that case, there was no way that he could ever escape it. There was nobody who could escape it. Nobody could escape from the hell bearing the name of oneself. God. Damn it! Vexation leaked out in a parched voice from his lips. At this point, not even tears would well up any more. Neither did he have the passion nor the qualifications for such a thing. Everything was so damn bizarre. It was not a place that he could reach. Reaching out toward a place he could not reach that had been the biggest mistake of his life. And yet, he had done the exact same thing again. There had been no introspection. That was why he could do nothing but regret. There was no chance that he would ever be able to like somebody like himself, so he could do nothing but hate who he was, until finally he grew to utterly loathe his very being. He was not even able to continue to love those whom he loved. Enough already. Failures who were as fucking worthless as himself should just hurry up and... Oh, thought I'd just strip all the possessions off a dead body, but to think you still got some breath in you. That deserves a bravo, bravo. Suddenly, above the head of the collapsed body, somebody's voice could be heard. His body lacked the energy to make even the slightest of movements, but the owner of that voice reached out their hand and rolled him over. Instantly, his vision was plunged into the glare of the clear blue sky, and he groaned with a ah. The tears that had not emerged from his disgrace and repentance now gradually began to well up. That was overwhelmingly frustrating. Absolutely everything, every last inch of this body, would they really only function for the sake of himself and nothing else? Stranger, are you frustrated about something, Mr. Collapsed? Buddy, with your whole body still alive and well, it'll take nothing more than a blink of an eye. To think I'm still alive, stranger. Whoa there, so it's the type it's gotten fed up with living. My, as far as I'm aware, there's only one way to fight off that kinda gloomy thought. He felt the owner of the voice give a smile, and their upside-down face cut into the clear blue sky reflected in his own vision. He had a hard time seeing the face due to the glare from behind, but he understood that the person was smiling with a broad grin on their face. Although that grin was not something that was ridiculing him, and therefore he was unable to comprehend the reason behind that smile. However, what are we going to do? If he could not find the answer within himself, he would inquire about the thoughts of the person who was incomprehensible to him. At the very least, while cursing himself for still wanting to be saved, he inquired to see if he could hear an answer that was much more respectable than he was. Hearing that question, the person deepened their smile as if to say he had hit the nail right on the head, and then, stranger, ain't it obvious? We're off to drink tons of booze, enough that we could bathe in it. Right after answering, the person grabbed him by the collar and began dragging him along through sheer force. A man, stretching out both of his legs, quickly moved across the wasteland. Using the fact that he was unable to resist as an excuse, the man hummed and sang while he pulled him along, and stranger, I'm Rowan, the stingy Ronan. What about you, buddy? Rowan. Buddy, you've got to at least have a name right. It ain't gonna get any worse even if you tell me. Easygoing and overfamiliar, witnessing the attitude of the man who gave his name as Rowan, he took a long breath. He had no obligation to answer, but neither did he have any special reason not to answer. A man, while thinking that he no longer cared about what became of himself. It's Heinkel. Thus, with neither of them realizing the position of the other, Heinkel Astria gave his name. He could not have known. That coincidence and predestination were some old tricks that fate always liked to make use of translation notes. 1. You may be wondering, considering Beetlejuice is translated as it is, why is the nickname used by Fortuna, Emilia, Beatrice, and Echidna translated as Juice and not Juice? That would be because there is an intentional difference in the Japanese. The juice in Beetlejuice is written Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, whereas the nickname translated as Juice is written Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, which also happens to be the transliteration of the English word juice. Arc 8, Chapter 16, The Undead Cataclysm. Machine translated by Archbishop Jasmine Kilndo Datchezem beloved proofread by Alpha Dider Archbishop #750 Seal Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Rejasu GPM's Datchezem Art Sources Fins Rakaroka. Pale skin drained of complexion and golden irises housed in the center of dark eyeballs. With the sudden appearance of undead forces, both the Imperial Army and the rebel army had been doused with literal cold water as they fought a battle for the imperial capital of Lupugana. Before anyone could notice, the battle between the living vying for control of the empire had transformed into a struggle for existence between the living and the dead, and it was becoming increasingly severe. Yura! Raising a loud voice, he brandished his two-handed sword and slammed it into the enemy in front of him. In an attempt to block the strike, the enemy raised a battered sword that they had picked up from somewhere, but that blow smashed the brittle sword nevertheless, cleaving straight into the enemy's skull. Their cranium shattered, and yet what followed was not a spectacular scene of blood and brain matter spewing out, but a scene of fragments scattering about, as if a ceramic pot were smashed, an utterly unthinkable way for a human to die. The things were not only inhuman in appearance, but even the way they died ran contrary to the path of humanity. As somebody who lived in the Empire, there were opportunities to lay eyes upon races that possessed extravagant features in their appearance, but even if it was an opponent with a different number of arms or eyes, the way they died would remain constant. It was only logical that those with life should experience their lives come to an end in a manner befitting that quality. But these undead did not have that. Perhaps that was why he still felt such a strong repugnance towards them. Even in the Empire, where life was even said to be cheap compared to other countries, they did not trample upon life itself in the way these undead did. General, keep the front lines at bay. Let His Excellency the Emperor and the civilians escape. Soldiers, oh. When one of the generals shouted a command, the soldiers around him roared as if they were in a fever. As a result of the undead forces, the rampage of the Cloud Dragon, and the bulwark of the reservoir in the northern part of the imperial capital approaching destruction, His Excellency the Emperor made the decision to abandon the imperial capital and withdraw all troops. The imperial army united all of its efforts to assist in the evacuation of the Emperor and the citizens of the imperial capital. Ironically, with the advent of this third faction, the battle against the rebel army had gone undecided. No distinction remained between the regular army and rebels, and with the living and the dead divided into friend and foe, the fierce battle raged on. Just now, the imperial soldier who had just destroyed a single undead was one who held their ground. He and the soldiers around him were fighting with all their might to stop as many of the undead as possible, even if only one, and see if they could take them down to meet death together. Soldier, no idea what those things are. But, soldier, if it is His Excellency the Emperor, soldier, he will absolutely find a way to eradicate you lot. No matter who the enemy may be, their faith in the apex of the Empire, Vincent Valatia, would never waver. That was the greatest reason why the soldiers were able to hold their ground without a hint of fear. Vincent had continued to deliver results. The amount of spilled blood and piled up corpses of Vincent's enemies was the foundation of the imperial soldiers' faith in him. Considering the absoluteness of his reign, his fighting spirit was of a different purity from that of those who so casually plotted insurrection. And thus his fighting spirit directed towards the undead shaking the empire was precisely the same. General, HK, all troops, bring that one down. The general cried out once more in response to the onslaught of an undead with a massive body. A bold undead of large build swung their arms about, and the imperial soldiers who stood in their path were blown away like scraps of paper. If they were to permit the large undead to do as it pleased, a hole would open in the front lines, and the defensive position they had gone through so much trouble to form would likely crumble. In order to stop it, the soldiers obeyed the general's order and leaped towards the huge body at once. Soldier, ooh-ah-ah. The soldier who leaped first was struck, crushing his head. Evading that carcass as it flew towards him, one imperial soldier kept close to the ground as he slashed at the legs of the huge undead. The attack connected, and his opponent's stance collapsed. But having perpetrated such an impudent act, the imperial soldier's eyes met golden irises looking down on him and witnessed the dim gleam of a sword that had been plucked off somebody else. Just before he was impaled by its tip, the figure of a person wedged their way in front of the imperial soldier. General, finish, idiot, HK, pierced through the chest. The general cried out as blood frothed at his mouth. Shielded by the general, the imperial soldier gulped down and immediately jumped out from behind the general's back. Swinging his sword with all his might, he smashed the gigantic undead's head in. The sword broke in half upon impact, but without any counterattack, the large undead's whole body shattered. And so, just as the general collapsed to the ground on his back, the large undead was struck down. His chest pierced, the general had met his end, and as the imperial soldier admired that bravery, he borrowed a replacement for his broken sword from the general's hand. Then, twisting his head around, he tried to search for the next enemy, imperial soldier. Fucking hell. The imperial soldier muttered, his cheeks contorting as he lowered the helmet he was wearing with his fingers. Having just evaded death, the imperial soldier looked as the next undead entered his field of vision. The general who had just died protecting him, his same equipment and face were worn by it. The corpse of the general was lying beside him, and he himself was gripping the general's sword. And yet, standing in front of him with a pale face and golden eyes, was that very same general. Imperial soldier, fucking hell. A battlefield where even one's comrades in arms could become undead, turning into enemies as soon as they died. Upon these flooded lands which he wanted to curse, where death was near certain, the imperial soldier raised his sword and continued to fight until his life no longer allowed. The coupled dragon carriage retreated from the imperial capital of Lupugana and headed towards the fortified city of Garkla. The historical alliance formed between the Emilia camp and the Valatian Empire's leadership within that carriage had unexpectedly encountered interference in an unforeseen manner. Although, as for the cause of that interference, Anastasia, what's wrong? Even though we were so worried about Natsuki-kun, it's distressing to see you looking at us like we're uninvited guests. Subaru, I'm not making such a face. I'm happy that we were able to meet properly. It goes without saying for Anastasia-san, but even if it's Julius with his stern expression, I'm glad about both. Anastasia, well, it ain't exactly a stern expression, but it's all cause of your appearance. And so, the two people, Julius and Anastasia, who had suddenly boarded the interconnected dragon carriage, looked down at the shrunken Subaru from head to toe with keen interest. Naturally, for Subaru, encountering the two of them there was like a bolt from the blue. The level of surprise was comparable to when Priscilla had suddenly descended from the sky in the fortress city. However, why those two had ended up in the Valatian Empire, Subaru did not consider himself so naive as to be unable to guess the reason. Subaru, even so, I understand that Emilia-tan and the others were looking for us, but for Anastasia-san and Julius, to go out of your way through Kararagi just for me. Anastasia. Yep, exactly. Was a grand adventure, traversing through 3 countries. Crossing the border to Valencia ain't something that can be done easily, and the journey was quite costly, to say the least. Subaru, Anastasia, I hate to come across as counting every penny, but I'd be happy if you won't forget about the costs we broke our backs for. Being sent to the Empire was beyond Subaru's control, but when he heard about the concerns that were expressed for him, his heart felt heavy. Under Anastasia's gaze and words, it seemed like Subaru was about to be burdened with a tremendous debt of gratitude. However, at that moment, a voice calling her Anna could be heard near Anastasia's neck. You shouldn't bully Natsuki-kun recklessly. Considering his current appearance, no matter how you look at it, Anna, you seem like the villain bullying a child. Subaru. Ah. When Subaru raised his eyebrows at that voice, the other party responded by wagging a white tail. It was the fox scarf that Anastasia, who was dressed in a kimono, had draped over her shoulders. In other words, it was Echidna, the artificial spirit, whom Anastasia was carrying with her. Unlike the witch with the same name, Subaru had a recognition of Echidna as a companion whom he had gone through the ordeal of the Pleiades watchtower together with. Hearing her voice, Subaru also felt relieved and at ease. With this, among the companions who had gotten separated in the Pleiades watchtower, once Subaru showed his face to Patrash, who was outside, only Meili would have yet to see that he was safe. Anyway, Emilia, Anastasia-san, Julius too, you made it to Valencia safely. Anastasia, I'm relieved that Emilia-san and the others are safe too. As for the hardships during the journey, I couldn't find Natsuki-kun before Emilia-san, and the others did, so it's a bit embarrassing. Emilia, no, that thought makes me feel really happy. Thank you. Emilia also welcomed Anastasia's appearance with a relaxed smile on her face. Indeed, the situation in the Valetian Empire already was tense, and on top of that, there was the undead disaster following the civil war. Inadvertently, she could say that she was very grateful that she did not cross paths with Anastasia and the others in the imperial capital. And with the joy of such an unexpected reunion coming to a pause, Vincent, are you quite finished rekindling your old friendship? Whether you know it or not, the time for the military conference is limited. The one who dampened the mood with those words, with a cheeky attitude and arms crossed, was Abel. With an unusually tolerant demeanor, he had been trying to gauge the atmosphere, but it seemed like he could not remain silent any longer. Making a sarcastic remark, Abel glanced sideways at Subaru and then said, Vincent, another of your acquaintances. How unexpected to think your influence has spread as far as Kararagi. Subaru. As for that, it's a bit complicated. Anastasia-san and the others are on the Kararagi side, but not exactly on the Kararagi side. So what's the deal with him? Subaru's puzzled question stemmed from the presence of Halibal, who stood beside Anastasia and the others. Halibal, the wolf person who was known as the strongest in the Kararagi city-states, demonstrated his existence while shaking the kaisru he held. Subaru wondered what position Anastasia and her group held, given Halibal's title and affiliation. Julius, I will handle that explanation. I will give a first-hand account of the particulars that allowed us to get on that flying dragon ship. In response to Subaru's question, Julius brushed the scar beneath his left eye with his finger and began to answer. The new white scar on Julius's profile, combined with his unfamiliar appearance in a traditional Japanese outfit, emphasized his dignified and handsome aura, giving Subaru a strange sensation. That was not to say that the influence of infantilization had not affected Subaru's perception, but it was probably more due to the changes on Julius's side that caused this sensation. Somehow, it felt like the current Julius had more composure than before. While there was elegance in his previous demeanor as the finest of knights, it seemed to be different from his current composure. It might have even been considered something that stood in stark contrast to it. His attitude, which seemed like he had discarded long-worn armor, was it a result of the experience in the Pleiades watchtower, or was there some other reason behind it? That remained uncertain. Julius, Your Excellency the Emperor Vincent Valatia, I am relieved to see you safe and well. It is an unexpected honor to have the privilege of an audience with you once again. Ignoring Subaru's impression, Julius, having taken a step forward, bowed as he elegantly spoke. Abel, protected by Gaz's large build as he stood, raised his shapely eyebrows at Julius's greeting. Subaru, too, harbored a sense of unease with Julius's, once again, part. Vincent, once again, you say. But neither do I remember granting audience to a swordsman of the city-states, nor do I recognize your face. What prompted you to say once again? Julius, with all due respect, I once received the opportunity to have a glimpse. However, at the time, I was not a swordsman of the city-states, but a knight of the kingdom. Vincent, the kingdom, upon hearing the response of Julius, who did not show fear even when addressing Abel, the Valetian emperor, Abel's black eyes narrowed in deep thought, but he could not seem to find any memory of the occasion. With such a dignified demeanor, there was no way that Julius could possibly be telling a lie. As such, even though the two were actually acquainted with each other, Abel had forgotten it. In other words, it was evidence that the effects of gluttony, which caused those around Julius to forget him, had yet to be undone. Vincent, you are deceiving me, and thus I do not understand your behavior. Bastets. Bastets, yes. I, too, have no recollection of ever seeing this person. Vincent, it would be rare for Bastets to not be present at an audience. That is to say, it is not an issue between you and I, but one of a larger scale. By merely questioning the presence of Julius within Bastets's memories with a single word, Abel detected that extraordinary circumstances were entangled in the discrepancy of perceptions between himself and Julius. Witnessing Abel's speech and conduct, Subaru could not help but mutter, "Is this guy for real?" Subaru, is it really normal to accept that so easily? Something that's so absurd. Vincent, we are in the midst of an emergency in which the dead have risen, and the emperor is being driven away from the imperial capital. Speaking of the grand scheme of things, the fact that your body has shrunk does not make much of a difference either. What matters is whether or not it can be conceived as possible. Subaru. I wouldn't say that me shrinking is something that happens every day either, though. No matter what kind of profound mysteries this world held, even if those were deemed as plausible theories just because they could be conceived, it did not make them things that could be so easily accepted with an "ah yes, I see." As Subaru's brow wrinkled, Beatrice, holding his hand, rubbed the wrinkle between Subaru's brow with her other hand. Beatrice, don't overthink it too much, I suppose. It's much more convenient if they have the tolerance to accept it than if they were to be obstinate about it, in fact. Subaru, that's true. Also, that feels good. Please keep doing it a little longer. Beatrice, roger that, I suppose. While Subaru continued to receive an eyebrow massage from Beatrice, Julius, with the questions that arose from the first act of his greeting cancelled, he returned to the main topic. That was Julius. First of all, the lady present here is Anastasia Hashin-sama. I presume you have already been made aware of Emilia-sama's identity and status, but Anastasia-sama is also of the same status. Serena, ho-ho, the same as Miss Emilia. In other words, candidates for the next monarch of the kingdom are together in a foreign country. My goodness, that's quite the amusing and rare situation. Serena contorted her facial scar in amusement, and Julius nodded silently at her words. At his affirmation, the gazes of the imperial camp members turned towards Emilia, and meeting those gazes, her lips formed a smile. Emilia, yes, Julius is telling the truth. Anastasia-san and I are both royal candidates and were friends. Anastasia, though, for the time Bane, the thing bout Bane, friends is an agreement for after the royal selection is over. Following that introduction, I'm a representative of Kararagi's Hashin Trading Company, and one of the royal candidates in the Kingdom of Lugunica. Vincent, in addition to that impressive title, you are yet another person of the kingdom. Anastasia, I feel a lil sorry if my title happened to surprise you, but to tell you the truth, it ain't the only title I got right now. That's the reason we went out of our way to ride that flying dragon ship, ain't it? Just a short while ago, Abel had formed a friendly alliance with Emilia as the head of the empire. As Abel expressed his disapproval at the fact that another person from the kingdom had now become involved here, Anastasia put a stop to that. As Anastasia noted that she had a title that had yet to be disclosed, Emilia put her finger to her lips with a puzzled look on her face. Emilia, but Anastasia-san is a representative of the trading company, a candidate for royal selection. And there's still more. Oh, maybe the employer of the mercenary group that Mimi and the others are a part of. Anastasia. The Iron Fang's under the jurisdiction of the Hashin Trading Company, so I don't bother to add it to the title of trading company representative. Still, it's a separate matter from that. Emilia, separate. Told that she was incorrect by Anastasia, Emilia muttered in an adorable, troubled voice. And beside Anastasia, as she smiled at Emilia's behavior, Julius gestured to her with his hand. Julius. On this occasion, Anastasia-sama is acting on behalf of Kararagi's League of Cities, having been appointed as an emissary. She has made her way to the Empire. Otto, the Kararagi League of Cities. Hearing Julius's reply, it was Otto whose voice had cracked. Otto broke his silence with an uncomfortable expression, to which Subaru thought was the right opportunity to ask, "What's the League of Cities?" Subaru, I've heard that Kararagi is known as the city-states, a country with many cities joined together. Otto, that understanding is correct. The Kararagi city-states are, roughly speaking, a country composed of 10 large cities. Each city has its own mayor, who is the representative of the city, and there is a council formed by these people, which is the League of Cities. Subaru, it's like the Council of 10 in Prestella. Otto, rather, Prestella's Council of 10 is probably inspired by the League of Cities. As is the case with the Water Plumage Pavilion, there is a large influx of Kararagi culture in Prestella along the border. Subaru. Oh, come to think of it. The Water Plumage Pavilion, where they had stayed at the invitation of Anastasia and her companions, was said to have wafu style both inside and out, which had been introduced from Kararagi. Going further back, Subaru believed that Kararagi's wafu style itself might be knowledge that was brought from his world. but he put that aside for the time being. In any case, Subaru, it's not a peaceful situation when you're not only a candidate for the kingdom's royal selection, but you've also entered the empire at the behest of the League of Cities as an emissary. Anastasia, you're right. Though not as bad as with Lugunica, Wallachia ain't on the best of terms with Kararagi. I mean, the empire is basically hostile to everyone. Subaru, it's probably because the emperor is so sharp. It's possible his corners will be a little rounder from now on. Vincent, silence. When Subaru joined Anastasia's brazen and blunt comments, Abel, without changing his expression, hurled an admonishment at Subaru. Subaru stuck his tongue out at that, and Julius was taken aback by this exchange with Abel. Right after, he looked at Subaru in surprise, but since it would have been a long story if he were to explain, Subaru covered it up by simply sticking his tongue out at Julius as well. Anastasia, we heard about the mess in Wallachia while we were in Kararagi, but we didn't come here to take advantage of it. Vincent, that is very auspicious. However, it is not as if you have no intention of doing so. Anastasia, well, you've got to be tough to get by. Wouldn't it be more uncomfortable for you to be helped for free? Vincent, but of course. At that mischievous look in Anastasia's eyes, Abel's gaze briefly turned toward Emilia. As for Emilia, she looked at them curiously, but from Abel and Anastasia's points of view, Emilia's good intentions were probably way more unexpected. Even Subaru would not go so far as to say that they should help Abel and the others without compensation, and if he did, Otto would give him 1,000 hellish sermons. Then a hoarse voice asked for a chance to speak. When Bustetz received Abel's silent affirmation, he turned his narrow, nearly thread-like eyes toward Anastasia and Julius, while saying, Bustetz, I am wondering, may I ask why the city-states have sent an emissary to the empire in its current state? Perhaps you suspect that the problems of the empire have come to your country, and you are pursuing them. Anastasia, even Kararagi, which believes that time and money are of equal value, certainly wouldn't come to talk about money in the middle of such a busy day. Besides, interference in internal affairs will only cause loss if you ain't prepared for it. Vincent, you are being evasive. Did I not say that time is limited? Anastasia, you're impatient. Ha, aight. Halibal. Halibal, you're fine with me talking. Anastasia called Halibal to her side as the imperial leaders were eager to proceed. Leaning against the wall of the dragon carriage, Halibal, who was making a ring with the smoke from his kaisru, stroked the fur on his chin as the gazes gathered from around him. In Subaru's eyes, his fur was really nice, lush, and a full coat. Halibal, then I'll go for it. Actually, something strange has been going on in Kararagi for a while now. Well, the League of Sits have been urging me to figure it out. Subaru, something strange. Halibal, y'all can imagine what I'm talking about, right? The Hartoksan have been moving. One, Emilia. Hotoke, Subaru gasped at Halibal's easygoing, slightly pretentious words. But Emilia, Gars, and others tilted their heads at the unfamiliar word. Seeing that reaction, Halibal gave a wry smile as he said, sorry, and Halibal, righty right, that phrase is Kararagi dialect so none of y'all would understand. In Kararagi, when you say Hartok, san it's got the meaning of a corpse. I'm trying to say, Subaru, are you saying that the city-states also suffered harm from the undead? Halibal, something like that. Halibal calmly nodded, and the same shock that Subaru had just received spread to Emilia and the others anew. Given the undead forces that had come out of left field to interfere with the battle for the imperial capital, if the same thing had happened in Kararagi, it would mean that the large incident was not a matter confined only to the empire. Subaru, then this could be happening on a global scale if we're unlucky, right? What happened to that zombie disturbance in Kararagi? Halibal. Zombie, Subaru. The moving dead people. It'll be easier to understand if we have a name for them. Halibal, haha, I see. For some reason, even though I know the word, it sure rolls off the tongue. Gathering Subaru's response, Halibal nodded on his kaisru and replied in somewhat of a good mood. But frustrated by Halibal's reply, Subaru hastily shouted out, Halibal-san. With every passing moment, if the undead cataclysm was continuously expanding. Subaru, that would mean we don't have a moment to waste. For you to have come to the Empire is. Halibal, don't you worry. I done tidied up the zombie disturbance that happened back in Kararagi. So you don't need to get all worked up about Kararagi. Subaru. Ah, Halibal, you're such a sweet kid. How about some candy? Ah, I ain't got no candy on me. Without doing anything like feeling around in his sleeves, Halibal soothed Subaru with a light-hearted tone. Involuntarily, Subaru pouted his lips, feeling rebuked for his hasty attitude. Julius. According to Mr. Hallibal's investigation, the undead in question, no, the zombies, following the flow of where their damages have been incurred, it seems that they have gradually been proceeding towards the Empire. Therefore, in order to investigate the emergency that occurred within their country, and to issue an alert for caution to your country, the League of Cities has, Anastasia. We done employed Hallibal since he was fully informed on the situation, and I've taken on the role as an emissary for the League of Cities. It was also quite the help for crossing the border. That was how Anastasia promptly summed up the details of how she took on the role of emissary for the League of Cities. She may have taken care as to not sound too serious, but unfortunately, no matter how much care she took, the contents of this matter were such that there was no way it would not become heavy. In particular, the fact that the undead cataclysm had occurred earlier in Kararagi was, Vincent, the incident that occurred in the city-states preceded the Empire. If that is the case, it could be said that the current undead catastrophe was brought to the Empire from your country. Is that not so? Anastasia, I guess that's possible, but we got a different view. Vincent, ho, if this is not an attempt to avoid responsibility, let me hear it. Anastasia, it seems like Kararagi was the first place where the hot oak-san, where the zombies, caused damage. But I think the main target was Valatia, and Kararagi was used as a practice ground before that. Anastasia replied to Abel's snide remarks with an unchanged attitude. Contrary to her elegant demeanor, the hypothesis she posited was a rather extreme one. The view that Kararagi was the practice ground and Valatia was the main event was far too harsh. Emilia, why does Anastasia think so, that the thing with Kararagi was not serious and that Valatia is the real objective? Anastasia, well, the scale of damage. When the question Subaru had in mind was spoken by Emilia, such was Anastasia's response. While the gaze of her pale turquoise eyes clashed against Emilia's amethyst eyes, Anastasia. The account was convoluted, but Garkla received the first reports of damage to the imperial capital. Even if it ain't fully accurate, it's true that zombies done captured the imperial capital, ain't that right? Julius. It is unusual for the imperial capital at the center of the Valatian Empire to be captured, and for its citizens all to be evacuated en masse. Henceforth, I have no doubt that the intentions of the enemy who brought about this situation lie in the Empire. Vincent, your reasoning is sound. Hearing the deductions posed by Anastasia and Julius, Abel gave a brief response. However, deep in thought behind his tranquil sable eyes, the Emperor, prefacing his speech with incidentally, turned his gaze toward Halibal. Vincent, the damages you said you suppressed in the city-states, what truly happened there? Despite the state of the Empire, I have not heard anything of the city-states being destroyed by undead. Halibal, righty. I done stopped it before that happened, though even if I'm saying that, seems like their goal wasn't to make a mess of Kararagi, but just to warm up like what Lil Anna said. Vincent, what does that mean? Halibal, putting it simply, the zombies I happened across had entirely replaced all the people in the city. N were living the same lifestyle as if they were still alive. Seemed like they didn't want us to know that they had swapped places. Subaru, wah. As Halibal revealed the truth, Subaru became lost for words, and it was not only Subaru who was surprised. This group of wise people all had thoughtful expressions on their faces, and everyone who was surprised like Subaru was speechless. That was probably to be expected. Just now, Halibal's story was far too different from what had been assumed. Gaz, you are saying that those undead are going as far as to disguise themselves as the living. It is true that Her Excellency Lamia spoke in the same manner as she did then when she was alive. But even so, Serena, if you see them as the living, then that destroys the perception of them being an opponent who attacks indiscriminately. It's already troublesome that some of them are intelligent, but if that happens, the way we deal with them as enemies will need to change quite a lot. This has become excessively amusing. Gars, just what is so amusing, High Countess Drakroy, even your impudence ought to have its limits. Gar's and Serena's views were pitted against each other as a shocking embodiment of that misconception. However, that reaction from the two was natural. In fact, Subaru had the same opinion. These were not opponents which could just be fought. It had become a matter of exploiting their weakness. Even still, Emilia. Hey, Halibal-san, you said that everyone in the town was turned into zombies. But in that town, how many people were living there? It was a question that someone needed to ask. Subaru regretted that instead of himself, he had let Emilia do it. That regret grew deeper and larger after hearing Halibal's answer. That was because Halibal, roughly, somewhere, round 2,000 people. Emilia, that many. Halibal's answer clearly quantified the scale of the damage, and could only imagine that drastic scale of damage that made Emilia's expression severely darken and drove a cold, sharp thorn into Subaru's chest. However, there were not just people who were hurt by Halibal's answer, there were also those who looked ahead. Vincent, if that many disguised themselves to be the living, I have no choice but to say that it is troublesome. What caused them to be exposed? Anastasia. The reason they were discovered was the amount of supplies that were going in out of the city. They disguised themselves to some extent, but the numbers between the living and dead people didn't match up. The Hartoksen don't need food or drinking water, so that's where the discrepancy came from. Vincent, the boundary between the living and the dead. It appears it cannot be crossed. Unlike Subaru, whose emotions halted him, Abel and Anastasia did not stop. While he felt frustrated by that difference, he also did not want to forget what he had told Abel, that it was necessary to not throw away this frustration. Vincent, Bastetz, you had an army stationed in the western part of the empire, correct? Indifferent to Subaru gritting his teeth, Abel posed a question to Bastetz. Bastetz nodded briefly with a yes to the emperor's question, and Bastetz, we have received reports of unrest along the national border with Kararagi in the west. It was before the signs of civil war had expanded, but we feared countermoves and polarization of the rebel army, so we kept it maintained to keep them in check. You do not mean Vincent, the one entrusted with that army? It ought to have been Groovy Gumlet, was it not? His narrow, thread-like eyes opening slightly, Bastetz laid bare his astonishment. As if agreeing with the Prime Minister's realization, Abel let out a small sigh. That which the sigh spoke of was certainly one of the 9 divine generals. He was supposed to be the general first class, whom Subaru had never had a chance to meet face to face. The reason why Abel narrowed his eyes languidly when he said that person's name was Gars. Your Excellency, surely not, surely not. General First Class Groovy is Vincent, keeping the unrest on the national border with the city-states in check. If that is why they did not participate in the great battle of the imperial capital, and if it has reached a state that we are not even able to meet with them, then there is no other recourse but to assume the worst. Serena, assume the worst, HM. Even I would have a hard time calling that amusing. Gaz's face flushed red, and Serena erased the thin smile on her lips. Giving a nod at these leading figures' reactions, Abel spoke. Vincent, Groovy Gumlet and his army have already fallen into the hands of the undead. If they fail to unite with us in the future, we ought to operate under that assumption. Gaz, HK. In response to Abel's words, Gaz's entire body trembled as he gnashed his molars. It was not a metaphor, he really ground his molars. As an immense amount of indignation ran through the body of the warrior named Gaz Ralphon, the possibility of having lost his comrade was hitting him hard. Even for Subaru and the others, who did not know him personally, it was a silent blow. Bastetz, Your Excellency, as per your speculation, if an undead can pretend to be alive, then, Vincent, indeed, the reports from various regions on their own have lost credibility. Without increasing the accuracy of the information, to engage in the battle for the recapture of the imperial capital will be next to impossible. Which of the delivered reports were from their living allies, and which ones were from the undead enemy was not known. Presented with such a frightening possibility, Subaru gasped. Subaru. In other words, that's the reason why the League of Cities entrusted Anastasia-san with being their emissary. Anastasia. The sense of crisis, you'll feel it too, don't you? It absolutely mustn't be allowed to spread. Therefore, we were allowed to go as jus, a small group of reliable people. Anastasia spoke while nodding, to which both Julius and Halibal also expressed agreement. Due to the commencement of the opposition against the undead, there were two trusted people chosen for their individual war potential. Subaru. What about Ricardo, Mimi, and the others? Anastasia. They're building a united front with the League of Cities at the border. Basically, they won't be entering the Empire. If it doesn't stop with the Empire, Kararagi will have to be prepared. Halabel, that ain't a good omen, but gimme a break. Well, at this point it's too late to do anything, bout Lil Anna's sharp tongue. Anastasia, Halabel. Anastasia, who had answered the whereabouts of the absent Iron Fang, looked at Halabel with a smile. She put her hand on her cheek in a soft gesture and kept her gaze fixed on Halabel. Anastasia. I overlooked it the first time, but can you stop calling me Lil Anna? I ain't a kid anymore, and I'm also a representative of Kararagi. Halabel, though you say you're not a child, you don't look any different from when you were a wee lassie. Your character hasn't changed from the old days when you were such a rascal together with Ricardo. Anastasia. Halabel. Halabel. All righty, my bad. Waving his hand, Halabel raised the white flag to Anastasia. The seemingly familiar relationship between the two was intriguing, but compared to the pressing issue at hand, it could only be considered a trivial matter. Indeed, from the point of view of having to defend against the unprecedented undead cataclysm. Julius, once again, I would like to convey the intentions of Kararagi's League of Cities. In order to contain the damage caused by the undead, the damage caused by the zombies, the city-states will extend as much support as possible to the Empire. Vincent, regarding the support, we can work out the details later. Do you people have any ideas of means to stop this situation? Halabel, about that, it ain't a natural phenomenon that the hot oaksen wake up right. No doubt, it's the result of some fella's gaudy intentions. In other words, Anastasia, the mastermind, the caster, the ringleader, or whatever you want to call it, they gotta be subdued. A huge problem that could plunge the entire world into crisis, and the plan to overcome it. Stopping the entity responsible for this problem, the unseen enemy, was the highest priority of the Kingdom of Lugunica, the Valatian Empire, and Kararagi's League of Cities. Subaru, the unidentified enemy. Thinking of the enemy, whose true nature was unknown, Subaru murmured softly. What did this enemy look like? And just what were they thinking when they made preparations to commit such terrible barbaric acts? The mere thought of the hardships and obstacles that awaited them in their quest to defeat this yet-to-be-seen enemy sent cold sweat down his spine. However, Subaru, with this many members gathered here, Subaru's heart, seized by fear as it was nevertheless encouraged by the presence of those around him. The Emilia camp, who had even come to the Empire in search of Subaru and the others, the leaders of the Empire, who hardened their resolve to unite for the sake of protecting it, and the reliable reinforcements from Kararagi. Subaru, no matter what the enemy is planning, there's absolutely no way that we're gonna lose. That was Natsuki Subaru's sincere declaration of war against the enemy. Indeed, it was around the same time as Subaru's surge of enthusiasm from within the coupled dragon carriages. Ferociously, the reservoir's water gushed forth from the destroyed bulwark, engulfing the imperial capital. As the muddy torrent swept away buildings and tore people and trees asunder indiscriminately, the blue-haired boy, having escaped to a high vantage point, used his hand as a visor as he gazed over the view. Boy, oh dear, I tried to buy as much time as I could, but I wonder if everyone was able to successfully escape. Hopefully, the boss and the others didn't let the blood rush to their heads and mess up the decision to retreat. Light-heartedly muttering so, clad in a kimono and wearing Zori was Cecilis. In this grand battle for the imperial capital, as the most difficult problem in all aspects concerning the complete change in the situation was identified by his natural intuition and drama geek mindset, the leading actor of the world rushed to the scene. In fact, if Cecilis had not taken such a selfish and arbitrary action, the imperial capital would have been engulfed by water much sooner, and many more people would have failed to escape, resulting in an enormous number of casualties. In that sense, Cecilis's actions, beyond anyone's expectations, coincidentally brought about a fortunate outcome for many. However, that was not the case for Cecilis, as the person concerned. With the sudden appearance of the undead forces, the state of the battle for the imperial capital had changed, and trying to surprise the third enemy, who was attempting to snatch victory through a boorish intervention, Cecilus had leapt forth. Undoubtedly, he was in a state where he could sing his own praises of it, having been a performance meant to enchant the world. And yet, Cecilus, even so, this was completely unexpected. Within the imperial capital, engulfed by the muddy torrent, Cecilus murmured so, scratching his cheeks at the sight of undead who had all fled to higher ground like he had, still maintaining their fixation over those who yet lived. There was no doubt that they existed outside the natural order, resurrected by a technique unknown even to Cecilus. In fact, he had also encountered the being that had made them into such things. Even though everything up to that point had proceeded in accordance with Cecilus's intuition, Cecilus, unbelievable, who could have imagined that the situation wouldn't be settled even when the caster is defeated. Collapsed at the feet of Cecilus as he raised his voice was the caster who had resurrected and commanded the undead. With beautiful pink hair and long ears, the young girl appeared to be around the same age as Cecilus, having confronted the blue lightning. Cecilus, she was a witch whose life had already met its end. Translation notes. 1. In Japan, Chinese letter, heartoak, is a word used to refer to Buddha, but it is also commonly used to refer to the dead. Here, Halibal uses a katakana version Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, heartoak-san, of the term. It is a uniquely Japanese way of referring to the dead, and hence Subaru picks up on what it means, while the other Valations and Lugunicans are left in confusion. Arc 8, Chapter 17, A Magical Approach. Machine translated by Archbishop Brusef Kilndo Datchesem, beloved proofread by Eternitishak Archbishop #750 Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Senkel GPM's Datchesem Rejasu Art Sources Raka 013 A Raka Oka. As much as it was necessary, the certainty that this was an unprecedented situation only grew deeper. Among the events that had taken place in Lugunica recorded in the history books was a case resembling this unusual situation. But in that sequence of events, the case was not treated as anything major. The Demi-Human War. It was a mass-scale civil war that occurred in Lugunica's past, the only recorded instance in history in which the dead had risen as enemies, as they were now doing. However, the main focus of the history books had centered around the friction between the humans and the demi-human tribes, and the extraordinary attacks carried out as part of the Civil War had not been recorded in detail. That was regrettable. Had the details of that time been recorded in more depth, I'm not gonna fall behind these guys. With a roar and a swing of his fist, a group of imperial soldiers, each pallid in complexion, were blown away all at once. Riding off the energy that had been vigorously drawn up from the ground he firmly stepped on, he unleashed a blow with all his might, one that was perhaps closer to a cleave than a punch. In quick succession, he repeated the attack a second and third time, with each blow knocking down the enemy's formation. No, it was not anything impressive like a formation. At first glance, the silhouettes of the enemy approached side by side, but they had no such thing as tactical leadership, coordination, or strategy. If that were the case, they were simply a cluster of individuals. If they were merely a cluster of individuals, Garfield would not be caught lagging behind. However, Zua, with a sharp lunge, a double slash grazed Garfield's neck. Feeling his hair standing on end, he glared at his opponent. Having suddenly appeared kicking away the fragments of a shattered undead, was another undead clad in an air different from the others. Garfield, TCH. With a click of his tongue, he raised his shoulder and checked his neck, where the tip of the sword had slightly grazed him. The extent of the slash was about a finger's length difference between the first and second blows. It was the technique of a master who would deliberately demonstrate a blow that could be dodged, only to then attempt to lop off the opponent's head with a second. They were nothing more than a cluster of individuals without any formation, but occasionally among them there were those who had this level of skill. As a result, it had become a bit more troublesome than expected, and he assumed that there was one skilled undead out of every 20. Because of this, he could not carelessly support his allies by saying that they would be fine as long as they worked together. Based on one assessment of the situation, it was quite possible that a formation of 100 men could be destroyed by a single skilled undead. Skilled undead. Zayah, Zua. Garfield wrinkled his nose, whereupon the undead again unleashed the same double slash. Contrary to what had just been shown, the range of the technique had changed to be more daring. Earlier, the difference was a fingertip's worth, and now it was a fist's worth. A deep cut the size of a fist would be fatal, no matter how shallow the cut was. However, the undead who had unleashed the technique widened his eyes, a face in stark contrast to that of one confident in victory. The reason was simple: their right arm, which had been holding the sword, had been shattered at the wrist. Garfield, no matter how many obvious tricks you play, your grip on the sword's always the same when you slash. Three-headed Valgren's got but one body. Ha! He switched over to shatter the left hand, and then drove his fist into his opponent's astonished face. As soon as the impact of the blow passed through to the back of its head, the undead's head was blown away as if it were a fruit bursting open. As its head crumbled, fissures went through its torso and legs, and its whole body shattered. Garfield, this ain't to my liking. Looking down upon the wreckage of his vanquished foe, Garfield voiced those words. What irritated Garfield was the way the undead were defeated and destroyed. Since these things were dead, it would not be appropriate to describe it as a way of dying, and more than anything else, the very way they shattered deprived Garfield of the feeling that he was fighting against something that had life. All that remained was a faint, cold sensation, questioning just what in the world he was fighting against. Garfield. Garfield wiped the sweat from his chin with his arm, and when he looked around, he saw an incessant stream of undead soldiers on the night plains that had become the battlefield. In order to combat them, a tactical delay force, which included Garfield, was in the midst of fighting hard. Initially, Garfield had been assigned to a medical unit in order to make good use of his healing magic, but a plan of preventing people from getting injured suited Garfield's nature better than treating the injured. Garfsan, your fidgeting is worrisome. If you're so restless, go help the people fighting yourself. So had said Petra, who was working hard in the same medical unit as Garfield. Though it was not because she had insisted, Garfield rushed outside. In reality, as a volunteer, he thought he was producing some good results. However, he was not so conceited as to say that he was doing the best work here. The reason was, do it. A sharp yell echoed in the black of the night, immediately after which the sound of drawn bow strings firing rang out in succession. In accordance with the yell from Tarita, the chieftain of the people of Shudrak, a tremendously dense hail of arrows was fired. Rather than as individual arrows, they fell as a single cluster that left no means to dodge. The only way to evade them was to either catch or repel all of them. In fact, the undead, having no choice but to suffer the attack, each tried to utilize their weapons and shields. However, Kuna, I see it. Harley, go for it. The undead, focused on the sky overhead, were struck by a heavy-duty arrow fired from a strong bow by an assertive voice. Literally, to say that they were shot through would be an understatement. That absurd impact was like being rammed by a dragon carriage going at full speed. The undead that assumed a defensive stance were blown away along with the group behind them at the same time. Garfield, my amazing self ain't supposed to lose to you, but that's fucking insane. The undead who were weak were eradicated by the rain of arrows which dominated the area, and the undead who were strong and survived that attack were sniped by the strong bow. The rhythm of the coordinated hunters greatly impressed Garfield. Even for Garfield, his movements would halt if he was turned into a hedgehog from getting pierced by arrows, and then in addition to that was the huge damage from the strong bow which he could not dodge. He considered it a relief to have those tactics on his side. Garfield, well, I got no idea what's happening over there. In contrast to the great strength of the Shudrak, another group won Garfield's admiration in a different way. A group that looked rough around the edges all around, who had accompanied Subaru, who had supposedly fought by his lonesome in the Empire, the self-proclaimed Pleiades Battalion. Pleiades, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Pleiades, strongest, invincible, bring it on, bring it on. Pleiades, you-o. They were abnormally loud in the midst of a nighttime battle, and Garfield's eye could not spot anyone exceptionally skilled in martial prowess. Of course, Many of them seemed to have refined their techniques to the level of an imperial soldier, at any rate. It was hard to say if the majority of them were trained, but they were good at giving in to their instincts and the way they raged about. But even so, they were strong. Already, the difference in physical strength was like an adult compared to a child. It's beautiful, their strength is refreshing. A voice reached Garfield, who was staring at the way the Pleiades battalion fought. When he turned his head, lined up next to him was a woman with dark brown skin and dyed red hair, Maiselda. Maiselda, who had a single wooden leg, wore a smile the color of blood towards the battalion's violent fighting style. Garfield, I don't get it, but they have something to do with the captain. I do wonder what they're doing, but I ain't worried that it's bad. Maiselda, captain. Subaru, is it? Emilia and the others, they put great faith in him. Garfield, ha, faith. A word like that's an understatement. Captain's a man who gives back my amazing self's expectations and faith 100 times over. It was neither an exaggeration nor a bluff. From the bottom of his heart, Garfield held zero doubt in praising him in such a way. At Garfield's answer, the quality of Maiselda's smile changed. From a mask of war to something that was somehow calmer and harbored a sense of understanding. Maiselda, I also understand that feeling. In the lifeblood ritual and in all the subsequent battles, Subaru continued proving himself to us. He's got the soul of a warrior. Though he may not have a good face for a man, he'd make a good husband for Tarita. Garfield, stop talking about his face. The captain also worries about Thar look in his eyes. Besides, Maiselda, besides. Garfield, no matter how charmed someone gets by Captain, there's someone that he's already decided to fall for. Maiselda, I see, that's right. Garfield rubbed his nose with his finger, and Maiselda nodded profoundly. He was unsure to what extent were her words a joke, and to what extent were they genuine praise, but the fact that Subaru was also valued within this empire made Garfield proud. Wherever he was, Subaru involved the people around him and brought about great results. However, though Subaru could get on exceedingly well wherever he found himself, it was the wish of Garfield and the collective will of the entire camp to have him stay with them. It was for this reason that everyone went through great lengths to rush to the heart of the Empire, Garfield, and yet they had the nerve to get in the way of our amazing selves reuniting with the captain, HK. Garfield was a military officer, one who loved to compete against the strong. But he was not a battle junkie who chose to fight anyone and everyone, no matter the time or place. To reunite with an important companion, to be in a situation in which that delightful reunion time was interrupted by constantly appearing enemies filled his heart not with happiness, but solely with hatred. Garfield, but they sure are a weird ass lot, ain't they? Maiselda, the dead coming back to life is unnatural. I understand what you're saying, Garfield. Ah, that ain't what I meant. Maiselda. His fangs creaked as he bit them together. Maiselda raised an eyebrow at Garfield's mutter. In a purposeful response to her doubt, Garfield jerked his chin, directing his gaze towards a group of undead that were still being targeted by the Shudrak's arrows. Garfield, look closely, and you can tell there ain't a surefire way to kill these guys. Some break with one arrow while others don't, even with 5 arrows in M. Maiselda, there are also some tough beasts, just like people. Isn't it the same thing? Garfield, I know the difference between strong and weak. This ain't like that. He could not explain it well, but from Garfield's view, even among the undead appearing roughly equal in strength, he sensed a difference in their level of toughness. Whether an arrow hit a vital spot or not seemed to have little relevance. Some seemed to be unaffected even when an arrow pierced an eye, while others shattered from a single arrow lodged in their shoulder. It felt as if simply gauging them by the strength or weakness of their life force. Garfield, damn it. Juice, thinking, about it hurts my head. It's a guilty-law that fell one step short. If we juice, crush 'em all, it ain't matter anyway. That is exactly how a guilty-law that fell one step short would think, Easant Tilderit. At that moment, Garfield's shoulders jolted in response to the voice descending from above his head. When he hastily looked up, there was a silhouette leisurely approaching from the thickly clouded night sky. It steadily grew into the shape of a man that Garfield could not stand. And then, since you are struggling, let me give you a hat and tilde. Garfield, Dudley, you bastard. Oops. I feel bad saying this after you had finally gotten used to my alias, but after the meeting we had earlier, there's no longer a need to hide my name. So, as usual, you can, Garfield, fucking Roswell. Roswell, while there's an unnecessary prefix in there, you can call me that. I don't mean. Indeed, Roswell, who had landed on the ground, was laughing, provoking Garfield's irritation. Since infiltrating Valatia, he may have concealed his facial makeup and outlandish costumes, but his unique manner of speaking, which likewise should have been sealed away, had returned. Hearing that the pseudonym had also been lifted, it could be inferred that the discussion in the dragon carriage had probably been settled. The negotiations that Otto, Frederica, and the others had mentioned before to reach a consensus regarding their involvement with the Empire, without twisting Subaru and Emilia's feelings. That in itself was a joyous thing for Garfield. Garfield, if you finished talking, I'd like to hear how it turned out. Beatrice, have you changed sides? It's rare to see you with that bastard. Beatrice, it's out of necessity, in fact. If possible, Betty would rather not leave Subaru's side for even a second, I suppose. But Betty can't be helped, but to be relied upon, in fact. With that said, Beatrice flung herself out of Roswell's arms. Since it had been for just 1 month, Beatrice being active even in Subaru's absence was still fresh in her memory. So now that she had somehow managed to reunite with Subaru, Garfield thought that she would have been resolved to never leave his side again. In fact, just before everyone was about to smother the awoken Subaru in the coupled dragon carriage, the girl had been mumbling along those lines with a completely determined look in her eyes. For her to leave Subaru's side and come to the battlefield with Roswell, Beatrice, Garfield, Betty's here to ascertain the origin of that unease you felt, I suppose. Garfield, the origin of that unease. Roswell, if you go into a battle without knowing your enemy, the results will amount to less than half of what you expected. You compensate for this by knowing your enemy, especially this enemy, who is shrouded in far tilde too many mysteries. After letting go of Beatrice, Roswell swung his arms as if feeling somewhat lonely. At the words of those two, Garfield felt optimistic about the outcome of the conversation, and his fighting spirit surged, even though the bearer of this message was the despised Roswell. Meiselder, not Dudley, but Roswell. That's your real name, then? Roswell. Yes, Miss Meiselder. Due to certain reasons, I had to falsify my name. I do apologize. Not only I, but also Emilia Sama, who you knew as Emily, had to do the same. Tilda. Meiselder. It was done by a man with a nice face, so you are forgiven. Beatrice. What an outrageous basis for a decision, in fact. Meiselder digested the issue of the pseudonyms with her own peculiar sense of values. Beside her, Garfield gazed towards the pair of Roswell and Beatrice. And Garfield, so the fight's gonna continue in the Empire, and the reason you two came is, Beatrice. Events outside the realm of reason are best identified by magicians who have the ability to interfere with reason, I suppose. Roswell, this is a historic collaboration between Lugunica and Valatia. The most valuable thing the kingdom can offer in return to them is a magical approach to determining the chaos tilde. If the knowledge of a mage could help to identify the cause of the endless stream of undead, then surely there was no one in the Emilia camp better qualified to help than Roswell and Beatrice. Emilia was a spiritual arts user, Ram was the type to rely on her senses, and Petra was still in the process of learning. Roswell, how has it been actually fighting them for a prolonged period? Have you grasped anything? Garfield, I don't really get the difference between the ones that are easy to beat and the ones that are hard to beat. I think there's a reason apart from whether they're strong or weak, but Roswell, so the survivability and vitality of each individual is different. Garfield inwardly clicked his tongue at Roswell, who was in thought with a long, slender finger on his chin. It was true that he did not like Roswell's every move, but the tongue click just now was not due to irritation with him, but rather for the fact that he was counting on his thoughts and knowledge, because he honestly thought that Roswell was reliable in this situation. Beatrice, Roswell, looking at it in a daze won't lead to the answer, in fact. Roswell, agreed. Well then, if it comes to this, Beatrice, how much mana do you have left? Beatrice, after having met with Subaru, perfectly full, I suppose. Roswell, very well. Thean Tilda, suddenly smiling, Roswell's heterochromatic eyes narrowed, and soon after, 4 different-colored lights mana floated in the air around him. Roswell snapped his fingers, and the 4 colored lights raced through the darkness of the night at arrow-like speeds, piercing into the distant group of undead, each light displaying their own powers. One of the undead burst into flames, and another was encased in ice. One had its limbs severed by a blade of wind, and one was pierced through the groin by a block of rock that rose up from the ground. All of them were fatal wounds, a destructive force that shattered them into infinitesimal pieces with a cracking sound a second later. Garfield and even Meiselder raised their eyebrows slightly in surprise at the result. Roswell, as it was reported, it's the fire attribute that works the most effectively. Wind did poorly, and Earth is treated no differently than a physical strike. Freezing seems to be inefficient with its mana consumption. However, to Roswell, the executor of the attack, it was not the fact that the undead had been defeated, but rather how the strength of the attacks had affected the defeated undead. And then, Beatrice had also begun the same examination, but in a different way than Roswell. Beatrice, Vita. Beatrice held her hand up to the night sky, and her chanted magic meddled with the rain of arrows, which was released by the people of Shadrach, as the arrows tore through the sky. Innumerable arrows poured down upon the undead, their weight multiplied several times by the effects of Beatrice's yin magic that altered the weight of its target. The increase in their power could be gauged from the spectacular sound that came from each undead as they were pierced into the ground. Beatrice, as Garfield said, there is no explanation for why some zombies crumble and others don't, even though the arrows are of different weights and have different power in fact. Garfield, if you make all the arrows heavier, won't it be hard to tell the difference? Beatrice, don't think so lowly of Betty, I suppose. Instead of making all the arrows the same weight, each arrow was tested differently in fact. Beatrice appeared angry, puffing out her cheeks like a little girl, but her reply in an effort to not be treated like a fool was even more foolish. Garfield, as a person who could use magic, albeit specializing in healing magic, understood the precision of the magical manipulation that Beatrice was doing. One could see that what she had just done with magic was of equal difficulty to threading many needles at once without using one's hands. Moreover, Beatrice and Roswell were, Roswell, the cause of their crumbling is not the loss of their limbs. Some of them are still alive, even after having their vitals gouged out. Although they are humanoid in appearance, it is better not to think of them as living creatures. Beatrice, it's not easy for anyone other than you to treat them like they're not living creatures when they're laughing, angry, and even talking, I suppose. Maybe it's contingent on the accumulation of a certain amount of damage, in fact. Roswell, that's quite an insulting assessment. I've spent a lot of time with all of you, and I think I've regained a lot of my humanity. Some of them can be taken down with just one leg blown off. If the condition is just accumulating damage, it doesn't add up. Beatrice, it's a ridiculous argument to settle it as a simple difference in individual endurance, I suppose. Roswell, what other reason could there be? The flow of mana is uniform. Beatrice, indeed, it is uniform, weight, in fact. It's way too uniform, I suppose. While exchanging banter with each other, Roswell and Beatrice's investigation of the enemy progressed. Surprisingly, as they discussed, the two of them checked the disposition of the undead who attacked them, using their respective areas of magical expertise. Fire, wind, and purple arrows raged, and the undead were unable to get close to the two as they fought back to back. Of course, Garfield and Meiselder also attacked the undead to keep them away, but even without them, Roswell and Beatrice would not be deterred. Although he would not say it since Beatrice would absolutely hate it, Meiselder. Those two couldn't be more in sync. Garfield, we absolutely can't let them hear that. As with Garfield's thoughts, Meiselder gave the exact same assessment. While showing off coordination that could only be described like that, Beatrice, unaware of what they were thinking, lowered her eyebrows and called out, Roswell. Beatrice, going to touch them just once, in fact. Roswell, how reckless. After saying this, Beatrice lightly kicked the ground with her foot and jumped forward. With a flutter of the hem of her dress, Beatrice's small body soared like a feather. This was also an unnatural jump, her own weight eliminated by using yin magic. As it was, Beatrice was headed for a single undead who had its back to her. Sensing Beatrice's approach, it turned around to face her. Roswell jeweled. A moment later, the undead's right hand that held a sword was vaporized as it was about to strike Beatrice with it. Roswell was pointing at the undead. A white light that had emitted from his fingertip had burned the opponent's arm. The undead was stiffened in astonishment, and Beatrice placed her hand on its forehead. Then Beatrice's distinctive patterned eyes widened. Beatrice. As expected, I suppose. Beatrice grumbled as her body was pulled away by an arm around her slender waist. Holding Beatrice's body close, Roswell exchanged places with her and delivered a sharp fist with the arm opposite the one holding her, shattering the undead's head before it could regain its composure. Roswell. Good grief, I'm the one who is going to get scolded by Subaru-kun. Beatrice, and it's Betty who will get all the praise from Subaru, in fact. It's restoration magic, I suppose. Roswell, so that's the reason. Roswell, who had complained about Beatrice's recklessness, closed his yellow eye at what he was told instead of an apology. The current interaction with the undead gave Beatrice some kind of certainty. It seemed that Roswell understood this in a few words, but unfortunately, Garfield had no clue what it meant. Garfield, oi, I don't understand at all. Explain it in a way that even Emilia Sama could understand. Beatrice. Essentially, Emilia and Garfield are about the same in terms of their comprehension, in fact. Now we know the structure of the zombies, bodies, and the mechanism behind it, I suppose. Garfield, like I asked, the fuck does that mean? With gnashed teeth, Garfield posed a question. Garfield was already aware of the existence of restoration magic. Magic that could restore damaged objects, of which he had heard could even restore burned books from ashes when employed by its best practitioners. However, it was said that there were few users, and that there were also noticeable shortcomings, such as the need for exquisite magical precision and the tendency for restored items to deteriorate in quality. And above all, life could never be restored. This was not restoration nor repair, but the forbidden realm of something like the sacrament of the immortal king that had been brought up a few times already. Roswell, teacher chose mana for her vessels, and I chose blood for mine. But this enemy chose earth for their vessels. Are they not bothered if the contents overflow? Roswell, covering his mouth, spoke of the revelation that Beatrice had given him. Even then, Garfield's understanding fell short of theirs, but he could intuit that it was a path that would lead to answers that were terribly disturbing and unpleasant even for Garfield. Disregarding Garfield, Roswell looked at Beatrice with a grim expression on his face. Roswell, Beatrice, this isn't the sacrament of the immortal king, right? Beatrice. The basis is the same, but the approach is different in fact. For the sacrament of the immortal king, the vessel comes first, and the soul second, I suppose. However, as for these zombies, Roswell, the soul comes first, and the vessel after. The body changes form to suit the soul. At Roswell's comment, Beatrice nodded deeply. As usual, Garfield could not understand the crucial part of the exchange between the two. Garfield, holding back his bitterness, suddenly could not believe his eyes. Garfield. Roswell was there with an expression that reflected even more anguish on his face than Garfield did. He had never imagined he could have this contorted expression on his face. Nay, Garfield had hoped to punch him in the stomach someday, wanting to bring about an anguished face, but for a reason unrelated to Garfield's desire, Roswell was in agony. With that agony reflected in his eyes, Roswell opened his mouth. Roswell, I think I might know who this enemy is. Garfield, for real? Then, Roswell, but wait, that can't be. After all, by my hand she was. Gone was the composure he had just prior, and Roswell's voice was filled with hesitation and doubt. At his demeanor of not stating things clearly, Garfield blinked and then immediately bared his teeth. If it had been Garfield himself, it was possible that some absurd idea would have popped up. However, it was Roswell, not Garfield, who had come up with the thought. Garfield, bastard, this ain't the time to be uttering such weakness. Roswell. Beatrice. Roswell, clarify one thing in fact. Garfield leaned forward as if wanting to grab Roswell by the collar. However, before his hand could stretch out in aggression, Beatrice's voice struck the silent Roswell. Beatrice fixed her eyes on Roswell, and after waiting for him to meet her gaze, Beatrice, the cause of your hesitation, is it related to Mother, I suppose? Roswell, am I that easy to read? Beatrice, only matters related to Mother can upset you so much, in fact. Also, more recently, about Ram, I suppose. Roswell, I'm confident I'd be overcome by emotions if something happened to you as well. With that, Roswell, who had responded with a wry smile, closed his eyes firmly and tightened his cheeks. Then, having pushed aside the hesitation and weakness from before, he opened his eyes and nodded. Roswell. Beatrice's observation is correct. The mechanism by which the zombies are revived without the original corpse is an application of restoration magic. The prerequisite for this is the invocation of the soul, which is an application of the sacrament of the immortal king. Beatrice. Both restoration magic and the sacrament of the immortal king aren't the kind of techniques that can be used immediately upon understanding the theory. In fact, to begin with, given the feat of combining such fundamentally different types of magic, it can't be said that there are even a handful of geniuses who can do it, I suppose. Those who could do it would be Roswell, of teacher's lineage. However, it cannot be teacher. Therefore, the teacher that Roswell spoke of and the mother that Beatrice spoke of were the same person, and by no means could it be said that that person was completely unrelated to Garfield. Although it could be confusing because there were multiple people with the same name, upon hearing the name of the witch involved, Garfield immediately understood. A single word from Beatrice had cut through Roswell's agony, and his attitude of trying to admit what he did not want to admit might have also played a role in Garfield's understanding. However, Meiselder, what a boorish gaze. Suddenly, Meiselder murmured in a low voice. Because it was about the intricacies of magic, Meiselder, who probably could not keep up with the conversation between Roswell and Beatrice any more than Garfield, had given up on understanding the cause of Roswell's agony and was focusing solely on attacking the undead. The woman had stopped in her tracks, and she was looking upwards with her fierce eyes narrowed in aggression. Garfield also looked towards the target of the hunter's piercing gaze and choked up. Not only Garfield, but Beatrice and Roswell as well. However, the reason behind the reactions from those three was slightly different. For Garfield, it was because he saw a familiar figure that should not have been there. For Beatrice and Roswell, it appeared that a more negative feeling was the reason. In the night sky, with long, fluttering pink hair, was a girl clad in black. Her face was the same as the being Garfield had admired ever since he could remember. However, with cold eyes that had never been directed at Garfield, she was looking down at him. Girl, this was not desired, but implementation was successful. Seemingly, this world has recognized my existence as its own life. The familiar face murmured in a familiar voice, gently tracing the crack that ran through her face with her hand, glaring at Garfield and the others through her golden irises. In response, Roswell swallowed his saliva with an audible gulp and opened his mouth. Roswell, so you were alive, Sphinx. Sphinx, no, I am dead. Observation required. With an indifferent voice, as if teasing, the girl with an appearance that looked exactly like Ryuzu, Garfield's grandmother. The witch, Sphinx, with the face of an undead, declared so. Arc 8, Chapter 18. Reunions are but a moment. Machine translated by Archbishop Beloved Kiln Doe proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop I3 Leydragon Alpha Dydra Japanese to English checking by Archbishop GPM's Dachesum Rejasu Art Sources Paru Paru. Her long pink hair fluttering, a young girl clad in black floated in the air. The young girl of slightly elongated ears narrowed her slim eyes, that outward appearance serving as proof of her elven descent, a race loathed in this world. However, those external features were, strictly speaking, a misperception. The reason being that, upon pursuing the history of the young girl, the most peculiar fact about her would not be the elven part, but rather the way in which she had been born. Using the elf, Ryuzu as a model, a certain technique established in the sanctuary had been used to produce replicants constructed using mechanisms similar to the artificial spirits. Each one was a brand new life. Among the many such replicants produced, there was one evaluated as being the greatest failure. That had betrayed the intentions of the witch who had devised the technique and utilized the mechanisms, resulting in a large number of victims, and it was engraved into the history of the kingdom as a major catastrophe. The artificial monster created as a result of Echidna, the witch of greed, failing to replicate her own existence. That was Sphinx. Roswell, at the sight of the enemy floating in the night sky above him, Roswell gasped. The unexpected encounter with an enemy that should not exist brought no small shock to his psyche. No, let it be recognized without any pretenses. It had been an utterly crushing blow, quite capable of causing Roswell's heart to fissure. This was a reunion that should not have been possible. Regarding the monster overhead, the one who was most cognizant of its existence was Roswell. Indeed, he had actually faced Sphinx when she was wreaking havoc in the demi-human war. Back then, the monster's life should have been crushed by the fist of that generation's Roswell. And yet Sphinx, absence of 4 limbs negative, regarding memory, intact up to just prior. My form is anchored in an unintended state. Self-awareness is troublesome, is it not? Countermeasures required. While stretching out her arms in midair, Sphinx muttered in a quiet voice. Her golden irises and pale skin drained of color were unmistakably those of the undead. But she also possessed a stronger sense of self than any of the undead that Roswell and the others had encountered thus far. The presence of memories and sense of self from their lifetime. Deciphering the degree to which that element varied between undead individuals was the reason why Roswell and the others had come here, but it was a mistake that spanned around 40 years at that. Sphinx's survival was a major blow to Roswell, but what he lamented even more was that Beatrice and Garfield were also present here. He should never have allowed them to meet, regardless of Sphinx's true identity, for the enemy to have that appearance, an appearance which both Beatrice and Garfield had emotional attachments to. He should have never allowed them to meet. Hiding that regret behind a blink of his eyes, Roswell clad his heart in armor, and without taking his gaze off Sphinx, Roswell, Garfield, you must not rush ahead. Garfield, Beatrice, get behind me. Beatrice, Roswell, calm down, in fact. All three simultaneously raised their voices towards another, and a moment of silence ensued. If each of them had called out to the one they thought would be the most emotional, then all of them must have dealt with the initial shock and were now thinking ahead. The exploration of the perceptions from Beatrice and Garfield were postponed. Meiselder, not only can it speak, it has a different air about it. That undead is special, right? Unlike Roswell and the others, Meiselder, who had no reason to stiffen, narrowed her eyes. Drawing back his chin at her words, before Beatrice or Garfield could hurl some words at Sphinx, Roswell opened his mouth. Roswell, I find it hard to believe, but have you been surviving as an undead ever since the demi-human war? Sphinx, I sense a slight discrepancy in that phrasing. If the term undead is adequate, would the term surviving not be unsuitable? Roswell, I see. You have no intention of answering the question. As always, you tend to get on people's nerves. Sphinx, the form of your question was improper. I merely pointed it out. It was a reply that was nothing short of vexing, and yet Sphinx's expression showed no change. From the very beginning, the girl was a monster without any semblance of emotion. So by becoming one of the undead, she had also lost what could be called the warmth of a heart. To be precise, it could be described as the coldness of a lifeless body. But the moment she took on that undead body, the sense of unease that Roswell felt was unbearable. This was employing the same mechanisms as the technique of producing replicants devised by the Witch of Greed, Echidna, as well as the artificial spirits, whose bodies were constructed using mana. There were also the improvements that had been made to the sacrament of the immortal king, which he and Beatrice had hastily deciphered earlier. Clearly, this monster had become an existence more dangerous than ever before. Garfield, bastard, what the hell are you even, oi? Perhaps frustrated upon seeing the lack of progress in Roswell's exchange, Garfield interjected. The boy, his sharp canines clattering and emerald green eyes brimming with indignation, Garfield, I know there's others who look and speak like Nana. But you see, I know everyone who's got Nana's face by name and exactly where they're at. Sphinx, Garfield, so what the fuck are you? Garfield was talking about Ryuzu, the grandmother he loved dearly, and the replicants, who had the same manner of birth as her, but lacked a sense of self due to not being assigned a role. Even those replicants had been given names, and the Ryuzis who lived independently were now in charge of their education, hoping that one day they could be entrusted with carrying out duties for the camp. Anyhow, it seemed that through Garfield's intuition, he had discerned that Sphinx was not one of those, but rather another that had been born in the same manner. To Garfield, she was no different from a blasphemous existence that tarnished his family. In response to the question from the fervent boy, Sphinx silently lowered her eyes, and Sphinx, since a short time ago, it seems the atmospheric mana has been disturbed by you too. Garfield, TCH. She had completely ignored Garfield's presence. As if the question had never even been asked, Sphinx's gaze turned to Roswell and Beatrice. At that fact, Garfield's throat clenched, and the intensity of the anger in his eyes grew. Understanding Garfield's anger, Roswell closed one eye. With only his yellow eye, he glared at Sphinx, torn between cursing at her and provoking her. Beatrice, there is a vague idea as to who you might be, I suppose. Roswell, Beatrice. Beatrice, be quiet, in fact, Roswell. That thing came out while Betty was secluding herself in the forbidden library, so your silence about the matter will be overlooked for now, I suppose. But having been beaten to the punch by Beatrice as he was still choosing his words, Roswell sighed. She seemed to have discovered the reason why Roswell had not disclosed the existence of Sphinx. Given that, Roswell's ineptitude would surely catch up with him later. However, right now, Beatrice, this time, you will not be able to get away, in fact. Raising her hand, Beatrice fixed her gaze on Sphinx with her round eyes. Meeting the strong determination in Beatrice's eyes head-on, Sphinx nodded. The monster, directing her hand towards Beatrice, Sphinx, I, too, have recognized the threat. Elimination required. With that, in the moment where words that should never have been spoken were voiced, the emotion in both Beatrice's and Sphinx's eyes slightly intensified. Roswell, please die. Faster than anyone, the inferno of the magic unleashed by Roswell signaled the commencement of the battle. Stopping in the corridor of the coupled dragon carriage, Subaru glanced out the window with a sudden uneasiness. The dim night sky stretched across the Empire's plains, and praying for the safety of the little girl who had been sent there yonder, he placed his hand over his chest and felt the faint beating of his heart. Emilia, Subaru, are you all right? And noticing that state of Subaru's, Emilia called out to him from beside. Emilia narrowed her beautiful amethyst eyes as she gazed at him, and Subaru raised his hand saying, "Yeah, I'm okay." The discussions between the Emilia camp, the leaders of the Valatian Empire, and the Kararagi emissaries had come to a close, and experts were now exchanging ideas within numerical areas, such as calculating military potential and securing logistics. He could be useful if a strategic breakthrough was required, but when it came to the pragmatic management of such a large number of people, Subaru could not help but feel that he lacked in ability. Subaru, even in the Pleiades battalion that was left to Gustavsen and Idra, Emilia. Yeah, I also know how Subaru feels. Honestly, I would like to be useful in these kinds of discussions, but I'd only be holding Otto-kun back. Subaru, rather, there's gotta be something wrong with Ram and Otto who'll stay back there and participate in such an intense discussion. Nisama aside, I think that guy's lost the ability to feel fear. Emilia, geez, no matter how you put it, you're exaggerating. Otto-kun is working really hard for us. Emilia puffed up her cheeks at Subaru's evaluation of the camp's all-too-reliable internal affairs officer. In this calm setting, as he faced Emilia, the joy of having been able to reunite with her, and the fact that she was still just as perfect for him as always, made his heart restless. Seeing her every morning made his heart flutter, but after such a long time, the impact was tremendous. Subaru, how I wish I could fill my heart with praise for Emilia Tan's adorableness today, but, Emilia, Beatrice and Roswell, you're worried about them, right? Subaru, Biko might be working herself too hard for my sake. When she correctly guessed why he had looked out the window into the sky beyond, Subaru gave a wry smile. Though he had said it jokingly, it was no surprise that he had been greatly concerned. In reality, Beatrice had indeed departed with heavy breathing for Subaru's sake. Cooperation with Roswell, with whom she had complicated feelings, was another of his worries. Beatrice and Roswell, who had been brought up in the conversation, had left the coupled dragon carriage and converged with a group performing a tactical delay on the enemy forces and were conducting inspection of them. That inspection was, precisely speaking, to ascertain the characteristics of the undead. Subaru. As a matter of fact, they'll see if the zombies are being resurrected using the sacrament of the immortal king that we've heard so much about, or if it's actually using magic. Emilia, Valencia seems to have fewer magic users than Lugunica, so I'm sure there are things that only the well-versed Beatrice and Roswell would notice. If they can explain what they find to Abel and his group, I think it'll help. Upon having said that, Emilia tilted her head slightly. Emilia, honestly, I wish I could have been helpful too, but I'm not really knowledgeable in magic. I always just use it while going here, after all. Subaru, that's because Emilia-tan is more of an intuitive person, you know. Your needs are different from those of the bookworm Biko or the otaku-type Raswal. There are scenes where you really shine, so it'll be all right. In fact, in my eyes, you're always shining like the evening star. Emilia, sorry, I've got no idea what you're talking about. He had tried to encourage Emilia, who was frustrated at not being able to help Beatrice and Raswal, but his words came up short. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous that Emilia and he were able to share their concerns in this way and not burden themselves with them. To begin with, Beatrice and Raswal were not the only ones Subaru was concerned about. He was worried about Garfield, as well as everyone else from the Pleiades battalion, who were all fighting in the same place. Among the members of the battalion, only Tanza had remained on the coupled dragon carriages, while the rest of the members had temporarily disembarked and arranged to join the tactical delay force. The members of the battalion were his comrades, who up until now had all become one to overcome fierce battles, including Cecilis, who for some reason had still not converged with them no matter how much time had passed. Subaru trusted all of them. Subaru. But even so, worrying is worrying Tilda. Please, everyone, don't be too reckless or get too carried away. And so Subaru put his hands together in prayer. Subaru, Emilia-sama, so this is where you were. Emilia, Julius. The door that separated the aisle was opened, and Emilia raised her eyebrows at the handsome man who appeared from the other side of the door. Just as she had called, there appeared Julius, wearing a knight's sword over his traditional Japanese outfit. After doing a small bow, he went right up to Subaru and Emilia, who were standing along the corridor, and then relaxed his lips, which had been somewhat stiff just a few moments prior. Julius, back there, I was unable to exchange many words with you. Subaru, yeah. I caused you, Anastasia-san, and Echidna all to worry. Really, thank you for coming all the way out here to find me. Julius, how surprising. As soon as Subaru sincerely expressed gratitude to Julius and Anastasia for their efforts, Julius raised his eyebrows slightly in earnest. And Julius, to think that you would so honestly express your gratitude. Perhaps it is because you are younger in age, and your stubbornness has been lessened in a way that is appropriate to your appearance. Subaru, shut it. There might be harm in that, but I'd at least say thank you even if I hadn't shrunk. Just where do you think we even are? It's hell. Emilia, it's Valatia, not hell, right? Putting it like that is inconsiderate towards Abel and the others from the Empire. Subaru, oh really? The majority of why I feel like this country is hell is because of the way that guy does things, so don't I have the right to offend him? Of course, he thought that Abel had his own perspective, and it was not difficult to imagine that he went through trial and error trying to manage the Empire effectively in his own way. But since the result of that was the agony that Subaru had experienced, he should have the right to say at least this much. Emilia seemed at a loss as to what to say to Subaru's complaints, and she must have felt, in no small part, that she could not deny what Subaru had to say. Julius, on the other hand, while stroking the scar around his eye with his finger in response to Subaru's scathing remarks, Julius. I thought this during the meeting earlier, but Subaru, what is your relationship with His Excellency the Emperor Vincent? Your language just now, it was far too excessive. Subaru, if you say that was disrespectful, you'd faint if you found out what I did to that guy. I'll say this now, but I'm not acting out because I have special privileges as a kid. In fact, the reason I'm like this is because that guy wasn't able to keep the reins on that old man. Julius, I am too fearful to even imagine. Emilia-sama, have you any details about what happened? Emilia, yeah, you're talking about how Subaru and Abel are really a lot closer than expected, right? At first I was worried if the two of them would get along, but honestly, Subaru makes friends very quickly. Subaru, friends, With regret for Emilia, who boasted as if it were her own accomplishment, Subaru was subtly pondering where to place Abel's presence among his relationships. At the very least, despite the fact that they had beat each other up while spilling their hearts, it was not as if they were a couple of delinquents who fought each other in a riverbed and immediately warmed up to each other. Julius, Subaru, have you decided on whether you think of me as your friend? Subaru, well that's, I guess so. I used to think it was questionable, but for the time being we crossed the Sand Sea together, so we're good, I think. I think we're good. Julius, I see, that is a relief. This is the second best thing to hear after the report that you, Emilia-sama, and the others were all safe. With an exaggerated joke, Julius's doubts were resolved for the time being. However, that was only the start of things considering Subaru's current situation, which at a glance was obvious to anyone. Subaru's biggest problem had not yet been solved. Julius, Subaru, about your body, Subaru. The old shinobi did it to me. You should also give it a try. I'd like to see it. Julius, I will refrain. I do not really want to face my younger self. Rather, someone like Anastasia-sama or Emilia-sama would have been quite adorable when they were children. Subaru, Emilia Tan's younger self. Oh yeah, why didn't I think of that? Emilia, me. I don't know. I saw my younger self in the sanctuary, and I think the current Subaru and Beatrice are cuter. Emilia, who did not rate herself highly, would say as much, but there was no way that could be true. Since the grown-up Emilia was this beautiful, she must have been a beautiful little girl even when she was young. She might have been evenly matched with Beatrice. Julius, nevertheless, hearing you speak like that, I am relieved. It seems the path to returning you to normal has already been set. With Julius's words, Emilia also nodded, saying, that's right. Being taller than Subaru, she placed her hand on his shoulder from behind, and Emilia, the old man who made Subaru tiny, also seems to be one of Abel's allies. Right now he's out there fighting the Zamis, so when he comes back, we'll have to ask him to return Subaru back to normal. And then, Subaru. Actually, there's something I need to tell you about that. Emilia. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, Subaru glanced back at Emilia, who was standing directly behind him. Emilia, who was resting her hand on Subaru's shoulder, widened her eyes at his words. Julius, who was facing him, also furrowed his brows. Subaru, while scratching his own cheek with a finger, said, Subaru, I plan on not returning to my original size, even after Albatsan returns. I think it'll be more convenient to stay in this small form for the time being. Emilia, why? Could it be because a child's body needs less food to eat? If that's the case, I can share my side dishes with you, Subaru. Your concern is incredibly cute, but it's not that. Shaking his head, Subaru gently dismissed Emilia's assumption. In response to Subaru's reply, Julius wore a serious expression, narrowing his yellow eyes. Julius, it is you after all. So it must be something you think is necessary, Subaru. I haven't introduced them to you or Anastasia-san, but I became comrades with some people from Valencia, the members of the Pleiades battalion. Julius, Pleiades. Because of the existence of the Pleiades watchtower, Julius was alert to the sound of its name. However, not wanting to interrupt, he disregarded the doubt and urged Subaru to continue. Nodding to that concern, Subaru continued. Subaru, when the members of the battalion, I don't know all the details, but when all of us, including me, unite our feelings as one, we become incredibly strong. It's not just emotional strength or anything. Julius, Emilia-sama. Emilia, that seems to be true. That girl called Tanzachan and Subaru's other friends are all really strong and fight very hard. Subaru, and I've been lying to all those friends. The lie that I am the Emperor's son. Even with Emilia's affirmation, the words that followed had Julius staring in astonishment. Emilia, also taken aback, placed a hand over her mouth which had gasped out an ah. Emilia, that reminds me, you did say that you introduced yourself like that. But Valencia is not where you were born, right, Subaru? Subaru, of course not. My hometown isn't like this hell. It's more harmonious, all love and peace. Julius. Even in the fortified city, I heard talk of a black-haired crown prince. When I heard black hair, I did somewhat think of you. Subaru. Just so you know, Abel's the one who came up with it, so please direct your complaints over there. Anyway, it's important that everyone in the battalion believes in it. That's why, when departing from the Gladiator Island, Subaru made his companions, who he had persuaded to go with him, believe that he was the son of the Valetian emperor. Today, the foundation of the Pleiades battalion's unity rested heavily upon that lie. He was not going to leave things like this forever. Subaru had not wanted to continue lying to them. For when the unprecedented great disaster that was shaking the Valetian Empire was resolved, Subaru would return to his normal size, and together with Emilia and Rem and the rest of the camp, they would make a triumphant return to the kingdom of Lugunica. And if Subaru and the others were to finish this battle with an overwhelming victory, the Pleiades battalion's assistance was surely needed. Subaru, that's why I can't go back yet. I have to be the Natsuki Schwartz who everyone in the battalion believes in, at least until this battle to take back the Empire is over. Emilia, Subaru, tightly clenching the small fists that he had become accustomed to seeing, Subaru clearly stated his decision. Until declaring as such to Emilia and Julius like this, Subaru had also been unsure of what to do. It was a matter, of course, but his larger form was more his body than his smaller form. He had a strong desire to get back to his original body, to hold Beatrice in his arms lightly, and to talk with Emilia at the same eye level. But that yearning of Subaru's could not be compared to what was truly necessary. Julius. Truly, regardless of where you are or what form you take, you remain the same. Hearing Subaru's resolve, Julius spoke as he let out a small exhale. He brushed his bangs back with his hand, and looking at Subaru with a look of equal parts wonder and understanding, Julius, you force the most difficult and unexpected decisions to be made, be that for yourself or someone else. Subaru, it isn't such an admirable resolve. I want to be a child for a while longer. That's the kind of determination you'd hear in a Showire song. Told such by Julius as he faced him, Subaru replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Then a hand was gently placed on Subaru's head. He turned his head and found his gaze meeting a pair of amethyst eyes. Emilia lowered the ends of her eyebrows and looked affectionately at Subaru. Emilia, you're going to get me worried again by doing that, Subaru. Subaru, or I don't really have an excuse for that. No, I really want to return to my normal body and flirt with Emilia, you know. But, Emilia, I know, you've thought about it a lot and chose what you thought was the best option, right? I also feel the same as Julius, that's just who you are. A flustered Subaru moved his hands up and down, and Emilia smiled at him as he panicked. She placed her hand on Subaru's head, and this time poked Subaru's nose with her finger, continuing, "But you know, Emilia, no matter how small you are, I know that you will still be you. Even if you don't revert from being tiny, I'll really keep waiting for you until you grow big again. Subaru, all the same, I'd also like to avoid being unable to go back to normal, but what did you just? Emilia." With a gentle manner and tone of voice, it made Subaru's eyes blink as he felt like he had been told something incredible. But the person who had said that to him, perhaps not understanding the meaning of Subaru's reaction, tilted her head curiously with a face that was completely innocent. No, even just tilting her head to the side made him embarrassed. She had an incredible temptress inside of her. Emilia, feeling the red color involuntarily rising in his cheeks, Subaru looked to Julius for help. However, he shrugged his shoulders at Subaru's gaze and heartlessly brushed aside the latter's dependence. He cursed at the unreliable Julius in his mind, thinking that maybe they were not friends after all, and looked around, regretting his earlier judgment. And just as a girl entered the corridor from one of the cabins, his gaze collided head-on with hers as she stared directly at him. Ha! Yes, it was a girl with blue hair and light blue eyes who had called out to Subaru and the others, and as soon as Subaru saw her, his face lit up. Subaru, Rem, great. I wanted to talk to you too. When Rem showed up, Subaru's mind was whisked away from the events that had just taken place. Subaru, who had lost consciousness after the trouble in the capital with Emilia, Beatrice, and others, had not had the time to talk with Rem after the confrontation with Abel and telling Katia what needed to be said. Subaru left her in Rem's hands and went straight to discussions. That discussion had come to a close, and then they finally met again. Subaru, well, what about Katia-san? Has she calmed down? Rem, because the circumstances are what they are, that won't happen so easily. However, she is now tired out herself crying and has fallen asleep, so her brother is looking after her by her side. Subaru, I see. Oh yeah, I'm sorry to entrust you with such a difficult role. Rem, I did it because I wanted to do it. By the way, responding to Subaru in front of her, Rem's tone of voice lowered slightly. Subaru tilted his head and wondered what was going on. But before Rem could speak a word, Julius, Miss Rem, you are awake. Yes, Julius, surprised by Rem's presence, was quicker to speak up. His eyes widened, and his voice burst with honest surprise and joy, and Subaru nodded with a "that's right." Subaru, my bad. I should have told you Anastasia-san and Echidna. Rem woke up after we got separated from everyone else. But, Julius, I have no recollection of Miss Rem, so her circumstances are the same as mine. Subaru, not only that, but she's in a hybrid situation similar to Crush-san. Julius, then she has no memories. At Subaru's explanation, Julius's shapely brow furrowed. He quickly realized that it was not a situation to rejoice openly, and seemed to be at a loss as to what to say. But once he closed his eyelids, upon opening them, he regained his fearless expression. Julius, Miss Rem, I apologize for the unexpected manner in which I addressed you. I am Julius Juculius, and I am a knight in the service of a certain person and a friend of Subaru. Rem, you are his friend, Subaru. The emphasis on that makes me want to protest, but yes, he's one of them. One of the people who helped me a lot when you wouldn't wake up. Rem. That is, Rem raised her eyebrows in surprise when she was told of his relationship with Julius, who bowed graciously. Taking a moment to pause in surprise, Rem also bowed her head in response. Rem, thank you for your concern. I can't say I'm at full strength yet, but for the time being, I am able to stand and walk on my own feet just fine. Julius, that makes it all the better. For yourself, and for everyone around you who was thinking of you. Rem, yes. It was tempting for Subaru to swear at him, as usual, for his carefree and thoughtful way of speaking, but in front of Rem, who had put her hand on her chest and nodded softly, it was impossible to say such a reproachful thing. Anyway, he was glad to be able to tell Julius that Rem was now awake. Later, he would have to tell Anastasia and the others, Subaru. But I'm really glad that Anastasia-san and the others came to the Empire so that I could see Rem like this. You guys were also worried about us. Julius, yes. Anastasia-sama was also deeply concerned. Although Miss Rem will not remember it as someone who traveled with her, I am truly pleased. Emilia, yeah, I think so too. It's all thanks to Subaru's hard work. So said a smiling Emilia, patting Subaru's head once more. Because of the height difference, it was easy for her to pet him, but being petted like this over and over again made him feel like a child, and it was very frustrating. It felt very good, but his manly heart did not want to allow Emilia to treat him like a child. Subaru, Emilia-tan, don't dote on me so much. Emilia, I think you're cute, but I'm not trying to be overly affectionate, you know. I do think Subaru is splendid, as expected of my knight. Rem, ha, Emilia, what? And just as Emilia was petting Subaru's head like that, there was a sharp voice unexpectedly released, and Emilia's hands stopped. Emilia's eyes widened, and she saw Rem facing her across from Subaru. It was Rem, with her pale blue eyes, who stared at Emilia's hand placed on Subaru's head. Emilia, Rem, is everything okay? Rem, no, there's something I'm a little confused about. Emilia-san, can I check something? Emilia, check something. Yeah, go ahead and shoot, Subaru, who even says, go ahead and shoot these days. With one side placing a hand on his head, and the other having a hand placed on his head, Subaru and Emilia tilted their heads in unison at Rem's words. Rem looked at Subaru and Emilia alternately with a suspicious look. Rem, what kind of relationship do you two have? Emilia, Subaru and I. Subaru, Emilia-tan and I. Subaru and Emilia exchanged looks at each other in response to Rem's question. Indeed, as it stood, Rem had just reunited with everyone in the Emilia camp, and although he was told that an understanding of her relationship with Ram had been reached, beyond that, there were no further details yet. If that were true, maybe they should do this where everyone was present. Subaru. Right. To put it simply, Emilia-tan is the top of our camp, the future monarch of a country called the Kingdom of Lugunica. Emilia, I'm still working on becoming one, so I'm a candidate, and so Subaru is my number one ally, my knight. Rem, your number one ally, Subaru. Yeah, I'm doing everything I can to make my Emilia-tan's dream come true. Emilia, yes, he's doing his best. Although I'm not his, Subaru is mine. Subaru's proud words were answered by Emilia's bashful response. Thereupon Rem, having heard their answer, put a hand on her forehead. Then after she pondered it for a while, Rem, excuse me. This is confusing, is it me? Julius. No, I do not think it is you, Miss Rem, though that is coming from a third party's perspective. Rem. Thank you for that. For some reason, Julius answered Rem in such a manner, the latter seeming like she was troubled by something. It was not clear why Julius, who was an outsider to the camp, seemed to have such an understanding attitude when not only Subaru, but also Emilia, did not understand Rem's confusion. Emilia, maybe I just said way too much about Lugunica to the current Rem, Subaru. I've told her bits and pieces of it here and there beforehand. Perhaps Priscilla may have told her some unnecessary things in Garrel, Julius. Wait, why is Priscilla Sama's name being mentioned here? I find it hard to believe, but is Priscilla Sama also here in the Valatian Empire? Rem. Would it be all right if we dealt with my confusion first? In seeking to resolve the questions that had been raised before, new questions had emerged, so they were on the brink of going around in circles. For the moment, there was a struggle to decide on the priority of questions, with the feeling that there were too many topics that needed to be properly discussed with Julius and Anastasia and the others. The first and foremost priority, though, should have been to clear up Rem's confusion, but Subaru. As he and Emilia were trying to find a solution to Rem's confusion, Subaru's attention was suddenly drawn to something that passed slightly out of the corner of his eye. It was something outside the window, descending from the night sky to the field in a flash. Emilia, Subaru. As Subaru's eyes widened involuntarily, Emilia's questioning voice called out to him. Putting off responding to her, Subaru rushed to the window and peeked outside. Normally, Subaru would never ignore Emilia's call. However, right now, rather than responding to it, he gave priority to confirming the glimpse of what he just saw. His eyes strained at the landscape as it passed by, and he refocused his vision on the thing that had descended from the night sky. That was Subaru. What are they doing here? A person who should not be here, pulling it out from the fringes of his memory. Subaru blinked his eyes repeatedly and would vocalize that name. The person present there who was supposed to be living a peaceful life in the kingdom of Lugunica, Subaru, Ryuzu-san. There was probably no way she could have heard Subaru's whisper. Despite the distance and volume of his voice, which should have been impossible to hear, Subaru's eyes met those of the small figure heading towards him, and he instinctively sensed that they had both perceived each other. With her eyes still locked with Subaru's, the small figure moved its lips and said something. Subaru leaned forward to try and hear what it was. Subaru. Ah. Immediately following, a white light rained down upon the coupled dragon carriages, engulfing Natsuki Subaru and most of the occupants on board, utterly blowing them away.